We're going to hear from Manny and
You lost Paul. Oh, there he is.
there, he's back. He's back now. I think we're on page, page 20. 22? 21, okay, all right, let's go ahead.
So one thing I want to be clear about before we start again is the difference between the nuclear waste fund and the judgment fund. Okay, just so everybody clearly understands, so the nuclear waste fund is the money that the utilities collected from their customers and paid to DOE to basically manage the spent nuclear fuel. Okay. The judgment fund is the money that is used by the federal government to pay people that sue the federal government. So it comes out of appropriations. Well, it's not appropriated, that's not true. It just comes out of the Treasury to basically pay people that sue the federal government. And the spent nuclear fuel judgments are probably the largest thing that the judgment fund pays. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so page 21.
Oh, wait a minute, one question here.
So the lawsuits, I assume, are directed because the DOE has not managed the
So
nuclear waste to a repository?
So DOE is in partial breach of the contracts, and so that's why the things are there. But I want to stress again, we have a plan to launch the program. For the last 15 years, we've been an R&D program. Since I joined DOE, I'm an engineer. So we've been changing, we've been hiring people like Marla. We are ready to launch on our program. Yeah, so that's a really important fact. With the new executive orders, in 240 days, we'll have a plan. Then we can go. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so for consolidated storage facility, we are authorized by Congress to design one or more consolidated storage facilities. These facilities take up about 2 square miles. They're initially sized to take 15,000 tons of spent nuclear fuel. They are expandable, but they're initially designed for 15,000 tons of spent nuclear fuel. This is where one of the nuances come in. The Nuclear Waste Policy Act, which is the law, does not allow us to actually build it. So at some point in all of this, we have to change the Nuclear Waste Policy Act for where we are today. Okay? So next slide, please. So this is a picture taken, there's a lot of talk about reprocessing. This is a picture taken from the Global Nuclear Energy Partnership, which is a DOE project in 2012 that looked at commercial reprocessing in the US. This is a picture taken from the International Nuclear Recycling Alliance proposal. The most important thing is that in the reprocessing plant, you have to collect a large quantity of spent nuclear fuel to have that bank of fuel to be able to take it in to reprocess. It's the first step in any future reprocessing plant. I'm not advocating for reprocessing, but it is the first step in any reprocessing plant. So this is a picture taken of it was basically a copy of what the French have, because Areva was part of the team. So this is a copy of a commercial plant, which is in operation in France. Okay. Next slide. So we do have the socioeconomic impact for this. Once again, I'm not advocating for reprocessing, right? So this pilot scale plant, and remember, we currently discharge over 200,000 tons of fuel a year, right? We have a backlog of 95,000 tons today on our way to 180,000 tons. So we did, to build a pilot scale plant of 800 tons, copying what France has done. We costed it out, we designed it out. And so this is the number of primary and secondary jobs that are required to build that plant. It peaks at just under 45,000 people to build a pilot scale reprocessing plant. Then to operate, it actually takes 5,000 people employed by that facility to operate that plant. And then you get about 2.5 times that in secondary jobs working on the facility. Okay, so these are real numbers based on a real plant adapted for the US, but it was just a pilot plant. We are building up socioeconomic models for storage and a future repository program.
Mr. Chairman.
This is for one plant. If you did two, would this double these numbers,
Yes.
or would it?
If you didn't build them at the same site, same numbers.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator
thank you.
Northcott.
Mr. Murray, I've heard you say, and don't want to put you in a odd spot, that it's the policy of the DOE and the federal government for 50 years now to not allow for reprocessing. I'd like us to consider that. I mean, that seems to be a reasonable alternative to storage. And curious to know more about, other than the making of nuclear weapons, why the policy is no.
So the new executive orders actually talk about reprocessing of fuel. So in the plan we're putting together for 240-day plan, we are considering, can we reprocess Navy fuel? Can we reprocess DOE fuel? Can we reprocess the commercial light water reactor fuel? And should it be a DOE project or should it be private industry that does it? So, okay. I can say I have an opinion, but I'm not allowed to say it. So, but anyway, the important thing is, what I wanted to show is we do have the socioeconomic evaluation for reprocessing. We're doing the same for storage and a future repository.
And Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up.
Move that closer to your.
Sorry. Just to follow up on that question, for reprocessing, does Europe reprocess?
Yes, so the UK, so France currently reprocesses. So France currently has 2 800-ton-a-year lines, and it's actually started to build a new one. So it's going to take them 15 years to build a new line, okay? And so it is their policy to reprocess and put that fuel back into reactors. The UK had 2 reprocessing plants. Both of them are shut down now. They came to the end of their lives. They fulfilled their missions, and so they shut them down. Okay. Japan is building a reprocessing plant. India, China, Russia, all reprocess as well.
They're building them now, or they have them?
They have them.
They have them, yeah.
Yeah. So.
And Mr. Chairman, just for my information, because I'm not familiar on our history on this, what was the policy for why we shut it down in 72?
It's just political.
Just political.
Just political. Okay. So moving on. So France does reprocess. So next slide. So France does reprocess. So from my perspective, as the person building the repository, why should I consider reprocessing? So France tells me that it actually reduces the size of the final repository. They say it reduces the repository by about 30%. Right? So to me, as somebody that's building a repository, can I buy a service for somebody to reprocess the fuel, put the good stuff back into the fuel cycle, and then I dispose of the high-level waste, and I make my repository smaller. So that's why I'm interested in it. So we are talking to the French. We are going to start engaging with the Japanese to really understand what the true cost benefit is moving forward. Okay.
Is it reasonable to say that we could send some of our spent fuel to those countries to reprocess it?
The shipping cost is really expensive. You have to use special dedicated ships, and there's only a limited number in the world. And so it becomes expensive on shipping. Could we do it? Potentially. It'd be much cheaper to build something in the US. So, okay. And there are companies out there looking at this right now. So what we're saying is, as we consider consolidated storage, do those companies want to consider building their facilities next to us? Our contract with the utilities says we will dispose of spent nuclear fuel or high-level waste. So they could build their facilities next to us. We could pay them to provide a service to us, take the high-level waste back and dispose of it.
If we put these in consolidated storage, could we pull them out and send them to a reprocessor?
Oh, yeah, consolidated storage is just what it says. It's just, we just collect fuel together. And then, remember, I'm collecting the fuel together to get out from under the annual liability. If somebody builds a reprocessing plant next door to me, they take advantage of me shipping that fuel to the storage facility. Let me give you another data point here. The Yucca Mountain project was going to take 63,000 tons of spent nuclear fuel. In 2007, the cost of Yucca Mountain was $97-point-something billion. Over $20 billion of that cost was for costs associated with shipping the spent nuclear fuel to Yucca Mountain. DOE consolidating the spent nuclear fuel takes that cost away from the private companies. Okay?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Murray, one short question back on reprocessing here. It's my understanding when France reprocesses for other countries such as Germany, after they reprocess that fuel, the high-level waste goes back to that country of origin. Is that correct?
That is correct. So both France and the UK had contracts to reprocess international fuel from Japan, the Netherlands, Germany. A host of countries paid for a service in both of those commercial facilities. But the condition was the plutonium went back and the high-level waste went back to the country of origin. But remember, the vitrified high-level waste coming back would just be put with our vitrified high-level waste from the DOE Environmental Management Program and disposed of in a future repository. But once again, I'm not advocating for reprocessing here. So.
Yeah, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned the contracts are with utility companies. In the instance of a proposal we have here, it's not a utility company, so it's a manufacturer. I assume there's a hierarchy who gets to send their stuff first to such a facility for reprocessing, considering the amount of legacy material you already have out there.
So once again, we have contracts with all the commercial utilities, okay? The legacy contracts set a queue, but the legacy contracts also sue us, okay? The new amended standard contract sets a date in there when DOE will come and pick up the spent nuclear fuel, and it also stops the entities suing us.
Follow up?
Follow up? Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So why would you agree to the contract? They're just going to sue you anyway.
We will get paid to manage the spent nuclear fuel.
Okay.
And it's our job as the federal government to take the ultimate responsibility. It's like if a utility went bankrupt, we don't want the host community of the state to be responsible for it. It should be the federal government's responsibility to collect that spent nuclear fuel and dispose of it.
One more question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you concentrated this on reprocessing alone. So I'm sure that people in this group would be wondering, why would you not have a facility similar to that after maybe 40 or 50 years, that material gets forwarded on to that particular type of facility, even though it might not be scheduled for reprocessing for 50 years? So would this material only be used for reprocessing?
No, so once again, I'm not advocating for reprocessing. My mission in life is to stop the liability and find an ultimate solution to manage the high-level waste and spent nuclear fuel. The possibility exists for private industry to come in, and build reprocessing plants adjacent to where I'm consolidating the fuel, provide a service to me, and then I'll dispose of the high-level waste.
And
I
one more
can't
question,
commit-
I'll shut my mouth.
Sure, go ahead, do another one.
What is the likelihood of, this is a 2024 directive, and history kind of suggests it might be about 15 years before we see something?
But once again, nothing happens quick in this industry, nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but once again, we are making slow but steady progress. You know, we have to, you know, if we open a facility, we move the fuel there, we're probably, you know, we can move 3,000 tons a year of fuel. That's the most we can probably move. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Murray, I believe you said a little while ago that the phrase is 2 slides back now, that without a contract, that they're not going to get an NRC permit. Is
That
that
is
what you
correct. They
said?
will not get an NRC operating license without an amended standard contract. It's called out in 2 places in the Nuclear Waste Policy Act. Okay? Okay.
Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in follow-up to Representative Reagan's questions, it seems like this all revolves around time and ifs, because currently, I think we're going to be talking later about trisol fuel.
Yep.
Currently, trisol fuel is not recycled due to the cost restraint, I understand. But someday in the future, that may happen, setting up next to, say, an intermediate storage site to do that. But it all, number one, is that statement correct? And number two, is this a matter of just time?
Yeah, so I looked at reprocessing trisol fuel in 1994. It is possible to reprocess trisol fuel. It's just for economics. As a commercial company, is it easier to reprocess light water reactor fuel or higher assay fuel? But it is possible to reprocess trisol fuel. Okay.
So then, ownership-wise, is the federal government willing to work at a loss to take that on and recycle fuel? Or is that part of the study that will?
It's part of a study that's ongoing. We'll put that forward. But once again, there are a lot of private companies out there talking about reprocessing. So, okay,
Thank you.
no problem. Next slide, please. So we do, as DOE, have a lot of interaction with the other countries that are building repositories. So we, as I mentioned, we are the only country that uses nuclear, apart from Spain, the Western countries that do not have a repository program. So Finland's about to open their repository. Any month now, they're going to place their first waste package. Sweden is moving ahead in digging the tunnels for their repository. Switzerland has submitted their license application for their repository. The interesting thing about the Swiss repository, and I visited it just a few weeks ago and got lost in the cornfield, which is another story, is the proximity to Zurich, right? So this next slide is a Google map I did from downtown central Zurich, driving across a major city to the site. It's 17 miles and takes you 28 minutes. It is right there next to a major metropolitan area, right? The repository itself will stretch out into 2 large towns. They're not hiding it. There's no issue. There's no risk. People are accepting of it. Okay, we're burying this waste 2,500 feet below the ground. There's nothing going to come out of that repository. Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Yes, Nina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Murray, in these other countries, they have a different form of government than what we have here. Have you had any experience about what the people who live around these areas or in these, near these sites, of what the residents who live there are saying?
Yes, we do. So So we actually went for dinner. So with the head of the Swiss program, we went for dinner in one of these towns, and it's quite a large town. And I was worried that there'd be big anti-nuclear groups pushing back against this. There was nothing. People are coming up and talking to him. Everybody was really polite. Everything was, I couldn't believe it. It was really, really calm. Same in Finland. Okay, Finland's a small country, but everybody seems to be accepting about it. So it's like Yucca Mountain. The communities around Yucca Mountain are really supportive of Yucca Mountain. The communities around the waste isolation pilot plant are really supportive of what goes on at that facility. Okay. So, just make sure I got everything. So for the US program, I want to stress that when we start the Deep Geological Repository program, remember how long it said it takes to move fuel? 60 years to move commercial fuel, 30 years to move the DOE fuel and high-level waste. It's going to take us 200, 250 years from when we start the program to be closed the repository. Yucca Mountain cost in 2007 was $90-something billion. We have updated that cost to $2024, and we've updated the cost to include all the spent nuclear fuel. We're talking hundreds of billions of dollars for this program, spanning a 200-year timeframe. Right? Once again, we're doing the socioeconomic evaluations to say what does it do to a state or group of states to take a project like this? Okay, we know it's safe, but how many jobs does it bring? You know, where do we start the discussions about what a repository would look like? We know what a repository looks like at Yucca Mountain, but what does a repository look like in shale or in granite? We're hoping to go out with contracts to industry to actually start the pre-conceptual generic designs of the future repository to us. We're also going to start to fund university programs to start to look at what AI can do for modeling. What would a future repository be? So we're going to start that program going as soon as Mr. Garish gets in. Okay. So in conclusion, okay, thank you for offering us the chance to come to Wyoming today to talk. Wish we'd been here a year ago when you first put up your hand and showed interest in being nuclear. This is a really exciting time for nuclear in the US and the world. We're talking about quadrupling nuclear in the US now. The new executive orders really do try and drive the US to energy, dominance and energy security. Okay, Spent Nuclear Fuel Program is a multi-generational program. We are really not here today to try and cite anything. We're really here today to start to explain to you the federal government's responsibility in nuclear as you move forward. Okay. Yeah.
Question here with Representative Campbell.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman. And I would just like to, perhaps I missed it, but in germaneness to the United States nuclear program, I'd ask you earlier about thorium, because thorium, as you know, I'm sure the Chinese just fired up their thorium-fueled reactor last month, and there's several nation states that are very close behind. The reason that I am looking at thorium, and I hope the United States is because it has such good burn. It produces only about 2 to 3% of the waste that we see from uranium. I'm to understand that this waste is very hard to militarize. It can't be turned into weapons-grade material. And I'm to understand that the half-life is hundreds of years compared to 20, 30,000 years with nuclear waste. What can you tell me about this? Because if this is true, I could see, to me, I love the idea of baseline nuclear power. But it's pretty obvious the waste stream is the issue preventing baseline nuclear power. Where is the United States? Currently on thorium?
So you can see, I think that currently, last time I looked, there's like 89 different designs of advanced reactor that are currently being pursued by private industry. As the federal government, we can't afford to invest in everything, okay? On the message of thorium, the moment there is an established uranium market, supply chain, enrichment, conversion, fuel fabrication, reactor design. So for the foreseeable future, we will use uranium, to be honest. Will we switch? I think as uranium starts to become scarcer, then there's the possibility to switch. But it's like trying it's an established market. And how do you change that established market?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, in following up, Wyoming, as all the presentation you showed, Wyoming hasn't contributed anything into this. Wyoming actually has one of the toughest anti-nuclear waste laws in the United States, as is. So to me, it's not a matter of safety, it's a matter of risk. You keep talking about lawsuits where we're paying billions and billions of dollars. Give me some reasons why Wyoming would want to put itself into a risk situation regardless of safety. Because, we sit here and we've talked, I don't know, I think this is the third or fourth time we've talked about the safety of Cask. It is not so much the safety factor that's there. I mean, it is. It's the cancer, it's the, birth defects. But why would Wyoming, just theoretically, why would we want to assume any of this risk?
So once again, we are not here to try and cite anything or ask you to take anything, okay? We're here today to talk about what the federal government's responsibility is if you build these new reactors, okay? Our responsibility is to take the spent nuclear fuel and dispose of it in a safe and responsible manner. It's also our responsibility to show that while it's stored here, everything's good, everything's safe, nothing's leaking out of the casks, and that's what our program is doing. So,
The reason why I ask that, sir, is Wyoming law says that Wyoming will not deal with nuclear waste until a national repository is in existence. And that is not the fact, correct? There is no national repository as of today. Am I missing something?
no, you are correct. And under the last administration, we were not allowed to talk about repositories. Under this administration, under the executive order, 240 days after the issuing of the executive order, we have to have a plan, including the long-term disposition of the material.
So am I to gather from that in 240 days, the federal government will be offering some sort of solutions to the states?
No, we can't do that. Communication is everything. And that's why we're here today, to answer questions and be here. The site of repository is going to take us time. It's got to be a collaborative-based process. We've got to talk to everybody in a potential state moving forward. Okay, we can't have another Yucca Mountain experience again. We've got to have a collaborative-based approach to siting it. Once again, we've got to be in a position where we can negotiate with the state for what it wants. Okay, the state came forward and said, okay, we're willing to take it. What do you want to take it? We've got to be in that position. But at this moment in time, we're not quite there yet. Okay, we are getting ready, but we're not there yet. So this is why I'm being really clear. We are not trying to cite anything, but the program is getting ready to be in that position to have those discussions.
Thank you for explaining that, and I want to thank you for spending the time to come here today. And I admire the fact that you said this has got to be discussed by the people. This is something that the people have to want to accept, and that is the answer that I wanted to hear here today, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Schmidt, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions here, if you'll let me walk through those. Mr. Murray, thanks for being here. Thanks for your presentation today. But I do have a couple of questions for you here. You spoke earlier about contractual dates for possession of nuclear waste. And since there's no national repository, is the Department of Energy just consolidating the waste sites now? Or do they just become the owner of it and the waste remains on the site wherever it's generated?
So at the moment, the waste remains on the site where it's generated. Okay? We are preparing to put together a national program to start an integrated program to look at storage and ultimate disposal of that waste. That has been called out under the executive order, and that's what we are responding to. Okay?
Follow up?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. So I want to ask about the repurposing facility you spoke of. If it does come online, does the state who houses that facility then take ownership of that plutonium produced by repurposing? Or who owns that proliferation of plutonium from the repurposing of spent fuel?
No plutonium.
So this is one of the nuances of the US. The 241 is the weapons grade plutonium. What comes out of commercial reprocessing from light water reactor fuel is not 241. It's very hard to weaponize reactor grade plutonium. Okay, but in the US, all plutonium is weaponizable, but it's not. Okay.
Okay,
So
thank you for that.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Representative Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Murray, for being here. And I want to switch gears. I believe I heard you say you've done a lot of research in the repurposing, and that's where your main frame of work was. Can you talk a little bit more about that? And so we have 180,000 tons approximately. If we were to implement a repurposing or a recycling, what would we reduce that to usable fuel, and or what would be left to dispose of at that time? Do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do. So in a typical light water reactor fuel assembly, because that's where most of my experience is, like 95% of that fuel assembly is uranium, but very low enriched uranium at that point. Okay? So you could re-enrich that uranium so you can make a reprocessed uranium fuel assembly. So I wish I had a few more slides. I should come back and talk to you about reprocessing. But for every 8 used fuel assemblies that come out of a reactor, right, it goes into a reprocessing plant. You get enough plutonium out of the 8 used fuel assemblies to make 1 MOX fuel assembly. You also have enough uranium to make 1 new uranium assembly. And you make about 2.5 canisters of vitrified high-level waste. But the canisters are much smaller. They're like 18 inches in diameter, maybe 3.5 feet tall, okay? So that's what you get for benefit of doing it, okay?
Go ahead.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I didn't hear a percentage in there, so I'm going to take a stab at it myself. So approximately 60% will be non-usable after this?
No. So 95% is uranium that could be re-enriched.
Okay.
1% is plutonium, which you can put back in fuel. 4% is from minor actinides and fission products that in the commercial plants are put into glass, into high-level waste, and then for disposal. But that 4%, when you put it in the glass, you increase the volume of the glass.
That is exactly what I wanted to hear from you. So what's the emphasis being directed towards you? Is it towards repurposing and recycling this to bring that number down, that 180,000 ton down? Or are they wanting more of a geological repository? Do you have directives on that, or are you guys kind of looking at all options?
All options at this moment in time. But at the end of the day, I want to stress, no matter what we do, we still need a deep geological repository. Okay? Reprocessing, recycling, you still need a deep geological repository. The UK, France, Japan all have repository programs that support their back end.
In theory, it would be a lot smaller if we get
It's
repurposed.
smaller. So one of the slides in my slide deck is from the French ANDRA. It's a bit it's a bit garbled for the language they have there, but it shows you the size reduction if you didn't reprocess, if you do reprocess, and if you dispose of MOX as well as high-level waste.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your answers today and being here. So you've mentioned several times that your intention is education right now for communities. You're not looking for intermediate storage. So I know you're different aspect from the DOE versus the NRC. Has a lot of the NRC role been turned over to the DOE? And how does this affect their permitting in Texas that went to the Supreme Court? Are they on pause with that now, or are they still a separate entity doing their own thing, looking for intermediate repositories?
So NRC, as the regulator, regulate all of us, okay, for private entities and DOE, okay? The important thing to remember about the private fuel storage is they would collect all the fuel together and then may turn around and sue the judgment fund. It doesn't help the US taxpayer. It's just somebody different suing us. Okay? So, one last thing. I would like to extend that invitation to come to Idaho to actually see what spent nuclear fuel in storage looks like. There's a whole range of casks out there. Hopefully we can tour the Naval Reactors facility. I can ask them to see if we can store that. You can actually see firsthand what it looks like to store spent nuclear fuel. We have over 300 different types of spent nuclear fuel in Idaho, which we have to repackage for storage for future transportation. So please come see it. Just come see. It's not going to be exciting. You're going to be bored out of your tree after about an hour, but please come see it. Come see it firsthand. What we're doing.
Thank you for the invitation. I think we've had some people go over there and take a look at that.
Yeah.
Over the last 10 years, I know we've had quite a few.
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes, Lolly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just echo the fact that I think it'd be very valuable for our committee to go to Idaho National Laboratories, take a field trip over there. I have been there. I have seen some of these things, but I think it would be so helpful in responding to some of the concerns that some committee members have. And so I really do support that idea of making a little field trip to Idaho National Laboratories.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
And just one last, I hope you invite us back to talk some more.
I hope so too.
Yeah, okay,
Hope so too.
thank you.
Marla, are you, he did it all? Oh. Okay, it's a wrap on the two of you then, huh? I think we're done with our questions. Thank you for your input. Thank you for the presentation. It was wonderful. Yeah. Tara trained you wrong. You're not supposed to clap. Advanced nuclear, do we need the legislative service office to talk about that?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if you want me to go through the bill, I can do that.
Do you want to do that first, Lloyd?
Then I can explain the rationale.
Okay, all right, let's hear the bill.
All right, Mr. Chairman, 26 LSO 73, and it's draft 0.6. And the copy that was sent out was 0.5. There was a change made, so it was placed at your desks. So I just want to make sure that everyone has 0.6 that you are looking at. And this is 14-01 in the online meeting materials, and the version online is 0.6. This is a bill that the committee requested in May. It is loosely based. The concept is based on 2025 Senate File 186. And this bill draft would provide advanced legislative authorization or pre-approval, if you will, subject to various conditions for the siting of installations to store spent nuclear fuel and high-level radioactive waste associated with an advanced nuclear reactor manufacturer. So starting on page 2, beginning with line 8, this is 3511-1501. This is the article of statute that deals with the storage of spent nuclear fuel. And on line 12 and 19 are the insertion of 2 new definitions in that article of statute. The first on line 12 is an advanced nuclear reactor manufacturer, which means a person that is physically located in Wyoming and that manufactures and deploys advanced nuclear reactors at and from that location in Wyoming, and that refurbishes or refuels those reactors at the Wyoming location. The definition of installation, which is used throughout the bill draft, means a facility for the storage of spent nuclear fuel and high-level radioactive waste that is owned or operated by an advanced nuclear reactor manufacturer located at their Wyoming site. Page 3, line 11. This is an amendment to 3511-1502 to clarify that installations, so those storage facilities associated with the advanced reactor manufacturer, are subject to the Industrial Siting Act. And I'll explain what that means later on in the act. Essentially, these installations would have to comply with the Industrial Siting Act to the extent that that act does not conflict or duplicate any requirements of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Then page 3, line 11, line 21, this is just a conforming amendment to add a reference to installations for purposes of this advance legislative approval. Moving on to page 4, similar concept on lines 1 through 5. And then on page 4, lines 7 through 12, this language would require, as part of a report that is submitted to the Department of Environmental Quality, to include information on reclamation. So on line 10 of page 4, that term is added. And then again on line 11, just another reference to installation. And these are the requirements that an installation would have to meet in order to secure or receive that legislative pre-approval for the storage facility. A similar concept on page 4, line 17, inserting a reference to reclamation for purposes of tax benefits that are generated as a result of the facility or the installation. Page 4, line 21 is another conforming amendment to add a reference to installation concerning, as part of that report to the department, the benefits and impacts that would accrue to the state. Same concept on page 5, lines 3, 6, and 11. This paragraph of statute requires the operator of the installation to send all reports that are sent to or received from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality. Page 5, line 15, this is really where we get into the substance, the heart of this bill draft. And this provides that an installation, the siting, construction, the operation of an installation, and again, that's a storage facility associated with an advanced reactor manufacturer, is authorized subject to all of the following. So first, the installation must be operated on a site of an advanced nuclear reactor manufacturer located in Wyoming. Then moving on to page 6, second, the installation must have received a license to construct and operate from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Third, the report required under paragraph 6 of the subsection, and those provisions are some of those that are amended on page 4 and the top, or excuse me, all of page 4 is where that paragraph 6, so that's the report to the Department of Environmental Quality concerning the number of jobs, tax benefits, and other benefits and impacts that would accrue. That has to be submitted. And then page 6, line 8, the operator must comply with paragraph 7, which is that requirement to send or forward all reports sent to or received from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to DEQ. Page 6, line 11, these are conditions that would apply to installations that are authorized in this act. So first, this is the reference to the Industrial Siting Act. That act would apply to those installations only to the extent that the Industrial Siting Act provisions do not interfere with, contradict, or duplicate any NRC requirements. Page 6, line 20 requires the Director of the Department of Environmental Quality to review the financial assurance for the decommissioning and reclamation of an installation to ensure that there is adequate financial assurance to cover the estimated costs of the decommissioning and reclamation of that installation. The Director is required to prepare a written report of this review that must include the NRC's estimated costs for decommissioning and reclaiming the installation. This is page 7, line 6. Second, a copy of the decommissioning and reclamation plan for the installation, the method of demonstrating or providing financial assurance, and then finally, any area of the installation not covered by the decommissioning and reclamation plan. Page 7, line 19 authorizes the Director of DEQ to employ experts, contract with state or federal agencies, or obtain any other services necessary to prepare that report concerning the decommissioning and reclamation of this facility. As part of this coverage of the costs, the Director, says page 8, line 1, that full sentence that requires, that authorizes the Director to require, if he so chooses, the manufacturer to reimburse the state for the costs that are incurred after receipts for those are verified. Page 8, line 6, the Director of DEQ is required to provide to the NRC and this committee a copy of that report that's prepared concerning the decommissioning and reclamation. And then page 8, line 13 provides that any spent nuclear fuel in storage at an installation remains the property of the advanced nuclear reactor manufacturer until the spent nuclear fuel is transferred to permanent storage, or the United States or a federal agency takes title to that spent nuclear fuel under federal law. Page 9, line 15, this is an amendment to the Industrial Siting Act and the definition of facility. And this amendment would provide that a facility means, for purposes of the Industrial Siting Act, regardless of the construction cost, any facility that's constructed by an advanced nuclear reactor manufacturer, including installations, which are those storage facilities. So what this means is currently, and I don't recall the exact number, I believe it's around $289 million. That threshold of construction costs would not apply to these facilities. These facilities would be subject to the Industrial Siting Act, regardless of their construction cost, and subject to that language I described earlier about installations only have to comply with the Industrial Siting Act if those provisions don't duplicate or contradict NRC requirements. Moving on to page 10, lines 2 and 3. This is in 3512-107, which provides a process by which an applicant for an industrial siting permit proposing to construct an industrial facility can seek a waiver of the permit application process. The language that is included on page 10, lines 2 and 3, would exclude facilities by the advanced nuclear reactor manufacturer. So the inclusion of this language means that those facilities could not seek a waiver of the application process. They have to complete that process that's required in 3512-109. Page 10, section 2, this is line 6 of the bill of that page, requires rulemaking by the Environmental Quality Council and the Industrial Siting Council. And then the bill draft has a split effective date. The rulemaking provisions would be effective immediately. The remainder of the bill draft would be effective on July 1, 2026. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any question for staff? Oh, you have a question? All right, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does this basically put the Department of Environmental Quality in charge of siting?
Better not.
So Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, this would put, at least in terms of a state level siting, the state would have responsibility for that. This in no way, Mr. Chairman, would obviate any requirements for a license for that facility from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission.
The reason I ask that, sir, is looking at Title 35, 11, 1506, it specifically says that the legislature approval of siting of high-level radioactive waste storage facilities. So it this law puts this firmly on the legislature. Would this draft remove the power from the legislature and the people to our state agency in the form of the Department of Environmental Quality?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, I guess this is how I would answer that question. The effect of this bill draft would be to provide, in essence, a legislative pre-approval for that facility, separate from that process. Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, just like any statute, any bill draft, the legislature could amend that at any time to either, remove, add to. That is always within the purview of the legislature.
So the draft that we're looking to do right now is to pre-approve the DEQ to approve or to make rules for citing. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, I think that's a fair assessment, is that the legislature is pre-approving this facility subject to that person meeting the conditions, sending the reports, and then the Department of Environmental Quality would also have to prepare reports, in line with this bill draft, particularly, for example, the decommissioning and reclamation associated with that storage facility.
That is my concern, is we're taking law, we elect senators and representatives to be lawmakers. We hire department heads to enforce the laws. My concern with this draft is we are giving agencies the ability to create law through rule. And if we do this, we're going to set a precedent. What's to stop the Department of Health or the Department of Workforce Services from also creating rules to circumvent law?
I don't think this is anything different than anything else we do. The legislature nor the DEQ are going to take total responsibility. The NRC has responsibility for this. We don't have responsibility.
I'm talking about citing approval, Senator.
Yeah. Anyway, the NRC is who we're going to rely on for that. Any other questions?
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes. Representative Reagan.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just looking in, I'll say page 4, line 10. It includes existing language decommissioning. So I see that the NRC has a defined description of that. So would that apply in our state legislation? And for example, and this may not be current, I'm assuming it is, NRC defines decommission 10 CFR Part 50.2 to be remove a facility or site safely from service and reduce residual radioactivity to a level that permits 1, release of the property for unrestricted use and termination of the license, or 2, release of the property under restricted conditions and termination of the license. And so that is the description they provide. Now this is just a white paper I have. So would that be it? Would we just simply use the NRC's description of decommissioning as our description?
Yeah.
Brian, do you have an answer?
So, Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, I couldn't speak to what would be necessarily required for the reclamation, but the idea behind including reclamation, at least for purposes of the changes on page 4, would be to require the operator of that installation to include in their report. They have to prepare a report that says the number of jobs that may be created. Part of that report will now include the number of jobs that would be required for the reclamation of that facility, the decommissioning of that facility. So that's the idea behind adding those there, is that you collect the information about the taxes that may be generated or the jobs created as a result of the reclamation.
Senator Nethcott, you had a question? No? Oh. Okay, we're ready to hear from this crew. Go ahead, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Lloyd Larson. I serve with you in the legislature. I represent House District 54, which is in Lander. Have served in this body since 2014, and over the course of my time in the legislature have sponsored or co-sponsored most and supported most of the legislation that concerning the nuclear industry. I'm joined here today with Director Todd Parfit, Director for the Department of Environmental Quality, and Brandy O'Brien, the Chief Administrator for the Land Quality Division. Do we call them Chief Administrator? Is that what we call them? Administrator. I put Chief Administrator for Department for Land Quality Division. Mr. Chairman, this really is an exciting time for nuclear, for those of us that have been working on this a long time. And I really get excited. Just the day that we met last time, President Trump come out with this executive order to establish policy to, and I quote, to expedite, promote to the fullest possible event the production and operation of nuclear energy to provide affordable, reliable, safe, and secure energy to the American people. Wyoming really has been on the forefront of this since the announcement of TerraPower. We worked very hard to recruit industries into the state that complement this whole effort, and we're pleased with that we're seeing some results of that. I'm excited today that as we consider this draft bill that is in support of President Trump's executive orders in expediting this effort forward in a meaningful way. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I do, as we talk about this bill and the various components of it, after seeing a number of comments on social media and releases from groups, I want to clarify there's one entity here today, Radiant Nuclear, who is proposing to manufacture advanced nuclear reactors in Wyoming, and it's been suggested that they participated and directed the drafting of this bill, and I will tell you that they have not participated at all. We started this conversation last year during the session. When that was killed, I received direction from the chairman to continue to work on a draft that we could consider during the interim. As we put, that's one of the fortunate things on being in this seat for a while is you have to keep this effort within Wyoming. And as who I worked with the most on putting this draft bill together has been Director Parfit and Ms. O'Brien, and really relied upon their expertise. But just want to make sure that Radiant has not made any recommendations on the content of this bill. We've shown them drafts, as I have shown you drafts of this bill, and other stakeholders, environmental groups, Wyoming Outdoor Council, and others who worked with us to address concerns on transparency and other things. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate Mr. Fuller's helping us as we put these drafts together, and of his explanation. He cut your time in listening to me down extensively, so you owe him as well. Just would want to highlight a couple of reasons on why we did what we did. And this kind of goes back to this conversation in 1506 that Representative Campbell brings up. 1506 was created in 1995 as we considered taking on spent nuclear fuel, similar to what the Department of Energy was talking about, bringing it here into Wyoming. And there's a process, even in 1504, there's a process for public input. And a lot of that is to talk about the socioeconomic impacts of this. But in E, we make a provision that we put in 2022 that allows for the storage. The legislature decided that. The people's representatives decided to allow the production, the spent fuel at the production sites of nuclear generation to store spent fuel. And in this bill, we further amend that. You're going to see where we bring this bill, we talk about industrial siting, and the reason we do that really is for somewhat to the question that you asked, because if you look at 1506 and if you look at 1504, it talks about them reporting on all the socioeconomic impacts this siting would have on the state of Wyoming. Okay, we now do that in the Industrial Siting Act, which we have established through the legislature for all industries, and have done for a number of years, to review that through a panel, to give the public greater input in that process on all.
Just a minute.
So, and so then we go into 1506E and we amend. Of course, we put the definition for advanced nuclear reactor manufacturers in here, and then we use that term installation. Pick a term you want to use. We had to use a term that would separate what a nuclear generation facility, natrium type of facility is called. We picked installation. And so that's the term we use for that portion on the campus of the manufacturer where spent fuel would be stored.
Question,
Please.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Larson. My question is, I want the people to be able to comment on this. I'm glad that we're all good on public comment area, but rather than having something be pre-approved and then we have a comment period, why can we not have a comment period before we pre-approve the project?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative Campbell. I think that there's two things that's taken place here. There's two permits that have to be received in order for this installation be received. One is the NRC permit, where there is the opportunity for comment. And then there's this siting. Answering your question.
I thought we had to ask. There seems to be some disbalance.
Well,
And all I'm saying is whatever the sequence it ought to be the people's input first, because the people of Wyoming should have say in this before we make decisions to start the process. If we start the process and then say, well, we got her going, let's ask the people what they think. That's putting the cart in front of the horse. I'm hoping that we can find agreements that we should be able to put, and this is not a county thing, this is a state of Wyoming thing. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Campbell, let's let him answer that. Let's not interrupt him.
Mr. Chairman.
Another question?
Mr.
Another question from Nethercutt.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just to kind of help the afternoon along, I'm hearing over and over again, and heads shaking and nodding, to hear from we the people. Really fundamentally important. That's why we're here today. That's what this is about. And so to address those concerns, we are reviewing a bill draft. And that requires significant stakeholder feedback from we the people. We are the people, the room is the people, everyone is the people here in Wyoming. We're looking forward to hearing from all of you. And so to kind of just get behind some of the rhetoric here and get to some of the facts that Representative Larson's trying to get through, to what the bill does and doesn't do, this committee, the Wyoming legislature, is fully committed to hearing from we the people. So let's let Representative Larson explain the bill, and we're going to get to we the people all afternoon. I look forward to spending it with you.
Okay, Representative Larson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Campbell, I think I think this process is doing exactly what you want it to do. Before they can receive siting, they have to come before the Industrial Siting Council to have an evaluation on all of the economic and all the potential impacts together with any plans or proposals for alleviating all the social and economic impacts. And it gives you from scenic resources to land use to transportation, sewer and water, and this catch-all, other relevant resources. And so the intent of that is to go out in those communities, the Industrial Siting Council does, to go out into those impacted communities and receive public input on the siting of any industry, of which we now include an advanced nuclear reactor manufacturer, so that the people can have a say on the concerns that they might have with the siting of such an industry.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, it's also, I think, important, and this goes along with the conversation, that in 3512, in the Industrial Siting Act, there's, and Brian alluded to them, there's a 107 permit and a 109 permit. The 109 permit's the long one, goes through all of this stuff that I just talked about. And the 107 permit was created to give a waiver, fast track, boom. My understanding is that they've not been using that of late, that they've been requiring everybody to use the longer 109 permit to make sure that there's definitely public input on that. So to ensure that, we go to 107 and say, can't use this if you're an advanced nuclear manufactured reactor. You have to go through the long process. So we've tried to, after hearing the concerns that this committee had in the last bill, or the last committee meeting, really trying to provide additional opportunities for the public, we the people, to have greater input on how the concerns that they might have with these facilities. And as we contemplated, or since this last meeting, on how we're going to support President Trump's executive orders, we felt that this really helped us accomplish that. So, Mr. Chairman, be happy to take any other questions.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson, some of the questions that have came to me over the last few weeks, does this allow in any way for spent fuel or high-level nuclear waste from any other states to be brought into Wyoming and stored at any of these sites?
So I think it's really, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Senator Cooper. It's important to understand the model of these microreactors, 1 megawatt, that will go out and are intended to really replace what is currently being generated by diesel generation. And so they're modular, and they would be fueled originally here in Wyoming, be deployed to a site wherever that may be, might be in the state, might be out of state, Department of Defense, to wherever. When it comes time to replace that, that will come back and be refueled. Now, that is a different process than a utility such as Songs in California that generated the traditional generation of electricity from a nuclear power plant and the storage they have. That's a completely different process for being stored, as you heard from the Department of Energy today. So I would say, no, it doesn't lift the tent. It's, Senator Cooper and Mr. Chairman, it's kind of like this conversation we have in Wyoming on grizzly bears. Grizzly bears have been reestablished. The science shows it. We can take them off the endangered species list. We know we can. But there's others that say, you do that, You're letting the camel under the tent, and you're going to take all of these other endangered species and remove them off the endangered species list. No, there's a process for each one. And it's the same in this. There's a process that allows for the storage of spent fuel for an advanced nuclear reactor, which is not the same for the other spent fuel that's out there.
Okay, well, another question from Representative Lawley.
I got a couple.
I'm sorry, there's a follow-up here.
Yeah, I've got a couple of follow-ups,
Okay.
if you would, sir. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Representative Larson, do you think in any way, another question that coming from a constituent, are we picking winners and losers here, sacrificing coal for nuclear in any way with this operation?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cooper, the short answer is no. I think as we consider that conversation, we would look how our fossil fuels has evolved. I remember in about 14 or 15 when when I first came in the legislature, coal was king. It generated more electricity nationwide than all other fuels together. Now it doesn't. It's natural gas. We didn't pick that. It was living. But we have more demand on electricity than we have capacity to do it. But as we've heard today, in enhanced oil recovery, we pass bills to protect our fossil fuels, our oil and gas industry. We look at legislation we passed on data centers that brought Microsoft into Cheyenne, which is now the largest property taxpayer in Laramie County. This is what the legislature does, is clear, and particularly this committee, is clear the way forward for economic growth into the state. And I think that, if we don't like, I've seen on social media that we're taking the businesses that other states don't want. And again, I would go back, we've worked very hard to try and get great companies like Radiant to come to Wyoming. We also took companies like Weatherby Arms that California didn't want and welcomed them to Wyoming. That's what we've done historically. We've got a great little precision machining company in Worland, Wyoming that came from California. So yeah, we'll take them. And they generally, the question has been asked, why would you want to come to Wyoming? Well, for the same reason we want to come to Wyoming.
More follow-up?
Please.
Go ahead.
Representative, one of the concerns that some constituents have brought to me is that we're turning all of our control over to the NRC. But I'm not sure that's right. Do you think that this gives the DEQ and industrial siting more possibilities to put bigger sideboards on what's done and give us better control on what's going to happen with this growth? Or are we just turning everything over to the NRC?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Cooper, as we considered this bill draft and we looked at the concern we heard from this committee about the lawsuit with Texas and New Mexico that was being heard, and the outcome of that lawsuit really was that Texas didn't have standing on and their decision was because the NRC had provided opportunity for participation in that permitting process, and Texas did not participate, therefore didn't have standing. It was like when Ed Cooper was a little boy and he ran out the back door as soon as he got home from school with his BB gun and his dog, and his mom said, be home for supper, and he shows up an hour late and mom's got the dishes done, the food put away, and says, sorry, you missed it. We want to make sure, and the DEQ always has been engaged with the NRC but we want to make sure that the state has standing. That's why we do this financial assurance review in the bill that requires the department to review that and to make sure, review that decommissioning and reclamation component, and then provide the report back to the NRC, then there can be no argument that the state was engaged and has standing in that. So no, I don't think we're turning that over. And then with the Industrial Siting Committee Act, we have to also pass that scrutiny for them to be cited. They could have a permit, but if we don't cite them, where are they going to do it?
Follow up?
One more, please. I've spent quite a bit of time in the last few days reading and studying the president's executive orders to expedite and encourage this type of facilities. And the impact this has on national defense, and especially this type of facility with the modular, with the Department of Defense possibilities. Do you think, in your opinion, sir, does this move the president's executive orders forward, or does it deter from it anyway? And then secondly, do we have a responsibility as a state to support our president and his executive orders?
Mr. Chairman, and Senator Cooper, you asked me questions that I'm trying to think of to some degree, the right way to answer. I think when we first recruited Radiant to come to town, and they were looking at getting them and other small microreactors to do their demonstration at the Idaho National Lab and other national labs, we felt that there was a little bit of time before we would see this really gain speed and move. With the president's executive orders, now we see their demonstration of their reactor going to the top of the list. There is an urgency, and that's why he talks about the to expedite, meaning to hasten the pace and get this done. I think that it's worthy of our effort to make sure that Wyoming isn't being the millstone that we're dragging behind and slowing this process up. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go back, if you don't mind, Senator Cooper, and respond to picking the winners and losers. There's also some concern about BRC grants, $25 million that really extend that could potentially, they haven't asked for it, that could potentially be used for infrastructure. But if we go back and we look, for example, at the energy matching funds and see that of those energy matching funds, picking winners and losers, nuclear got about $10 million. That was the BWXT money. Renewables, wind, solar combined, they got about 4%. They got $5 million. Fossil fuels and extraction, $109 million. Okay, 88% of all those energy matching funds went to fossil fuels. So I think what we're trying to do is support industry within the state, energy industry.
One more little follow-up, please. Representative, you just mentioned that VRC. It's my understanding that's not Radiant applying for that. That's a community grant. Radiant doesn't own or nickel of that thing. They may benefit by using future infrastructure from that VRC, but so would a grocery store or a laundromat or a C-store, whatever else that community might choose to build in that neighborhood. Am I mistaken there?
Oh, I think that the expansion of that infrastructure would help the community, help the county both.
Thank you. No more questions.
Representative Lawley, you have a question.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson, I want to thank you first for your work on this bill draft. I think it's very improved and from the last bill draft. I think it listened to some of the concerns of the people of Wyoming. I think we're doing something very unique with this approach in Wyoming. But I really want to also just start with these executive orders from the president, because they happened since our last meeting. Actually, the evening of that meeting, I was reading some blogs that were hinting that that was going to happen the very next day. And so I wish it happened maybe a week earlier, but even so, this is the backdrop we're working against. And not only did I read those 3 executive orders, which are substantial and specific in some very important ways, but I watched the press conference. And what stood out to me in that press conference, first of all, we had our Secretary of Defense there alongside the president, along with some various business owners and things. And during that press conference, excuse me, during that,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, during that press conference, Mr. Chairman, what really stood out was that these microreactors we're talking about specifically here were kind of front and center with regard to the nuclear orders. There are many other things in there, but in that press conference, they talked a lot about these microreactors, the importance to our national security, the intended military use for these, other uses throughout the growing economy and the growing need for energy. And so that really struck me, and why these words like expedite and things that are within those orders. So I really think it is to start from that place as we look at this bill today and say, our president has opened doors and taken down barriers in many areas of our energy sector, and certainly oil and gas and coal, those orders came before, and rightly so. But now as he's focused specifically on this nuclear sort of kind of leg of a stool with oil and gas and coal, the other 2 legs, that he's really given us some very important understanding and information. And again, leaning heavily into already existing regulation by the NRC. So what this bill does, I want to say, I want you to tell me if I'm understanding the new parts, because here's what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is an attempt to really respond to the people of Wyoming's concern, to give additional state oversight above and beyond the NRC, protecting the interests of Wyoming, and providing processes to really deal with additional financial assurances from Wyoming's perspective, not just the NRC. So to me, these are really ways that we strengthen this bill. So we've helped with doing our part with regard to the executive order and the desires of our president on a national scale, supporting national energy, not only independence, but dominance, and helping with our own national security. But we are trying to look out uniquely for the people of Wyoming. I don't know any state that's done that yet. They have depended totally on the NRC. So I just want to say, am I reading this right? Is that what this bill is attempting to do? And have I missed anything?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Lawley, I would concur. The only thing that I would perhaps add to that is the point that the president makes in capitalizing on our domestic designs and technology that are now coming to the forefront instead of relying on those designs and technology that have been designed overseas. So we're trying to capture and capitalize on that as well. And so in this bill, we're trying to open the door here in Wyoming to have those businesses come and operate safely within the state of Wyoming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I do. Thank you. Since we're talking about President Trump's executive order, did you read all of the executive order?
I did.
Okay. Did you read the part about assessing spent nuclear fuel and waste fuel management?
I did.
And President Trump, I believe, asked for about 240 days for his agencies to look at all aspects of nuclear energy, including where we're going to get fuel from in the future, energy from in the future, including waste management, including all these things that he wants answers to, because there are questions. So if we're going to talk about our call to duty, I think we need to read all of the executive order. Wouldn't you agree?
I would, and I think my understanding of that is as I read that, and I quote, within 240 days. So anytime, 240 days, you better have it done. If you can get it done this week, the sooner the better. And he wants this evaluation expedited and sooner. This isn't put the brakes on and do a study for 240 days. It's get a report put together based on the information that we have and make it available, particularly on policy understandings on reprocessing and recycling these fuels that we've been butting our heads against for forever. The low-hanging fruit in this is how we handle spent fuel currently in dry cask storage. We have history on that, but to make recommendations back to the president for policy has to be done within 240 days, and you can't be piddling around. And what are those recommendations going to be on how we reprocess and recycle? So I agree. I just think I see the definitions of those words a little bit. It's not to put the brake on, it's to speed up and get this thing done.
I think that's what we heard from the NRC. They are cognizant of that 240-day deadline and really working hard to comply to it. Oh, yeah.
And thank you for that answer, Representative. My concern, I think, with this is, and I'm not going to make this a comment, I'll make it a question. We heard testimony today that part of those solutions may involve 250 years. What is your thought process on nuclear energy being a chain and having different segments of that chain be able to be answered by Wyoming, and certain parts of that chain having to wait to be cautious to hear from the exact agencies that are responsible for overseeing it?
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Got to tell you, I love Representative Matt. Me and him have been wrestling over this deal for a while, and I appreciate his thoughtful concern on this. But Representative Knapp, you know, I look back on these industries like the oil and gas industry that Representative Heiner, Senator Cooper have been involved in, and just in my lifetime, just since I've been an adult, I look at the changes in that industry. A well that used to be vertical that took 60 days to go 10,000 feet, now they go that deep in 2 days. And the safety concerns with flaring and how we transmit, I mean, that evolution on safety, and I mean, Representative Tarver is in that field, and we look back and see how we take care of the landscape and everything that is associated with that industry, I think is a great example of how Wyoming responds to industry. We see the same in coal. And so right now, for example, the conversation on casks. So we've got a cask design, a number of them, and if we haven't yet, but if we found that there's a problem, we can transfer that fuel to another cask until we finally get a longer term problem. I think we have the ability to adjust. We've proven that with other industries, with the trona industry. And so some of those concerns that we see, and we've heard from the Department of Energy, we're addressing, and we may not have it figured out in perpetuity, but each step is much longer than the previous one we took. So I'm very comfortable and think that Wyoming is really set with the industries we have within the state that support that nuclear energy to be a driver, not only nationally, but globally in in all issues regarding nuclear energy. So yes, I am comfortable.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Advanced nuclear reactors encompasses much more than radiant. So for example, SMR, small modular reactors. So the concept of which is the generating facility is standalone by itself. So suppose we have a 5-generator unit or 5-reactor unit in Utah. Could you envision a company coming in here and getting a license just to build the reactors alone? And then those would be shipped off and returned to Utah until it wears out. So would that be an example of what maybe some people have concerns about? And do you think that is a realistic thing that could happen as far as an entity getting in that business?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Riggins, I want to make sure that I'm understanding your question. So you talked about larger SMRs, but are you referring to these modular ones? Can you clarify that a little bit for me? I don't think I understood the question well.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, that small, I've seen models demonstrated where you basically, if you could have a space for 5 reactors in a single plant or complex. They're considered, though, small modular reactors. Small reactors, they have a bigger range than we first imagined. They could be 5 to 15 megawatts. And so I could envision how a company, all they do is just build those and then ship them to the out of state to those particular reactors. Now, like everything, nobody has built any of these yet and put them into service or even had them tested yet. That'll happen next summer, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that turns out. But to me, that's a real possibility. Radiant themselves could be so successful that pretty soon all they do is work on those types of projects. And then, of course, that fuel would remain here, spent fuel, SNF, I guess. So I was just wondering if you think that concept is something that could happen.
Mr. Chairman and Representative Riggins, yes, that's always been understandable. Even in this 1 megawatt reactor, you may have an Alaskan Native village that needs 2 megawatts of power. Take 2 of those small reactors to that Native American village as they run their life cycle and need to be refueled. That would come back. A new reactor would go. When that reactor come back, it would be refueled, be put back in inventory to go to another location. Yes. And the answer to that is yes. Would there come a time when we as a legislature would say, well, I guess, Mr. Chairman, the bigger question would be what volume of spent fuel are we willing to take? Because right now, these 1 megawatt reactors, about 200 kilograms of, if I'm understanding that correctly, of spent fuel comes in. About a 5-gallon, less than a 55-gallon drum in the refueling process. Very minimal, as we was talking to some folks with the Department of Energy, that's such a small amount of spent fuel to manage, but yet we as a state then is there a time that we would want to say how much per reactor are we willing to take? Maybe.
Okay, thank you. Representative Larson. Representative Schmidt, do you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I
Or
do.
were you just waving your?
I'm just
okay.
waiting
Okay.
patiently. Thank you,
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson, I'm kind of asking this one on behalf of my constituents. You had mentioned earlier that this whole process, this nuclear interest in nuclear in Wyoming has been going on for quite some time. Can you tell me, Representative, did those nuclear companies come to us? Did we go to them? And if we went to them, who was it that went to them?
Mr. Chairman, And Representative Schmidt, thank you very much for that question. This is really important. And I talked a little bit about this at our last CASPER meeting. When TerraPower selected Kimmer and Rocky Mountain selected Kimmer as the site for that nuclear reactor, which is, a number of years ago, myself, former Representative Don Burkhart, former Representative Mike Greer, and Holly Krupka from the School of Energy Resources was invited over to Idaho National Labs. When we got there, we were met by a large entourage of their staff. They set us in a room, Representative Schmidt, and they says, "We don't think you understand what this announcement means for Wyoming and what it means for nuclear power." And then they begin to share with us the opportunities that really could avail themselves on value-added industries to the nuclear industry, because the existing technology is becoming antiquated. Existing industries lie more in more populated areas, not because they're afraid of the industry, but they don't physically have the room to expand. And so we come home from that meeting and we reached out. I just remember sitting on the ground in front of Safeway having this conversation with Governor Gordon and then with Randall Luthi on, we need to get ahead of this and not do what we've done on a lot of our other big projects where our minerals leave the state and we don't have any of the associated industries. And so we were looking to really capitalize on that. So we started working in collaboration in the governor's office and the Wyoming Business Council. At that time, at that time, the Business Council had a young man who was not young, nice guy. Most of the time he's nice, that really started identifying and cold calling these companies that fabricate centrifuges, enrich uranium, say, "You ever been to Wyoming? Why don't you come?" Then he went to the Energy Authority, Marcio did, and continued to work, reached out to BWXT, says, "You ever been to Wyoming? Why don't you come? Let's see, we have a lot to offer." Put together this conference at Laramie of this group of nuclear old guys, like a couple of us here, and it was like a high school reunion. These guys were hugging each other because they hadn't seen each other, and the fun part of that conversation was 2 days, and finally somebody says, "Well, why don't you locate here?" And they said, "Well, you guys just don't have the manufacturing capacity." Mr. Wamler had been invited and was sitting in the room. And it was the most fascinating thing to see, because he says, "Well, like, what do you need?" And so they start using all this technical, and they're talking about these vessels that they need to do. And his response, "Yeah, we can make something that small." And the conversation just shifted for the next hour, talking to him on the capacities of manufacturing in Wyoming. Changed the whole conversation, because people don't understand what we have. BWXT comes to town and then says, "We like what we see. We think we'd like to participate with you." So nobody, Representative Schmidt, came knocking on our door and see if we had a few breadcrumbs that we could share with them. We've worked awful dang hard since that announcement to recruit these companies to come to Wyoming. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cooper.
Follow up?
Oh, follow up?
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson, what, do you remember what year you guys got started with that?
Marcio, when did you hold your meeting? Mr. Chairman, I'm calling a friend.
6
months after TerraPower. Okay. What year was that? 6 months after TerraPower announced that there's going to around your part of the world, Representative Schmidt. I can't remember what year is that. Has that been 3 years ago, 4 years ago? 2021, I'm told by my friend next to me.
Thank you. And then the other two that are interested in the small modulars reactors have come in after that timeframe.
That is correct, and that was largely due to the conferences that the Wyoming Energy Authority hosted. And they came in, there's been a number of inquiries and continue to be with interest in locating to Wyoming. Representative Smith. It's pretty exciting.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got so enthralled with your enthusiasm in that speech, I kind of lost track of my line of thinking there. But I think it's fair to say, and I'm gonna pick your brain with if you agree or don't, but we're not talking about just Radiant here. We've got 5 or 6 companies sitting on the side waiting to see what Wyoming is going to do if Wyoming is going to support the nuclear industry that may or may not benefit specifically from this bill. But what we're looking at is, when I look at the title of this committee, it's Minerals, Business and Economic Development. And I think that's more where we're headed with this. Is people in Wyoming have been begging us for years to come up with a new industry, some diversity to our economy. We're not talking about 250 jobs here. We're probably talking about 2,500 or 3,000 jobs as we introduce a whole new industry to Wyoming. This is the future of Wyoming and the future of generations to come in Wyoming. And it brings us up into the 21st century like the rest of the world is operating today. Is it the ideal industry? I don't know. It's a good, strong industry. There's a lot of growth coming to it. Am I wrong in saying, sir, that this is not just about a little bill for Radiant, which is not specifically written for Radiant, it's a facilities bill. But aren't we looking at something much, much larger than that for the future of Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Cooper, what I am confident in saying is that Radiance will be speaking to you, and they're wonderful people that, we label them as Californians. They all went there to work because that's where investment comes, and they worked with this startup company, which actually Chevron is an investor in. And so now they've got this plan and they place to bring it, as do others. But is Wyoming open for business? And I think that that's the question that we'll be answering over the next short period of time, is if we, as we have talked about this group and others on making business easier to do in Wyoming and taking the barricades out of the road for them to do, and giving security, knowing that there's security in them being here, regulatory security, certainty is the word I was looking for. That's really, really important to them. They've expressed that to us over and over, in others that I've had the privilege, which is not all of them, but others that I've talked to, really talk about the need to have certainty, regulatory certainty, and the ability to, would just give Mr. Chairman a handout to this agency, because to have the ability to just call the Department of Environmental Quality, talk to Brandy as needed, or Nancy, to help them expedite the permitting process or know where they're at in it, has been so wonderful in access to Director Parfit. Hats off to that agency, because I think they've responded in a way that this committee and the legislature has wanted them to.
One more question from Representative Campbell down there.
if I can get this thing to work. I'm really excited about this manufacturing too, but I asked the other day, because there is no, we don't have any nuclear certified manufacturers here, since we're not actually going to be making anything. By manufacturer, does that mean assemble? Does that mean that we're going to bring in components from other countries or other states and assemble them here? I'm just worried about the risk thing. If we assemble these in Wyoming, and let's say we send one to Omaha, Nebraska, and something goes wrong with it, a manufacturer's deal, not necessarily a nuclear spill or anything like that, but just any manufacturer, since we're the manufacturer of assembling it, whatever, what is our risk? And what are we going to actually build? Because I've worked a lot with our facilities around around here, and none of them, there's none in Wyoming that are nuclear certified. So we're not actually going to manufacture anything in Wyoming, at least not for 3 to 5 years. That's what it takes to get certified. Can you speak to that, please, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think to your point, that's why we need to get this bill passed, because we got to start today to get that done, because the intent, and Radiant is going to be up, and please ask them that question, but they will be putting together and doing industrial manufacturing. And that's one of the reasons they liked Casper, is you've got, we can look right out this window and see that big building down there, and the manufacturing that they do. They want it here close to the welding and the stuff that would require nuclear stamp. They'll get that. It's no different than when in oil and gas and everything else that we, welding Inconel for corrosive for H2S saturated gas takes a different type of welder, but we learn how to do that, and we've done that.
Thank you for all that, and I understand that, but these guys are talking about having a project deliver in 2028. That does not fit any of these timeframes, so how does Wyoming employers and Wyoming fit in that until the interim, when we can spend 5 years and millions of dollars to bring us up to speed?
Mr. Chairman, but where I'm getting lost in that question is, who is we? It's Radiant's business. They're a private company. That's their worry. That's their burden. If something goes wrong with their reactor in Omaha, that's their problem to go fix, not the state of Wyoming's. No liability on it. It's theirs. No different than this guy with the hot oiler goes out there, and it's his job to make sure that it's functioning properly, right?
Representative Regan, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My last one.
Oh, really?
Promise. Page 4 talks about the citing, paragraph B, local and state taxes that are estimated to be generated by all aspects of this operation. Let's just take the case of Radiant. It's kind of a unique situation because one of their primary customers is expected to be Department of Defense. So Department of Defense is exempt from sales tax. And of course, a lot of manufacturing equipment is also exempt from sales tax. And then there's also manufacturers and business get a lot of exemptions, even maybe on their property tax and so on and so forth. Could you address that a little bit for me, please?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, a little bit, I can. I think that's right, and I've reached out to the Department of Revenue, because I think that there's categorically, there are exemptions. If you're a government entity on that end product, you don't have to pay a sales tax. Can you charge sales tax on the feedstock used to make that? And then add that to, yes, is there sales tax on the components of your building when you build it? Yes. But then we also see in areas where you have the economy being dominated, for example, we've seen where there's a lot of public land and no tax revenue, like on the reservation, then there's payment in lieu of taxes and that sort of things to governments. So I think that there's I think that it's a fair question, and I think that for those that go to a private to J.R. Riggins LLC, that he's going to have to pay that sales tax, but for governmental entities that typically do not pay sales tax, I think that that's a fair point and something that but I don't think it's, at least in my mind yet, is not clearly answered.
Thank you.
Now, can we go to the director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Todd Parfit, Director of the Department of Environmental Quality, and I'll be brief because I know there's a lot of folks that want to speak to this topic. But what I thought I would do is just give a little background and a history of how we got to where we are today. So first off is Article 15 as part of the Environmental Quality Act 3511-15. Basically, what happened here was that the legislature created Article 15 because radioactive waste storage facilities that were being proposed in the Gas Hills was of great concern, and there was a lot of public interest around that. So this Article 15 was created, and it's good to point out here that the Industrial Siting Act was explicitly not allowed to have jurisdiction under Article 15. So then fast forward to 2020, and the legislature passed Article 21 to allow for the permitting of small modular nuclear reactors, pointing out that we couldn't preempt the NRC, so you couldn't interfere, contradict, or duplicate the NRC. And then in 2022, Article 21 was again was modified or amended by the legislature to provide a pathway for on-site storage of spent nuclear fuel, because on-site storage was really the only option available to a nuclear power plant. And they couldn't move forward past 1504 in the article because, and this would all happen after submitting a report and recommendation after public review and comment. What you needed to have in place for that report to go to the legislature from the agency was the Department of Energy had to issue a final EIS in accordance with law, along with a license application for a permanent repository for high-level radioactive waste. So without making that change that the legislature did to Article 21 back in 2022, TerraPower could not have moved forward. They would have been stuck because there is no permanent repository and there's not one in the foreseeable future. And then lastly, also as part of that change in 2022 to Article 21, Article 15 was changed. And it was changed to amend by, we added 1506 paragraph E, authorizing the storage of, if on the site of and produced by a nuclear power plant generating facility. So the other thing that we did is that we said, and by the way, you're now subject to industrial siting. And so that's where industrial siting came back into the process. And so then when we talk about public comment opportunities, I would say this, is that there are public input opportunities with the NRC through the scoping, NEPA, and licensing process. The Industrial Siting Act provides that a applicant must discuss the project with the local governments. They must be in compliance with all local ordinances and land use plans, and that they provide local governments with notification and a description of the project and opportunity to ask questions at least 30 days prior to the application being submitted. Well, we view that as the applicant needs to have a public meeting at least 30 days before submitting their application. And then lastly, with the industrial siting, is that the parties, the people that can be parties to the Industrial Siting Act hearing are local governments that are within the area that are primarily affected, any person residing in an area that's primarily affected or impacted, and then nonprofit organizations with a chapter in Wyoming, like the Outdoor Council. And also, anybody can provide a limited appearance statement at the hearing with the Industrial Siting Council. Now, those are the opportunities that exist with this bill as it sits. Now, if that's not sufficient in the legislature's eyes, there's always the opportunity to look at 1506E and incorporate additional public input opportunities. So anyway, I'll stop there because just in the interest of time.
Thank you, Director. There are a lot of people from all over the state that have traveled many hours to be here, and we would like to hear from the public as much as possible. So we need to really move along as much as we can and get to public comment, because to spend 4 or 5 hours, 6, 7 hours on the road and not be heard, I think that's a disservice to the public. All right, one question here.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with you totally, and I apologize for this question, but it'll be a quick one. So I'm pleased with this process on the industrial siting side of things. Your other job is to ensure safety and quality for the citizens of Wyoming. We have several industries that we compare to, and we try to level the playing field for all of them to participate in coming to Wyoming. My question is bonding. We bond coal, we bond oil, we bond even a scoria pit if one is built. How do you feel about there being no bonding for Wyoming directly in a situation where you're dealing with nuclear waste?
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Knapp, that's why the provision in the bill draft talks about the financial assurance, and that gives us the opportunity to review that to make sure that it's sufficient. It would be held by the NRC, but it's going to be the Department of Energy that takes ownership if a company were to file Chapter 7 or otherwise dissolve.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up. So in case of a bankruptcy, we would just get in line for that lawsuit for the following year?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Knapp, no, there would be a bond. The bond would just be held by the NRC. Otherwise, you'd have double bonding. But because the NRC or the Department of Energy is the entity that's going to essentially be responsible for managing the spent nuclear fuel installation, it makes sense to me that the bonding requirement falls to the federal agency.
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, I'm finished with our remarks.
You're finished? This is Q&A. Oh. Any more cues? No more cues? All right, we're going to turn it over to you.
Mr. Chairman, committee, I was just here to answer any questions that Director Parfit may not be able to, but off the hook, easy.
All right, no more questions? No more questions? Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Representative Larson, for your testimony, Director and Assistant. And now that portion of the program that everybody's been waiting for, somebody mentioned to me, we the people, somebody out here. Oh, we got Radiant yet? Oh, okay, all right, Radiant, come on up. Come on up.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Jessie Defoe with Radiant, and we appreciate just a comment earlier about making this brief because we really do want to hear from all the community members who are behind us. So we're going to shorten all of our comments, but please do feel free to ask any questions so we can make sure to get those answered. And just to kind of help preface the conversation too, we appreciate your look at this for the nuclear industry as a whole and what this means for Wyoming and what this means for our nation, not only for defense purposes, but also for the energy that is desperately needed throughout our nation. So thank you for the time to be here, and I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves.
Thank you for being here.
Mr. Chair, Committee, thank you for allowing us to speak today. Micaiah Cartman, Senior Operations Manager at Radiant.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having us. Very appreciative of the time to speak to you this afternoon. My name's Rita Barenwall. I'm the Chief Nuclear Officer for Radiant. Before joining Radiant, I had the privilege of being selected by President Trump to serve as Assistant Secretary for Nuclear Energy and Space Administration. Before I joined Radiant, I was also the Chief Technology Officer for Westinghouse, as well as responsible for launching its AP300 small modular reactor. So have a little bit of experience. Actually, I have over 27 years of experience in this industry. And if I could take one moment to explain why I have stayed in this industry. Several years ago, early in my career, I had the privilege of driving a van full of interns to Newport News. I didn't think it was a privilege at the time. I think I had drawn the short straw and had ticked somebody off. But anyway, I drove them to Newport News. And at that time, the Ronald Reagan aircraft carrier was being constructed. And I got to stand inside the reactor compartment area where the reactor was going to go. And I realized that the little bit of fuel that I was making back in Pittsburgh, developing for the US Navy's aircraft carriers and submarines, was going to power that behemoth of a ship and defend my country. Now, I'm not a nuclear engineer, I'm actually a materials engineer by degrees, but that was a turning point for me when I realized the power of uranium, the power it has to defend our country. And if I fast forward to 2 months ago, I joined Radiant to do almost exactly the same thing on a much smaller scale. So Radiant is proud to be the first company to mass produce microreactors. I like to call them a megawatt in a box. And I have a few remarks, but then I really do want to yield our time back to the public and answer questions from you and from them. So a little bit of background about Radiant. We were founded in 2020. Kaleidos is our first reactor, and it's designed to fill major gaps that are needed for power in remote environments or for niche applications. And it can be transported anywhere, and is anywhere the power is needed without the need for regular refueling. Department of Energy selected Radiant to be the first reactor developer to test our reactor concept next year in the DOME experiment at Idaho National Lab. We're going to go in on April 1st of 2026. That is no April Fool's joke, but we're very proud to have been selected to go first. We will be the first US-designed reactor to turn on in 50 years at Idaho National Laboratory, but it's also the first proof point in delivering President Trump's promise to unleash energy independence and boost energy that works for everyone, coal, oil, and nuclear. It's going to be an amazing win for the president, for the country, and potentially for Wyoming, a state here that already leads the nation in uranium mining and energy know-how. Right now, most of Wyoming's uranium gets exported out of the country, and with it, the benefits of what could be the state and the country's most profitable resources. So we want to keep it and the benefits, like jobs, like tax revenue and energy leadership here in Wyoming and in the country. Now, we don't expect that our factory is going to come here alone. We expect to draw suppliers to the area, as we just heard about in the previous discussions, bring hundreds of additional jobs on top of the hundreds that we plan to bring here, all of which can turn Natrona County into the center of a growing, profitable industry that's going to keep our kids and grandkids gainfully employed for generations. And we heard about the younger House members earlier, and that's who we're looking to continue to attract and retain and keep in the state. So that's why I'm here. I promise not to shy away from any question that you may want to ask. I know that there's been a lot of discussion around our potential factory here and our plans to build a microreactor factory here, and there's been a bit of misinformation as well. So we're committed to listening. Representative Tarver, you recently asked us to pump the brakes, and that's what we are willing to do today. So pump the brakes, give everyone a chance to ask their questions, share the information that folks are yearning to have. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions right now, or you have a question? I'm really shocked.
It's the same question I've asked everybody. Can you tell me what manufacturing is? Because in your guys' timeline, you guys are going to deliver a unit to Hill Air Force Base in 2028 with no manufacturers certified in Wyoming, with nobody able to actually build anything here. Are we looking that Wyoming's role is going to be more of an assembly process? Because everything that I've been in the oil and gas industry for 30 years, and I've dealt with a lot of these machine shops, and they simply do not have the fabrication techniques, and it's going to take 3 to 5 years for them just to get certified, and then tens of millions of dollars to upgrade their equipment, clean rooms and such. So I am curious, you guys seem to have this all planned out. Do you guys already have components to where we're going to bring these in from other countries, perhaps other states, and assemble them there?
I'll let Makai answer that one.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell. So we are a manufacturing center, and so we will have welders on site, we will have machinists on site, and so we'll actually be doing manufacturing within our facility. Obviously, we can't do everything, especially day one, and so we will be partnering with outside industry and bringing in different assembled materials into our facilities. And so I also just want to clarify, and so part of the reason for us intending to come to Natrona County is because of all the services and fabrication centers that already exist today. And so just to clarify, not every piece within our reactor needs to be nuclear qualified. And so there are exceptions and pieces that never touch any piece of the reactor. And so there's already several different companies that I've personally visited and talked to within Natrona County that already meet the capabilities of some of the components that we need. And we've already started the conversation of not 2028, but 5 years from now, as you mentioned, of how long it might take to get these resources up to par of what we need for the Nuclear Commission. They're working on looking at what does it take to get those certifications. And so we're starting those conversations and are happy to help support local fabricators in the area.
Very good, thank you. JR, no, you said that was your last question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see you again. One of my questions, I've always been interested, you talked about storing multiple reactors fuel in a solitary cask. I mean, they indicated that by how much fits in one and the 20% space for so on and so forth. So I'm really interested in, are you just, typically they just pull the rods and they store those, correct? That's kind of the standard. I'm abbreviating a lot of steps in there. They're not putting the whole reactor in the cask. So I'm interested, if it isn't proprietary, how that process works, or have you already designed it, or is that something to be determined?
So Mr. Chairman and Representative Riggins, we are continuing to work with our supply chain community, including the cask vendors. But if I could illustrate, I brought a few show and tells, and I'm happy to pass them around. So the fuel that we're talking about is TRISO particles, and I don't want to steal BWXT's thunder, so I'm not going to get too far into it. But these are surrogate particles that will then be pressed into compacts that are solid. And then I brought this to illustrate what these particles actually look like in a cross-section. It's kind of like a gobstopper candy, if you've ever had one of those or broken your teeth on one of them. It's uranium in the middle, surrounded by carbon, and then silicon carbide and carbon again. So you've got 4 layers of defense in depth protecting from the uranium fission products. So you're correct, sir, that the fuel, only the fuel from the reactor is going to be put into the cask, not the reactor itself. We intend to save that precious resource and refuel the reactor with fresh fuel and then ship it right back out to the customer so that they can continue to use it for years to come.
Thank you. Any other questions? Other questions? Yep. Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to follow up to that, so when a unit comes in to be refueled, is that 100% of that fuel that's going to be replaced, and what gets left behind as waste as a percentage?
So Mr. Chairman and Representative Knapp, sorry, excuse me. It's the fuel that gets removed and will be put into the cask. I don't envision that there's going to be excess waste. It's the used fuel, and then we want to reuse that entire reactor system and refuel it, put fresh fuel in, and send it back out to the customer.
I think that's my misunderstanding, is used fuel cannot be repurposed at this point if it's TRISO. So is that going to sit as just 100% of taking out that old fuel and then sending out the new? How is that the percentage?
Correct. What percentage do you mean?
Well, it's 100%.
Correct, yes, it's 100%. So in this reactor concept, which is different than commercial reactors, when fuel is removed in commercial reactors, it's usually 1/3 at a time. In this reactor, it will be 100%.
Oh, yes. Nina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. My question is, I know that you have made some comments about, you're waiting for this upcoming test that you'll be doing to see how that works out, and that you've indicated that you have enough finances or capital to get through to that test. What happens if that first test fails? Is Radiant still in the picture? Do you have enough funds to keep going?
So Mr. Chairman, Representative Weber, that's the beauty of being a test is, if everything goes well, that's great. But because it is a test, it is highly censored, and we're highly monitoring it. And we have up to a year to be in that facility. DOE has given us a year. Our plan was to have what's called full power days, 60 full power days. And so we can take up to a year to accumulate those 60 full power days. If the team is ready to iterate, if we do see nuances in the test, and let's say there is some sort of failure, we're ready to iterate and address that. And Makai, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. Okay. Yep.
Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At what stage, and to say following the testing, at what stage can you start making your application for the NRC permit?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, we are already working with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. We are in what's called pre-engagement. All of you can take a look at the pre-engagement plan if you would like. We talked about how boring spent nuclear fuel is to watch in a cask. Sitting through one of our white paper briefings might be close competition for that excitement, but there is a lot of transparency when any reactor developer works with the NRC. Any of us can go, the general public can go and see which developers have applied, what their status is, what progress or not that they have made. And so we are currently in what's called pre-engagement. We have submitted white papers to the NRC, including one just last night approved actually to be submitted while I was at the airport in getting ready to come here. So And the reason for white papers is to provide the NRC communication early and often, so they have the opportunity to ask us questions, so that when the time comes and they receive our application, we have hopefully addressed almost every single question they could traditionally have sent us in the form of a RFI, which is a request for additional information. It costs a lot of money, and it takes a lot of time. And we want to be ready to not only meet the president's challenge of going critical by July 4th of next year, which we will do in Dome, but then also to provide reactors to our clients, and one of them is the United States. And so it's important that we work with the regulator early, often, so that when the license review time comes, it's as swift as can possibly be. I will also say, though, the NRC's first and foremost mission is to protect the health and safety of the public and the environment.
Good, thank you. Okay, now, did I understand that you're going to stay around and maybe answer some of the questions that come up
Mr.
We can
Chairman.
all do
from
that.
the
Yes.
population? Yeah, good. Oh, Representative Smith,
Yes, thank you, Mr.
go
Chairman.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Ms. Barinwall, for being here. Question is, does the reactor itself wear out? And if so, I mean, does there come a point where it can't be refueled because of its age? And if so, what happens to that reactor? What do you do with it? Thank you.
Do you want to answer that? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so we've baselined that our reactor is, the actual unit itself is good for 20 years. And so that's a conservative estimate. So at that 20-year mark and it comes back in for refueling, we will evaluate if that's something that can be redeployed to the field to additional customers. However, at that point, there will be waste that's generated from that radiation contamination within that unit. And so we will work to identify which parts will be sent to different waste facilities across the US. And so, for instance, there's some in Texas and some in Utah that take low and medium level waste. And so that's where those additional pieces will be sent.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, close to that too is what we see right now happening in the medical industry. So this is commonplace right now in Wyoming and across the US.
But you would replace units in pieces inside that unit, send the unit back out, send the pieces to recycle, right?
During the 20-year period, if there are certain components that need to be replaced, we will replace those components, ensure that the safety and the operation of the reactor.
But at the end of 20 years?
By the end of the 20 years, if we've determined that we can't use that unit anymore, then we will create a whole new unit to use.
Oh. So 4 turns.
That's correct.
Any follow-up?
No
Representative
follow-up,
Smith?
thank you. No follow-up,
Okay.
thank you.
You have a question down there?
I do, Mr. Chairman, and thank you guys for being here. Could you guys walk me through the deregulatory, when you guys go to decommission these? Well, first, while it's still running, can you guys describe to me, give me an outline of your security plan and what you plan, how you plan on setting this out? Any safety checks? Because I assume, like a trucker going down the road, they got to stop and check their load. What are your inspection requirements and everything for this portable unit when you're going up and down, most specifically between going to and coming back from? And then what is your plan to, when I'm going to make an educated guess that you guys want to test the machine and make sure it works before you subject it to impact testing and such. Anyway, can you kind of give me an outline? Because what is the security going to look like with these vehicles going up and down Wyoming's highways? What is the safety that's going to be there? What kind of requirements are our counties? Most of our counties are hard pressed for ambulances, but will this require hazmat teams? What's the response level going to be on a statewide level? Thank you.
That's kind of a big question. Can you get back to Representative offline, please.
I can, and I have experience in that, so I'm happy to have that conversation,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? We look forward to you staying around tonight till the wee hours of the morning.
Whatever it takes, we're here.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we're going to start the public input, and we're going to start with legislators. Any legislators in the room want to talk? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is a new practice of the Wyoming legislature to allow legislators to dominate the conversation from we the people. And so I would just like to let that be known that the purpose of the public meeting is to hear from you, because I can hear from my colleagues all the time. So I just want to caution us from pontificating a little too much about our opinions on the topic and rather hear from those that don't have access to us as frequently in this public forum. So as the hour is 4 p.m., and all they've heard from is primarily legislators on this topic, which is really great for us for some airtime, I'm not sure it's good for the public. So I just want to let my opinion be known on that matter for we the people. Thank you.
So please be brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Nethercott, my name is Bill Alamand. I am the representative of House District 58, and I'm not going to filibuster. I do wish I had the time that everybody else has had here today, but I have a whole bunch of constituents behind me that I'd like to hear from. I'm cutting this about a quarter of what I'd like to say. I have spent my summer doing this. I've put a lot of dollars in this. I've ran polls, which you guys have in front of you. I'm going to be very brief. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Bill Alamand, representative for House District 58, and I am in strong opposition to the proposed 26 LSO 73. This legislation would authorize spent fuel and high-level radioactivity active waste storage sites under the control of private advanced nuclear reactor manufacturers located right here in Wyoming. I support innovation in energy, but this is not innovation. This is an open door to letting Wyoming become the nation's radioactive dumping ground under the vague promise of jobs and economic opportunity. This bill proposes that advanced nuclear manufacturers be allowed to store their spent fuel on site indefinitely. But there is no realistic path for removing that waste. The federal government has failed for decades to establish a permanent repository, and until that happens, there's no guarantee that it even will. This waste isn't going anywhere. Once it's here in our borders, we're stuck with it. The proposed legislation does include requirements for reporting, license, and financial review, but reporting is not enforced. Licensing is not containment. And a financial review is not a financial guarantee. The Department of Environmental Quality is directed to review a developer's decommission plan and cost estimates, but it is not required to secure a bond or independently enforce financial assurance. There is no state-managed escrow, none. And I got a lot more on this, but I'm going to quit that because I want my people to talk. I would like you to take just a second. You have a copy of the last poll I ran. This poll was ran last Thursday before my 4th town hall that I had on the subject. I put on, this was done by a professional pollster, and I've been accused of skewing it in one way to get what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. I did not want to skew it because I want to know what these people behind me think so that I can represent them. So I gave you the questions, and you can see that they are very neutral questions. Then I've also been accused on social media, which I can take, that I didn't even run a poll. I just made up figures. The back of your handout that I gave you this morning has the actual results of that poll. I would like you to look at it. 72% of the people in my district do not want wasted radioactive fuel in their backyards. Do not want it. And with that, I'm going to take in questions and I'm going to get out of here so others can. But I did. I could have been up here all afternoon, but I wished I would have had the same time that others were, that was available to others. Thank you.
You bet. Any questions for Representative Alaman? Yes, Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Alaman, do you feel like we have a responsibility at least address the president's executive orders as a state and as citizens of Wyoming and as citizens of the United States?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Cooper, thank you for that question. I have a responsibility to the House people of 58 that I represent. That's where my responsibility lies. And I take that very seriously. I took an oath of office to protect those people, to protect their health and safety. And if I've ever voted for this, I would not be protecting their health or their safety in my mind. And I urge a no vote on this bill.
Okay, no other questions. And thank you, Representative Landon. Hold your applause. I said no applause. God damn it. Or we can quit. All right, are there any other legislators going to speak? Anybody else going to speak? There are no more legislators? So, front row here, right here on the front row. Now, remember, we have 5 minutes. That last one was 4.5 minutes.
And I'll be brief, but I'll go ahead and jump in.
Okay.
My name is Sharon Buccino, and I am here serving and representing the Powder River Basin Resource Council. Nancy McCann is here with me. As I mentioned yesterday, Powder River has about 1,500 people. Some of them live in the Powder River Basin. Some of them live outside of that. Many of our members recognize the importance of energy diversification and economic opportunities that come with it. And nuclear energy can play a key part of such diversification. Some of our members also live in communities that would be directly affected by the manufacture and subsequent refueling of small nuclear reactors to be transported and used elsewhere. In fact, the issues and action being discussed here today, because of the transportation involved and the authorization of the storage of spent fuel associated with manufacture across the state that is in this bill, they do have the potential to affect citizens across Wyoming. And I just want to shared a little bit about Powder River, but I want to just share a little bit about myself and why and how I'm sitting at this table. Some of you may know that I did practice as an attorney for a national environmental organization in Washington, D.C. And what happens in Washington does matter. But I learned what is more important is the hard work on the ground of implementation. And that's why I came to Wyoming with my husband 5 years ago to Laramie to teach at the university, at the law school there, teaching legislation, local government. Second, some of you may know that I was affiliated with the last administration, and I did have the privilege of running the Office of Surface Mining, Reclamation, and Enforcement at the Interior Department. In that role, I went there. I didn't want to go back to DC, but I went there because of the positive impact that I could have on coal communities in Wyoming and across elsewhere in the country. That involved getting millions of dollars out the door to Wyoming for abandoned mine land reclamation, but it also involved walking the ground at Antelope Mine with Todd Parfit, Kyle Wetland and seeing for real that active mining was necessary to get the reclamation to happen. So I'm bringing that experience to this conversation. Just to sum up, I want to emphasize the importance of effective community engagement, but also efficient community engagement. Nobody really just wants to talk forever. It needs to lead somewhere, but people want to be heard. They want to understand that what they're saying is counted in the decision-making. And I would offer that it is important that providing the information, we got some of it today, but not all of it, from unbiased experts to the community should happen before and not after the authorization of the storage of nuclear waste. I'll just end by endorsing the recommendation for a third meeting of this committee. I would suggest that it zero in on the pieces of information that are relevant to the manufacturer, like we heard from Radiant today, that fills the gap of, you got very helpful information from the Department of Energy, but it was this high-level context, and there was lots of questions related to what we're dealing with right now here in Wyoming that were not answered and that were not really on the Department of Energy's radar. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
just real quickly, just to help hone in on what you heard, those questions that were asked and not answered, to help the committee hear what answers we need to obtain for the public.
The one that most immediately comes to mind is about the transportation, because what was addressed was how and the types of casks that would be used to store the spent fuel. But of course, the reactors that they are manufacturing then are being transported out of the state, but through the state, right? And so the specifics related to that transportation mode would be at the top of my list.
I'm Nancy McCann, Chairman and Committee. I would add some specifics for the bill. Since this bill anticipates that there may be more manufacturing facilities on the horizon that will utilize other manufacturing industries within the state as a partner, it indicates that there may be, and this is the question that I don't know, and I hope someone can answer, that there may be an incidental possession of any type of nuclear fuel as part of the manufacturing process. So if clarification could be provided, that would be most useful, because when you start the business wheel going and everybody has a piece of that puzzle as they're in that manufacturing process, we don't know if there might be something incidental as to possession of any radioactive materials. Since we don't know, that's a question that needs to be clarified and answered. And if the answer is no, it's not going to happen, well, then that's great. Because when you have other facilities that may come into any town within Wyoming, it's not just limited to Bar None or any other place. It could be in Cody, it could be in Jackson, it could be any other place in the state. We could have 10 manufacturers. So we will have nuclear pockets within the state. And so other communities are going to be faced with the same thing that Bar None has been going through. And it all based upon what Sharon brought up, is having additional time, distribution of factual and unbiased information. And all this needs to run parallel, because communication is important, but more important than that is the relationships that you build through that communication, through consortiums, through other stakeholder meetings, other town halls that are statewide, not just limited to just one area, because this is a bill for the state, not a bill for just Bar None or Radiant. And so I would leave it at that. And I commend you for your effort to taking the public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. One more person.
Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson, Chairman Heiner, and other members of the committee. My name is Kathy Klein, citizen of Sheridan County for 19 years. Previously, I lived 2 hours away from Hanford, Washington, and family members with exposure to nuclear fallout testing impact areas in Idaho State. I would like to approach this committee as a concerned citizen of Wyoming. I come before you today as if it was a window of my past experience and knowledge. During the last minerals meeting, we were told by our officials that the cast systems would be safe for 40 to 80 years. However, the casts that were used at Hanford in 1995 were Type C cast storage units and are 30 years old. The retention basin from 1944 to 1971 were 27 years old. Hanford has 56 million gallons of high-level radioactive waste and retention basin liquid waste that are compromised to this day. Repeated warnings preceded the collapse of Hanford Tunnel storing deadly waste. The neglect followed a blunt warning 5 times that the tunnels were not safe repository and that the waste should be moved elsewhere. My concern to this committee is the technology proposed today is demonstrational and experimental. This is going to be part of Wyoming's cleanup for our future. The active cleanup is now estimated to run in Washington State $589.4 billion through 2086 and is evaluated every 3 years. In Wyoming, are we financially prepared for this type of hazardous cleanup for our future? The Department of Energy Office of Environmental Management, as of June 18th, 2025 at 11:16 a.m., stated crews at Hanford site in Washington State are preparing for the site's first ever transfer of radioactive waste to be transported in a transfer unknown locations. The residents of the Tri-Cities have been in the forefront of these massive issues, stating Hanford's cleanup isn't just a federal project, it's their backyard. And the residents of 7 counties in Idaho have been battling for 70 years with cancer, radioactive exposure, just to be heard to the present day. Having lived in these areas, I have seen the experience firsthand and forthcoming. The personal tolls that it has taken upon our community, and personally my family, financially, emotionally, health, and environmentally. As an elementary student, I can recall our radiation emergency response drills for the fallout. I remember being terrified under my desk. This is so familiar to me. I can recall when the DOE and Hanford assessed and took land through eminent domain from 7 Native American tribes because of low population. The NRC and DOE felt it was a low-risk area with an abundance of water from the Columbia River, which they survived on, which now is compromised for generations, and the land is unusable, at which time, when they clean up, they said they will give it back to them. Can Wyoming afford this risk? Just for your information, Hanford is the worst nuclear disaster in Western Hemisphere. You don't have to believe me or anything I have to say. For complete information, I would refer you to the website hanford.gov. A 1977 National Cancer Institute study, also the Idaho Downwinders, a nonprofit organization representing people, my family, who have lived in the fallout of US-tested nuclear weapons above ground in Nevada. For all the public information on these topics, I oppose this bill 25 LSO 02506. And I would like to also make a comment to Senator Cooper. Sir, with all due respect, my family has No, it's no
no.
insult, sir. It's not an
No,
insult.
let's not do these personal things.
It's not meaning in that way.
Sounds
and I-
pretty personal to me.
Well, I just want to respond to what he said to us as our patriotic duty, sir. That's all I want to,
Now,
just,
let's refrain from getting into personal stuff.
all right.
If you have anything else, that'd be fine.
I would, as a personal person for me then, not to direct to any of the legislators. My family has given their life for 3 generations that have passed away and that cannot come and speak to you. So I speak for them. And sorry, but it is very personal to me because they've lost their lives. So I apologize, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. You just were 6 seconds under, 600ths under 5 minutes. Very good job.
I told you
Very
I
good
timed
job.
myself.
Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. One more right here.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Rosemary Saban, a Natrona County resident. I heard "We the People." I'd like to tell you about we the people of Natrona County. April 15th, 2025, there was a Board of County Commissioners meeting, a work session. Advance Casper and a Radiant rep attended to discuss their nuclear project. During public comment, I asked the question, what's the process going forward? Interestingly, the chairman said he's a firm believer in transparency across the board. Representative of House District 35 asked for clarity on the process going forward and the question of ensuring public comment 3 separate times. The chairman responded to that representative's questions. I personally can't answer that right now because I don't have enough information. May 6th, Board of County Commissioners had another work session. The Business Ready Community Grant in support of Radiant was the discussion. No public comment. June 17th, 2025, Natrona County Board of Commissioners supported sending a letter to this committee regarding the Radiant Nuclear Project. Following that, 3 commissioners voted to support Resolution 24-25, the Advance Casper request for our application, $25 million from the Wyoming Business Council. The only public comment taken was from House District 58 representative and myself briefly because I pushed for it. So Chapter 1, Section 9, pages 1 through 6 of the Wyoming Business Council rules, I'll summarize. An applicant is required to inform and educate the public and business community to the greatest extent possible. The applicant must make readily available to the public access to the application and associated materials. I contacted Advance Casper on June 30th by phone requesting a copy of the application at 8:50 a.m. I received an email at 10:43 a.m. denying my request.
Rosemary, are you talking about this bill or are you talking?
I'm talking about,
Now, settle down.
I'm talking about
Settle
we the
down.
people, and I'm talking about what has happened and how this has been shoved through and why you need to simmer down
Well.
and not shove it through.
You are out of order. You're done. You're done. The fellow with the kids, he can be next.
You forget who the hell you work for.
You bet. You betcha.
We did not get
You're
public
out of
notice. Public
We'll have you
comments,
removed.
public testimony, nothing.
Yeah, right.
You're shoving it through. And now
Yeah.
Bar 9 wants to cover for their asses.
Yeah, you got it. You have a couple children and
Yes, I do.
you'd like to get done.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's been a long day. This is very important to the town of Bar None. I'm a resident. I live at off of Goosewing Street in Bar None, about 2 blocks from their school. When considering to move to Bar None, my family said, you know, this is a beautiful family community. We have 3 parks. We have a baseball diamond for the kids to play in. We have a splash pad that the Boys and Girls Clubs come at from Glen Rock, come at from all the surrounding towns to visit in this area and stuff. I can tell you, just out of fear of this project being 1 mile away from our homes, let alone having nuclear waste storage, in the past month, even before they plan to break ground next year, in the past month alone, we've had 14 houses go on the market. I have people who have spoken after me at City Town Council who are like, you know, we moved here for our family, but when we look at on Google, who gets nuclear radiation exposure first, adults or kids? And it's kids, because they're developing their system faster, they can rapidly grow cancers in their bodies faster than fully grown adults. So these people are like, you know, we moved here for a family community. We did not move here to expose kids to this kind of a danger. We wondered how there could be such a momentum behind this type of a project being within 1 mile when the nuclear exclusion zones by the NRC says that a plume exclusion zone starts at 10 miles. And that covers Evansville and Mills too, and some of the other surrounding towns. And then you have what's called an ingestion exclusion zone, which goes out to 50 miles. And when we start talking about loss in property values, out of the 14 houses that went on the market in this past month, and I've spoken to real estate agents who say there's more market research being done in people who are selling on top of those 14 houses. I look at the loss in property value as it sits right now, just because there's already a house on the market with a matching floor plan of our own home. We purchased for $295,000. Our house was appraised at $320,000, and now the equal housing floor plan is selling for $285,000. You know, for as much talk as there is about the business and the money that this will bring, it doesn't talk about the priceless community that we already have and not being able to put a price on that. And for all the legislation that makes it easier for them to come here, I wonder why there isn't any legislation that says that they have to stay at least 10 miles or more away from a housing community. We have other industry and energy in here in Wyoming that will bus their employees 20 minutes or more away from their houses where housing is. I just don't understand why it is that Radiant can't do that, especially if they're a $1 billion facility and they have the money to dig their own infrastructure and they don't have to hijack ours. Because that's what it seems like will ultimately happen here, is because I've seen David and Goliath cases where there have been up to 20 years of litigation from an energy company who butts up next to a community, and then they have to argue for 10 to 20 years in litigation about who gave who cancer, how many people can't have kids, and the bond that was supposed to clean up the spills or clean up those things. But the bond is not just for the cleanup, it's to compensate family members of dead loved ones. So I just want that stuff to be taken into consideration when we talk about putting something so dangerous in our back door and backyard and opening a precipice for not only the company that's arguing for it, but every other company, because they've talked about 5 other ones. And I'm not trying to scare people to move. Like I said, this is a beautiful family community. And this communication that these companies want to have with these people, there have been suggestions about better ways to do it, as far as giving the people in the district a voice, making a social media page like we have the Stop Radiant page, so that we could have a vote amongst the people in the district where it's going to be, or maybe even putting it on the ballot as opposed to leaving it up to the district leaders alone to vote on, because this affects all the people of Wyoming. There's even been suggestions about people not just from the company who are out of state coming in and talking to the people in these neighborhoods, but having people who are from the neighborhood walk with them in this stuff. So that's more reassuring, having somebody who lives where you live talk to you about these things, as opposed to somebody who may not support your family values because they're not necessarily from where we are. You know, I respect you guys greatly for listening and hearing us out. You know, a lot of us have waited here, and I feel like the people behind me have a great interest in speaking about the land and the protection of the land, even more than what I would. And I just wanted to say thank you for hearing the voice of somebody who actually lives in that community, who may be affected by that, and try and reassure us that we don't need to sell our homes to get away from something that may be dangerous to our children. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, if the speaker could just introduce himself for purpose of the minutes.
Alex Sharrow. My name's Alex Sharrow. Alex Sharrow.
I'm Ryan Perry, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to draw your attention to a serious an unresolved problem in our nation's energy policy, nuclear waste storage. While nuclear energy is often praised for its ability to generate consistent power, the reality is that it produces high-level radioactive waste that remains lethal for thousands of years. In the United States, we've already accumulated more than 80,000 metric tons of spent nuclear fuel, most of which is stored on-site at nuclear power plants, either in cooling pools or dry cask containers. These were never intended as permanent solutions. We have no national repository for this waste, and every year more is added and no clear long-term strategy. This is not just a technical issue, it's a public safety risk. The threat of accidents, terrorism, container failure, or natural disasters pose a very real danger to our communities, our water supplies, and future generations. The cost of nuclear waste management and decommissioning plants is enormous. Add that to the price of constructing and maintaining these nuclear facilities, often requiring billions in taxpayer subsidies, and the economic argument quickly erodes. We must ask ourselves, if nuclear energy leaves us with toxic waste we can't safely store, what better alternatives do we have? The answer lies in stable, low-risk sources. Geothermal energy offers consistent round-the-clock power with a small land footprint and zero emissions. It's underutilized and should be aggressively expanded. Hydropower remains one of the most reliable sources of clean energy, especially when modernized to minimize environmental impacts. And advanced coal, natural gas systems can now stabilize the grid without relying on nuclear plants. These technologies are proven, scalable, and most importantly, they don't leave behind radioactive waste. I'm not saying nuclear should be abandoned entirely, but if it is to remain on the table, it must be held to the highest safety standards and a clear, long-term waste storage strategy, neither of which we currently have. We owe it to the next generation to make smarter, safer, and more sustainable choices. Let's invest in energy solutions that protect both our environment and our economy for the long term. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Matt Keating, citizen born and raised in Wyoming, recovering politician who happens to have 8 kids. Mr. Chairman, if I'd have known that would have helped me go first, I would have mentioned that earlier. Members of the committee, I don't know that I have anything to add today. I just wanted to make some comments because I think it's a very important issue. Bottom line, we're chasing demand. A large part of the increasing demand is due to the construction of data centers and the race to keep up with AI and soon to be artificial superintelligence, not to mention quantum computing. The AI race gives a number of promising possibilities with new pharmaceuticals, new alloys, and apparently winning or losing the AI race may have national security implications. This progression of data development will continue no matter what Wyoming does, if we choose to get on board or if we do not. It's forecasted that demand for electricity will double in the next 4 years and only continue to increase. The data centers are being built all over North, South Dakota, Arizona, and the electric rates increase where these data centers are being built. The residences next to the data centers in Arizona, their electric rates are up 30%. More than 20 data centers have been built in Cheyenne, and Meta intends to build the largest data center in the world in Cheyenne, and I welcome them. Personally, my home electric bill's never been higher. The increasing cost for electricity is hitting the pocketbooks, Mr. Chairman, especially hard. Wyoming's always been an energy producer, and we should continue to grow in our understanding of new ways to meet our growing need. We have developed and are enjoying the benefit of new technologies. Not every state has embraced fracking. We have, and we've grown because we have. We use CO2 in oil recovery, and we've benefited because we have. Wyoming can and should move forward with nuclear energy as an informed and well-educated government and citizenry. This should include a conversation with an intelligent, informed conversation about holding waste deposits beyond allowed, uninformed. We are not a dumping ground. We need not be afraid. Producing electricity from nuclear power has been around for more than 40 years. Uranium, once again, is being produced in the Shirley Basin, and I'm glad to see it. In closing, it's all about demand. Finding the electricity we need will be a challenge. It's been said that you don't always go to war with the army you want. You go to war with the army that you have. Our best chance to meet our country's growing electrical demand is with the smart and safe environmental use of oil, gas, coal, and Mr. Chairman, yes, uranium, nuclear power. Wyoming has a long relationship with uranium, and we're better off today because we have, and we'll have a brighter future if we do. Thank you for your time. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Avila Ray Friday, and I'm here today to talk with the Mineral Committee meeting and the chairman here. I'm here on a personal mission because I come from outside of Riverton. I live on the Wind River Indian Reservation. I'm Northern Arapaho. My son is here with me for support. His name is 3 Stars Friday. We are here because you wanted some input from we the people. We are Native American people and we are stewards of this land. We were told to always take care of our land, our water, the air, the people that are here. And in my area, I have an trust site that was brought to our area about 50 years ago. I'm 61. I've lived in this area my whole life, right next to it, just 1 mile up the road. I am having health problems now from it. All my relatives that live on the reservation surrounding the trust site have passed away from cancer-related illnesses, male diseases, female diseases. Mine is personal because I was diagnosed 4 years ago with double breast cancer, and it was different cancer in each breast. So I was stage 3 when it was found. And so I opted to go for drastic measures to save my life. I went to University of Colorado, and that's where I received treatment. And that's a long ways to go for treatment, for you to get chemo, to get radiation, and come back home and drive all that way. I mean, we're tough in Wyoming. We can do this, but for our older people, they refuse to get treatment because it's just too long of a trip to be getting treatment. It costs too much. It is a big drain on your family, both emotionally and financially. So that's something that I never want anyone to experience, especially our babies and our kids, our elders, just the community in general. We have a lot of people facing cancer diagnosis. You know, I never wished to ever have this disease, but now that I've had it, you almost have to die to beat it. And I'm one of the lucky ones. I've had a lot of relatives pass on because of this exposure to this meal tailings, uranium. It has contaminated our water. We can no longer use our water that we drilled for a water well. We were told that we need to get on a water line. Just recently, they did start putting in a water line for us. Okay, so then the surrounding areas, we noticed when we were kids, we would walk through these areas and pick berries, tea, wild tea. We would hunt, we would fish. And then we started to notice our animals. We would find frogs with 3 legs. We had people running cattle and horses on these areas. There was a cow that had a calf with 2 heads. They did not last very long. We found a snake with 2 heads. And so that really concerned us at that time. And my leaders at that time did not step up and say, we are contaminated. As I grew older and did research, I said, okay, this is what's happening to us now. And so they came back and they are starting to look at it. Because we're an UMTRUST site, we have an oxbow that is, does anybody know what an oxbow is? Okay.
Go ahead.
An oxbow is, it's like a pond that has pooled before it goes into the Little Wind River. And it is contaminated. It's not going to be contaminated for 1,500 years, 2,000. It's going to be there for 1,000,000 years. When it rains, when we have floods, that contamination rises. It goes into the Little Wind, which flows into the Big Wind. Now we're telling our people, do not swim in that water, don't fish, don't hunt, and don't pick your medicines or your plants that we use through the winter time, because that's what we ingest it into our systems. We don't know what kind of cancer our kids are facing. That is a big expense financially. Today, I sat here for almost 7 hours now waiting for this chance to speak with you. And I'm glad you guys sat here all this time just to listen to me and my family. Like I said, I had a lot of support from my family. You know, we had fundraisers, they did raffles, we did everything. We saved that money, we made it to Denver and back. And so that's why I'm here today to tell you that we stand behind Bar None. We stand behind Midwest in stating we do not want this nuclear radiant program here, this business. These people are coming to our country. This is our country. We're Native Americans. They are contaminating our lives here. Our lifespan is not going to be very long. My kids' lifespan is not going to be very long. We know that. But when you bring it closer and closer to us in our area, when you start to store nuclear peptides, whatever this causes, it causes cancer. And like I said, you almost have to die to beat this disease. And it's not any carnival or rodeo that, you know, you're going to just go to and come back from. You know, you lose all your hair, you lose weight, you know, there's all these health problems. Now I'm facing more tests in the future because I had 2 separate diagnoses of cancer. Like I said, I'm speaking for my people, the Northern Arapaho. These people are trying to get their point across that they don't want it here. We need to listen to them. You need to hear what I have to say, being a Native American in this area. And so I'm glad that I stayed and that I had the floor here to express my feelings, personal feelings, that this has been a tough road for me. So thank you very much. Committee members and chairman, ha-ho, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
I had one last thing I wanted to read to
Oh,
you.
yeah.
And this is just a poster that one of my kids had in their room, and they said, Mom, they said, maybe you should take them this poster and show them what we are talking about. And so it says, only after the last tree has been cut down, only after the last river has been poisoned, only after the last fish has been caught, only then will you find that money cannot be eaten. Ha-ho. Thank you.
Oh, very good. Very good. Thank you. I think they want to get some pictures with your thing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Nethercutt.
He's gone, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As many of you may know, I did grow up in Riverton and I'm familiar with that situation, but I'm not sure the history was really relayed. And so there was a uranium mine or a uranium mill in operation from 1958 to 1963 that did contaminate the water, and it's still contaminated to this day. And it took a long time to uncover that, and that work is still in progress. And so I grew up with these conversations occurring right here because the uranium mining waste, it wasn't nuclear, but the uranium mining waste that causes cancer needed to be stored somewhere. It's stored in the gas hills. But the water is permanently contaminated there from that uranium mining operation that ended in 1963.
add a footnote. My grandparents owned the land where the site was placed. At that time, they were told of eminent domain. And so there was two brothers from Riverton that brought that plant to us, and they had it declared eminent domain. And my family was told to move out of the area in 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Mr. Clem, would you like to go next? Do you need to get going? Oh, no? Oh, okay. Okay, all right. All right, go ahead. Fire at will.
Good afternoon. My name is Dylan Connor. I work for the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security. I was requested to be here by Representative Larson just to bring light to that I handle the transportation of radioactive waste through the state of Wyoming.
Pull that microphone closer to your mouth.
A little better, sir. I handle the radioactive transportation of radioactive waste through the state of Wyoming. I know WIP was mentioned a few times today, and I know transportation was brought up the last go-around that I was here. And so I won't take up any more time. I think there's some other individuals here that want to speak, but I would like for you all to reach out to me with any questions or concerns. I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Next.
I guess that would be me. Good to see you guys again. I hope I'm dressed a little better today. Once again, I apologize for yesterday. My name is Ken Hume. I live on Zuni Trail in Bar None. That's the very back road in Bar None now, about as close to this new facility as you can get. I grew up in a little town called Powell, Tennessee. Powell is located slightly closer to Knoxville than to Oak Ridge, Tennessee, but not by much. So I've grown up, I've spent, from the time I was 5 years old up until I was 26, I've spent in the shadow of Oak Ridge, Tennessee. I have dozens to hundreds of friends that I graduated from high school with that worked at Oak Ridge, many of them in the hot zones, or what's considered a hot zone. It's not active, it's just there's nuclear stuff going on. And I just recently lost two of those friends. They were 96, excuse me, they were 96 and 94 years old. I have no fear of radiant going in close to my home, absolutely none. I do have some concerns about, oh, sorry, the guy next to me changed. I do have some questions about transportation and the logistics of a lot of things and how money is going to change hands between the county and to Bar None, if it does, and I sure hope it does. But you know, that can all be worked out later on down the road. But as far as right now, I stand in favor of the Radiant facility going in.
Okay, thank you, Kent.
Thank you.
Oh, you got it. Next.
Mr. Chairman and committee, my name is Tristy Thomas. I am currently a junior in the construction management program at the University of Wyoming. I grew up right here in Casper in a family that has been involved in the nuclear industry for nearly 50 years. In the late 1970s, my grandfather built the Bison Basin uranium mine in the Red Desert. Later, my grandfather, along with my mom and dad, helped develop another uranium mine in the Powder River Basin. The nuclear industry in Wyoming has provided my family with a strong quality of life and countless opportunities for success. It has also proven to be a safe and secure industry thanks to the strict regulations that protects its workers and communities. As a young professional in Wyoming, I am incredibly excited about the prospect of the new Radiant facility. The opportunities it brings right here at home are truly inspiring. From a construction standpoint, a facility of this scale will create a major project that can offer a wide range of jobs to Wyoming residents, especially for those of us just starting out in our careers. Beyond construction, once the facility is operational, it will continue to generate long-term stable jobs and contribute positively to the local economy. These jobs will be especially attractive to young adults like me who are eager to begin meaningful careers. Programs that focus on career and technical education in STEM will play a key role in preparing the next generation of workers to support and sustain this facility. In conclusion, I'm thrilled at the potential of this project. The nuclear industry has done so much for my family and now has a chance to offer the same kind of opportunities to me and so many others across Wyoming. Thank you for your time.
Can you give me your name again, please?
Yeah, Tristy Thomas.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Next.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of this committee. My name is Leanne Newquist, and I am a resident of Bar None. I've come here before you today to ensure that the people are heard in this matter. The people of Bar None have vested interest in a residential community. The threat of nuclear manufacturing and storage has placed more than one burden on all who are hardworking families contributing to a society. Just compensation will never be distributed for the anguish this proposal has brought into our lives. Countless acts of intimidation and attempts to circumvent and suppress the people have been exercised by local electeds supporting this. Our community stands divided while outside forces continue to push an agenda for their own benefit. We question the motives of those who offer us nothing but false narratives in prosperity and freedom. By seeking to amend state statute, it has not provided protection in our lives. In fact, our lives have been heavily impacted in large part by those who were elected to represent us, quite disingenuously and without remorse. Everyone wants to be heard, but everyone isn't being granted the same opportunities for this. Select individuals were invited to Idaho National Labs to tour the facility and explore the latest and greatest technologies in a controlled environment. Just as numbers can be made to look profitable on paper, until real-life scenarios are applied, a multitude of unanswered questions and concerns remain for those of us who stand to be directly impacted. Amending state statute will not offer us security for our liberty, that which is granted by our Constitution and to which is an obligation of those we've elected, to uphold. We have not been granted the ability to make choices, voice concerns for our own lives, and we've not been given a vote as this nuclear agenda is being pushed upon us. Our freedom of speech is being constantly suppressed. We're continually belittled, told our emotions are notwithstanding, and we're fear-mongering and stupid. Before all of this, Bar None was referred to as Mayberry, where kids still ride bikes in the street, neighbors have block parties, there's sports camp every summer at the park, and we have a strong sense of small-town pride in community events like the 4th of July parade. Sure, we have some disagreements, but they're typically resolved over a night at the local pub with a game of pool or through fellowship and prayer at one of the local churches on Sunday. Now many of us pass each other without eye contact or even acknowledgement, and any mention of nuclear is like pouring gasoline on a fire. At a recent town hall, statements were made by representatives of Radiant that they were not in the business of storing spent fuel permanently, and they aim to move it to a national storage site once one becomes available. And that could be 40 or more years from now, or it could be never. My question is, why would we amend state statute for a company not in the business of storing spent fuel, knowing we are taking on all the risk and responsibility for the unseeable future? The people of Wyoming have vested interest rights, and just compensation is not and will not be served for what this is doing or would do to all of us if allowed to pass. I believe everyone has a legal, moral, and ethical obligation to that over the profits of only a few. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you. You made it 4 minutes. Wonderful. Wonderful. Nice job. Back here?
Thank you, Chairman. This is Mike Wandler.
Can't hear you.
This is Mike Wandler. I'm with L&H Industrial in Gillette, Wyoming. I was a native of Gillette. L&H Industrial is a heavy industrial manufacturing and repair in Gillette. I've been working there 40 years. It's about 64 years old. Headquartered in Gillette, global company. We manufacture parts for mining companies mainly. That's our big business, but all energy companies. So we've been around Wyoming for 60-plus years, and we manufacture everything. So the last 5 years for diversification, I've been focused on nuclear. And I just want to speak to what we're capable of doing in Wyoming, because I'm very passionate about growing and diversifying Wyoming in whatever direction it wants to grow and diversify. And in manufacturing, we can. Wyoming is very set up to manufacture, even for nuclear. Most of the pieces in these nuclear reactors don't need NQA1 certifications, and the ones that do can be easily gotten past. So us and many other Wyoming innovative entrepreneurs could set up to do any piece in a nuclear reactor in probably 6 or 8 months. If you're ISO 9001 2015, it's not a very big leap, and there's plenty of us that are. So I'm actively quoting to all of these reactor companies parts and more. There's going to be about 4 microreactor companies that win. There's 90 some of them in the business right now. I am trying to set up, I was on the Wyoming Business Council for 8 years trying to help grow and diversify the economy. I'm very passionate about it. So I'm just doing this as a service to Wyoming because I love Wyoming. I plan on having the supply chain for microreactors come out of Wyoming. So all of these reactor companies can call and get 3 quotes for every part in that microreactor from Wyoming. You don't get a chance to do this very often. I've been in the business for 40 years. This is the first time there's been a new supply chain that completely needs set up that we are incredibly capable of doing all from here. So that's what I'm working on. And as far as clean and safe, I won't do it if it's not clean and safe. I've been focused on this for 5 years. I've got quite a few very good people that tell me the truth. And anytime I get a question, I call them up. So I can assure you, any of it that I'm going to do, I won't do it if it's not clean and safe. And right now, my opinion is nuclear energy is the cleanest, safest energy, period. The only thing that it's even close to it is solar. And it will remain that way. And it's held to a really high standard. The industry's okay with that. That's fine. So that's what I have. So any questions anybody has on manufacturing, but I just want to make sure that all of you and anybody listening is clear that we can manufacture not only anything for microreactors, anything for SMRs, anything for large reactors. That would be great. Yeah. And anything else that I can help with to clarify, because I assure you, I want it to be clean and safe, and I want to grow and diversify the economy. And we have some of the best manufacturing in the USA right here. Thank you.
Mike, give me your last name again.
Wandler, W-A-N-D-L-E-R.
Just like your dad's.
Just like my dad's.
Name, huh?
Yeah.
Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name's Amity Holland. I live in Casper, Wyoming. I recently just became aware of all of this and about a month ago started attending some of the town halls that were being offered by Radiant and Senator Allemand. And I still had a lot of questions. So that's part of why I was here today. And I was lucky enough to, actually, I was like one of Senator Cooper's constituents who wondered about nuclear waste coming in from out of state. And I was lucky enough to speak to Ms. Morales, who was here testifying earlier during the morning break from the Department of Energy, and asked a lot of questions that helped some of my fears, but also didn't completely convince me. Because some waste can come in from out of state. If Radiant sets up another manufacturing facility in New York, and they're doing the same thing and it's all under the same NRC permit, they can bring that waste from New York to here. If a company from New York buys Radiant and it's all under their NRC umbrella.
Do you know that as a fact, or is that something you heard somewhere?
No, I heard that from Ms. Morales this morning.
Oh.
I asked her several questions, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. So she did confirm to me that nuclear waste can't come from like Mexico or China, but as long as it's the same company, if they're operating in different states, it can come here to Wyoming.
And that's exactly what our bill is trying to preclude, that they can't bring any of that outside material in.
Okay.
That's what this bill does.
And I did read the bill and I didn't understand that from it, so I'm sorry, sir. But then I did ask her about the casks that were going to be moved, and she said the DOT doesn't normally reopen the casks. Once they're sealed, they're sealed. But I was at a Radiant Town Hall on July 14th where that was discussed, and they were asked about how many spent nuclear cores could be fit in a cask, and they said 2. One can be put in, and then they will open it again to put in a second one in. So I really appreciated the DOE's presentation, but Radiant and perhaps whoever comes in here may not be operating under the same guidelines as the DOE does. The DOE talked about incredible ways that they're transporting this stuff. They're not going to be transporting the spent nuclear cores. Radiant is. So we don't really know specifically how some of this is going to be done because it's not necessarily going to be done the DOE's way. It does have to fall under the applications that they submit, but from what I'm hearing in the town halls, it may not be done the same way. Yesterday, I did live stream the meeting here, and I heard from the Wyoming Business Council that said that our workforce is a binding constraint for economic growth here in Wyoming. And so a lot of the jobs that are going to come in seem to be fabrication and welding jobs, things that oil field service companies already do here. They do those things here and don't have to store nuclear waste here. And I don't know how many extra jobs, since this is a binding constraint, there are to pass around. So if they come here, are they taking those welders and fabricators away from oil field service companies? And there may be an overabundance, I don't know. But I think all of these are questions that need to be answered. And also just the Price-Anderson Act that limits the compensation that nuclear companies have to pay if there is an incident. So I think that should be looked into as well. So I realize this may create 2,500 jobs if we bring in lots of companies. I think that's great. I think if there is an issue, we do need to look at what jobs we might lose in our ecotourism industry and other industries if we have a spill or something happens. So I just appreciate your time today, and sorry, I probably rambled.
Good job. No, good job.
Took a lot of notes during these 2 days.
Less than 5 minutes. And give me your name again.
It's Amity Holland, and I'm from Casper, sir.
Okay, good, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Send her Nether.
Yeah, I'm Tara Nethercutt. Jim?
Tara? Oh, okay.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to acknowledge the speaker for going to credible sources of information. I think we might get some clarifying information or correcting information regarding some of the comments you made, just so we have accurate information right from the source rather than hearing it. But one of the distinguishing features that I just heard from this commenter was going back and watching our materials, the presentations from DOE, going to DOE and asking questions, attending the presentation by both Radiant and the town hall by Representative Allemand, and really getting those sources here locally, currently, of what's happening today. And so thanks for that work.
Thank you, ma'am.
In doing that. So I do hope to hear from both DOE and Radiant concerning some of those statements that you felt were factual, maybe getting some
And when we
answers.
did discuss it, it comes down to cost as to whether someone may bring it in, but as long as it's under the NRC license, it does sound like they can bring it in as long as they're a part of the same company. Just depends if they want to pay for that or not to ship their material.
Okay, I think we have some answers for you from a person right behind you. You let her come up. I think she can answer some of your questions.
So Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the comments. I appreciate it. If I don't want to speak for DOE because I think they're still in the room.
State your name again. State your name again.
Oh, this is Rita Barronwall, Chief Nuclear Officer for Radiant. I can do this. I want to speak just to the NRC license. Our sites are going to each be, if we have more than one, and I'm optimistic that as we grow, we may do that, but the site is what is licensed by NRC. It's not the company as a whole, as much as I would love for that to be the case. And so the scenario where if we were, as an example, in New York and Wyoming, could we ship back and forth? That is not the case at the moment. Could change in the future, but that, if we're talking about where we are today, we're looking at licensing a site in Wyoming, and then as we grow, licensing each of those moving forward.
The other question that I would have, didn't we hear this morning that that the NRC was in charge of transportation? Not.
So if I could, Mr. Chairman, answer, actually, Representative Campbell had a question on transportation. It's the DOT and it's the DOE, as well as the NRC. It is a beautifully choreographed symphony that almost no one in this room will have access to listen to, so to speak, because it is so tightly, the information is so tightly kept. But it is remarkable how many different parties and agencies are involved in that, as well as, I believe you had a question on emergency responders, right? And it's coordinated, the entire route, as well as what Paul had shown us on the diagram, the thousands of miles. It is very well coordinated. There are actually exercises that are done as well.
And I'm hoping you can get back to Representative Campbell separate from our discussion, because it's a big discussion.
I do have one quick question, and it's very short.
Oh, you don't have one quick question? Come on.
Mr. Chairman, I am just quick, because I want to follow up on that. Representative Larson, when we were asked if Radiant was going to store waste from out of state inside of Wyoming, we were told that that was not going to be. If one of these little micro generators goes to Nebraska, Colorado, New Mexico, New York, wherever, and it comes back to Wyoming, is that not waste or power that was generated in whatever state, and that waste will be stored in Wyoming? Is that not correct?
So, Mr. Chairman and Representative Campbell, your description is correct, right? The reactor is, let's be hypothetical, it's fabricated in Wyoming. The customer sits in Colorado. They run it for 5 years. They send it back to Wyoming. We refuel it. We ship it back. So yes, technically speaking, it is coming from out of state. What I want to clarify, what Radiant absolutely will not do is take some other developer, some other entity, some other company's used fuel and bring it back here. That we're not in the business of storing used fuel for anybody. We are right now looking at a temporary solution so that we can be responsible stewards of the entire life cycle of the nuclear chain.
Okay, thanks for your answer.
And I do understand that, but I was given an example of several of these power generators that are close to each other that do transfer their waste from one site to another. So that's what I'm talking about, where they may be, I don't know that Radiant's going to do that, but we don't know who's coming in based on the bill changes.
All right, thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Just to hit one point home, because we heard from a previous speaker that they felt some questions were unanswered regarding transportation. And that continues to be an issue that's presented. And an allegation was made that Radiant is responsible for the transportation. And that's sort of true, but it is heavily regulated by DOE, DOT, and NRC. And so you don't really have any discretion as to that transportation because it's under those requirements of those agencies. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I also will say that Radiant is going to be accountable where we need to be accountable, and we will participate actively in everywhere that we can participate actively. This is not where we just kind of wash our hands and hope for the best with these three agencies. We have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to the county, to the state, and frankly, to the country and our other stakeholders. And so, yes, it is highly regulated, but we also want to be, again, a good steward of the promises that we have made to the communities. If I may, Mr. Chairman, just to address the comment on the casks as well. There are different sizes of casks, and what you described in terms of the amount, the small amount of fuel that comes out of a radiant core versus the enormous amount of fuel that comes out of a gigawatt-scaled reactor is correct. And so the casks are going to be different sizes. We can envision that. Microreactors are a fairly new concept. Traditional reactors have been around for decades, and those are gigawatt scale, 1,000 times the scale of a radiant reactor. And so there are going to be differences in how we store the used fuel as well. I just don't want our concept to be lumped into necessarily exactly what DOE talked about. They talked about their program, very relevant to ours as well. And actually, we're chatting after this as well on what is needed for us to move forward collectively. But they are different programs as well.
All right, moving right along to the next speaker. And thank you for removing your hat, sir.
Oh, yeah,
I appreciate it.
My name is Michael Newquist, and I'm a Bar None resident, and I'm glad this is public comment and not radiant comment. So thank you. Few concerns. Why are we allowing outside companies, not even residents of our state, change our laws that protect the residents of this community? Everyone that you guys work for, we did not find out about this until Bill Alleman blew the whistle. The public was never made aware at all. But this has been going on for years, and the public was never informed. How can this be in a constitutional republic? Y'all work for us. Am I not mistaken in that? Our laws are to protect the safety and welfare of this community. Everyone in the state, not out-of-state, foreign companies with waste that is not here for just a few years, but millennia, with high risk and zero reward to the state of Wyoming. We already produce more energy than any state in the union. Do we not? Why do we need more? Why are we not making our industries that already are here better? Okay, one drilling rig employs more people than what Radiant ever will, let alone the other companies that come in. And we're left with the waste and the health risks that come with that. We are a headwater state. We will be sued. Look at what happened to the folks that were here, the Native Americans. There is too much to gamble for $1. Okay, the last time we did this was during World War II, when we had executive orders to advance agendas and push things through quickly as possible. Are we doing that again at the safety of residents in this community? This is absurd. We need to put the brakes on this, have an actual discussion, and not silence the people. There is too much at stake. For our children, our grandchildren, we are stewards of this great, wonderful land. And I'm proud to be a member of Wyoming. There is nowhere else in the world like this place. We are a very limited government. We all know each other. We give the shirts off our backs to each other. We've been through tough times and good times. That's what makes us Wyomingites. We deal with the weather. We deal with the heartaches, the misery. We live here because of this beautiful land and the people in it. So I implore all of you, please please do not change our laws to benefit a company that's outside. They're not even from here, let alone the others that want to flood in here. They are not residents of this great state. They have never helped build it to what it is today. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good job. Good job on your timing. One more here.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. My name's Maria Catherman, and I want to echo a few things that the fellow next to me just said that I find most alarming, and that is that you're taking the law that says Wyoming has decided we do not want to store nuclear waste, and you're changing that law to say, oh, in this case, yes, we will store some. The same thing was done with the Natrim project in Kennemer. We had laws against it. Oh, in this case, we'll say yes. So whenever a company comes and said, we'd like you to change our law so that we can do what you already said you can't do here, and you all are willing to change it, I think we need to think about that process. Because the law is in place to keep nuclear storage from happening in Wyoming. We have just heard from the federal state of what they say it's temporary storage. Well, as I was keeping track of his timeline, if it continues, because it'll probably not continue, but if it continues, we're looking at 60, 70, 80, probably never, that the government comes up with a permanent storage site in the United States. Number two, the not recycling, but the processing of spent fuel. Those are the two problems we need to address, not a new kind of reactor. We need to address the chain. We need to address the chain of uranium mining, as was brought up a couple different times, and the contamination there. We need to address what happens to the waste. Those are the problems, not the design of the nuclear reactors. So if the money and effort and legislative effort could go into looking at those problems, I think that would be a really well-spent time. But changing a law that Wyoming already passed, that we do not want storage of nuclear waste, and saying, oh, well, in this case we do, that's just wrong. So that's my main point. And the other is the transportation. And I think we're all concerned about that because it's not going to be the DOE transporting these nuclear reactors. And that's not spent fuel and cast. That's a nuclear reactor they're transporting. And it's not DOE doing it. So we need to get those details. We need to find out exactly what they're planning, and they need to be talking with the Wyoming Department of Transportation. Have they done that yet? I don't know. They don't mention it. Let's talk to them. How will our bridges accommodate this? Is this good? And the grant, they're already asking for money. Our towns are short money with that, well, about the 100,000 grant money that they're applying for their infrastructure, roads and sewer. They have already asked for that. So our communities are going to be short on money. We all know that. And so we don't necessarily want to subsidize a company for what our citizens already are going to be short on. So that's number 3 problem for me. So I hope that you will realize that the time frame here, it's their hurry. It's not our hurry. So we can slow down if we need to and do it right and find out, get some solid answers. And also, if they're going to be doing the siting, the Industrial Siting Act and going through that, which is absolutely the way it should be done, I think that they should be added as solar and wind are now for a public comment period in that industrial siting and have it just as strengthened as it is for solar and wind. That's just necessary because you can see the amount of doubt that people have. So I hope that those are some big changes you can look at, and with that, I'll stop. Thanks.
Good job. Less than 5 minutes. What was your name again?
Maria Ackerman.
You should.
Yes.
I would have one question for you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maria, I'm not sure I understood what you said there about Radiant applying for money. I believe that's Forward Casper that has applied for that grant rather than Radiant.
I think it's Advanced Casper, Forward Casper,
Yeah,
Advanced
whatever, yeah.
Casper, Go Ahead Casper, whatever it is. The Economic Development, whatever. They're applying, but it's for Radiant's infrastructure.
I believe, ma'am, that's for the town of Bar None and the county, and it's not limited to Radiant. If Radiant installs the infrastructure, then they own it. But as the grant would come forward, then the town or the county or Forward Casper, whoever it is, owns it, not Radiant. I think is how that works, but thank you.
Yes, but it still stands that they're doing that for Radiant, that that's what their grant is
Okay,
about.
thank you. Thank you. Next here. State your name real clearly because I'm not hearing them very good.
Can you hear me good?
Uh,
All right, perfect. Peter Boyer, Mayor of Bar None. I'm glad you guys are in the hot seat and not me. I've been in the hot seat for about 6 months now, and it's pretty warm. I wanted to start off by asking a question. Sorry, I forgot to address. Thank you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, and committee members. Can I ask you a question, or can I just ask a question real quick?
No, you can't ask a question.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'm going to go sit down then. Does this committee make this a bill?
What?
Does this committee, if you voted yes on this, would this make this a bill?
Well, this would make it a committee bill, yes.
It would make it a committee bill, but it wouldn't make it a state law, correct?
No, no.
Thank you. Okay, I wanted to clarify that because I think there's some misunderstanding there. I think people don't understand that this goes out of this committee to go to the legislature to be voted on, to be discussed, to be amended, to be talked about. The representatives of the people discuss these things. They talk about these things, listening to their constituents. And so this isn't the end of the discussion. This is the beginning of the discussion.
That's right. And there's 17 times in the legislature a bill, if this was to pass through this committee, 17 times it can be defeated by the public.
That's what the superpower is of the committee. They don't have to do 2/3. The bringers don't have to go get 2/3 of the body to get this presented to the floor. What this does is it fast tracks it. It bypasses everything, fast tracks it straight.
But when is our?
No, wrong. Remove that from the minutes.
So.
Go ahead.
So,
Peter.
My question is when is the next legislative session?
January.
January. So we have, right now, it's August, almost, right?
Pretty close.
So we have 4 months to discuss this, debate this, talk about this, and roll it over in our minds, correct?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if the committee were to adopt this bill, it'd be a committee bill that would then be published on the legislative website come the 2026 legislative session. At that time, the bill would have to undergo introduction by either the Speaker of the House or the Senate President, whichever house it gets assigned. At that time, the bill would have to overcome a 2/3 vote for introduction because it's a budget session. At that time, then if it were to overcome a 2/3 vote for introduction, then it would be assigned to a committee. The committee would then have a public meeting where it could hear additional public comment. That public comment could go into a couple of days. If it passed out of committee, it would go back into that chamber for a full vote by that chamber. So a vote at least 3 times by members of a full legislative chamber body. Then if it passed out of that chamber, it would cross over to the other body, either the House or the Senate, that then would have another public meeting, a committee meeting. It would be public for the public comment at that time. Then that committee would have to vote it out, and it would go back to that chamber for a full vote of the legislature. That's the level of process just in those 20 days in 2026, not including this process now in the interim. So that's just one, that's how a bill passes through your Wyoming Capitol.
That make you feel better, Peter?
This wasn't as much for me as it was for the general public. I just wanted on record. Thank you, Chairman and Senator Nether-Scott. I, for the most part, understand how a bill works. The reason I'm asking is because we have 4 months to discuss this, and shooting it down right now, I think, would be a terrible disservice to the people of this state. We have a lot of discussing to do. It shouldn't be shot down now because we need to talk about it and it needs to be discussed. And then the legislative body as a whole needs to talk about it and discuss it, not just this committee. And not that you guys aren't important, but I feel like it would be for all the representatives of this state to discuss. And so I kind of want to switch gears here real quick. I've asked my questions.
But we got one question for you. Go ahead. Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think, I just want to ask you if you think this is important, though. We deal with about 400 to 500 bills per year. This year, we're coming up on a budget session, which is the priority of the session. And so committees are formed and were appointed by our chairman, or by our speaker and by our president, to sit in these seats, and we're the first line of making sure that a bill is ready to be heard on the floor or to be ready to be advanced. And so I think it's important to note that if this comes to us quickly, sometimes it doesn't get advanced as quickly. If it came to us over years and years and years of debating the issue, then I think that would be the case. But do you think that's important when you're dealing with that many bills?
Can you clarify as to how do you mean that? I'm not exactly understanding the question. Are you saying that it's overwhelming? Is that what you're saying? Like there's so many bills coming forward that there's not enough discussion? Is that what you're?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
My question is relating to a matter of public input and relating to a matter of committees rubber stamping bills. Because if we did that, we would be far more than 300 or 400 bills in a session that we're dealing with, and we wouldn't give any amount of time necessary to each bill that we look at. So that's why we have interim to discuss topics, and we have 2 to 3 meetings to discuss those topics, to invite the public in. This is a very big process in the interim to hear from the public, rather than to have very limited time during session to work on any specific issue. So interim is very important, and you said you understood the process. So I'm just seeing if you truly understand what interim committee meetings are for.
I do understand, and that's why I asked about when the next legislative session is. It's 4 months, so we got a little bit of time to talk about this. And then once we've talked about it, we can start making hard decisions. And I mean, quite honestly, is there anything else that's going to be really talked about as much as this? I mean, I don't feel like there is. So I think all of the representatives are going to be hearing from their constituents pretty constantly for the next 4 months about yay or nay or however they feel about it. So, I mean, I do understand, and I get it. It's busy. So that's why the next 4 months are crucial. Am I out of time?
I misspoke. It's actually 5 months. We start up in February on a budget year.
Right on, 5 months
So
then.
give you 5 months.
Okay. I don't know how much time I have left. I already kind of burned up quite a bit of it, so I'm just going to be real brief. My journey on this has been extensive. I started 6 months ago on this ordeal. This fell in my lap in January. I had no idea about it at all. And so I started studying, I started researching. I thought that nuclear was a good thing, but I wasn't entirely sure, had reservations about it, especially being so close to the town I live in. And so I started studying. I started researching everything I could. I watched YouTube videos. I talked to experts. I went to INL. And by the end of it, a lot of the fears that I had disappeared. Are there questions? There are questions. And there are questions that still need to be answered. And that's what the next 5 months is about, is answering those questions, talking about it and discussing it. But I lost most of that fear that I had and realized that this is one of the safest industries in the United States, and that it would be a great complement to this state to expand our portfolio and to move forward. My town, it would obviously benefit greatly from this, and it's not all about money, and I get that. Like I said before, I live in the town, I know, but that the opportunity for us is great. It's not every day a $200 million company comes along and says to you, hey, we want to build microreactors in your backyard, and you're going to benefit directly off of the infrastructure off of it. So I just wanted to say that I think that passing this, getting it out, and let's start discussing it in depth so that come February we can discuss it is important, and it needs a chance. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience getting through that. Next, speak your name clearly.
Well, we are all running on time here. So my name is Shay Lundvall. I am the mayor of the great city of Gillette. And Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for allowing me to spend a little time with you this afternoon. I'm going to read a statement here, and I would ask that you guys just join with me and pay attention. Wyoming knows energy. It's who we are. For over a century, we've powered America through coal, oil, and gas, and bold innovation. From Gillette to Green River, we don't just extract resources, we solve problems, drive progress, and lead with purpose. As the nation turns to clean, reliable baseload power, Wyoming is ready. On the front line, already on the front lines, we're stepping into the future of nuclear on our terms, with our people, and with the same grit that's fueled this country for generations. Let me be clear. We are not selling out Wyoming, Gillette, or our legacy industries. We are bolstering them, layering them in new opportunity so that we can meet the growing energy demands of today and tomorrow. This is not a replacement, it's an expansion. And Gillette and Wyoming is ready to deliver. We have the workforce, we have the geology, we have the infrastructure. We've earned our credibility. What we are talking about is responsible spent fuel generated by companies operating here, stored temporarily and safely, with the intent to move it to a permanent federal repository once established. This is about accountability. It's about precision. It's about controlling our own destiny and not handing it over. Waste management is not a reason to walk away. It's a challenge we've already begun to address. Our scientists, engineers, and regulators are capable. Our private sector partners are advancing technologies in containment, transportation, and monitoring. And our state has the courage and competence to do it right. Let's continue to stay engaged and write our own story. The world is watching what Wyoming does next. And let me tell you, we are not backing down. We are forging forward, creating jobs, embracing innovation, and proving once again that no one knows energy like Wyoming. Let's stand united, let's be smart, and let's pass legislation that reflects Wyoming's strength, sovereignty, and unmatched legacy in powering America. Thank you.
Thank you. You were brief. Next here.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair Committee, my name is Dan Zabrowski. I'm Bar None Town Council member. And I guess starting off, the first point, my mayor originally went through the whole process of this bill thing. And I think the point he was getting to is because the strategy we were told by the very hardcore anti-nuke crowd that's really boisterous coming out of Bar None is if you guys vote no today, that ends the discussion. Deal's over. That's it. And we all know that's not the process. So I think he was wanting to get that on the record so that we could counter that in case this is a no vote today. That does not end the discussion. We've seen today a really energized discussion, all these experts talking and where the people are on their opinion. I would like to clarify a comment earlier about the housing market out in Bar None. My good friend, Representative Bill Alleman, we have a friendly wager. We do not agree on this issue whatsoever. Those are pretty rough discussions we have, me and him, but we made a friendly wager about 14 days ago on to watch the housing market in Bar None. At the time, there were 4 homes on the market, 4 lots, the same 4 lots that have been out there because it's undevelopable land that these 4 lots are on. So Saturday, we'd set our alarms to kick off Saturday. We checked Zillow, 6 new homes came on the market. So we had a total of 10 homes, same 4 lots. I checked Zillow this morning, 4 homes have already sold. A few of them homes that did come on the market are very overpriced too. So right now, I don't see a concern in the housing market out there. Studies show the housing market around current nuclear facilities are not impacted. In fact, they continue to rise every year just like everybody else's. Number one, because when you look out across 50 years of commercial industry, nuclear industry, if you stay away from what unfortunately we did with our World War II era stuff and those hard lessons we learned and are cleaning up, we don't do that anymore. But there's no, it is so difficult to find even a minimal incident in this industry. And so this is where where the mayor was talking when this dropped in our lap back in January for the town of Bar None. My first thoughts were a manufacturing facility this size, this would be an amazing opportunity. When they said spent nuclear fuel, I was like, I'm not so sure. I lived in Bar None for 20 years. I grew up in Wheatland. I know power plants, coal, oil, gas, all of our legacy industries I'm 100% loyal to. I've worked in them, made good money in them. I knew before I went with my knee-jerk reaction on the spent nuclear fuel because growing up in Wyoming, all I know and I'm familiar with is Chernobyl, Fukushima, and what I've seen in the movies and on The Simpsons. So I knew something must be out there that to explain these things. And what I learned, 70 plus facilities across this country in 35 states, 54 of them are nuclear power plants. All this stuff is stored at those facilities in these 35 states. And it's fascinating, when you go try to find those incidents, they're not there. There's a couple of minor ones out there, but I mean, there's no death. And I'm starting to believe the nuclear industry is safer than the restaurant industry. I mean, I just can't find, I keep asking people, bring it to me, change my mind, because I was part of the delegation of about 24 Wyoming officials that went to Idaho National Laboratories 2 weeks ago. And up to that point, I was starting to realize what my position was, but I needed some more clarification. And honestly, I have very little trust for federal agencies. It was kind of my number one motive going out there was, I want to see who I'm dealing with federal bureaucrats in this, because this is supposedly dangerous stuff, which it is, but it's so highly scrutinized, and the technology that oversees it, monitors it, is fascinating. But what I got there, what I seen is a facility with a large campus in Idaho Falls, a huge research center out in the desert, multiple square miles, I think 40 square miles or 100 square miles, I can't remember what they said, 6,500 employees. It was like walking into a very successful corporation. The camaraderie was high, the morale was high, the people are brilliant, they're passionate about their work. Number one thing, they don't want to die. And here's the thing, not only do they store nuclear waste out there, they play in it. And they've been playing in it for decades. And when people tell me we're in danger, I look at the reality out across the country, and I look at that place. They play in this stuff, and they've been doing it since the early 60s. They're not dying. They're retiring at a ripe old age and living into their golden years. And I can only believe if there were cancer clusters and people were dying in their 40s or 50s, they're not going to work out there. But these people are happy. We got to go into the nuclear reactor, the little one and the bigger one. We get to stand up and look down in the pool. It's a little nerve-wracking, you know, growing up in Wyoming, and you're looking down into a reactor. The other one, they were pulling fuel rods from a previous experiment, wearing their hazmat suits, and we're in the same room with them. I'm starting to realize it's not what we have in our minds growing up here. It's a different culture. We've accepted the dangers from our legacy industry, and we still do. We live with it. We've had death. We've had poison. We've had orphan wells destroy people's land. We clean it up. We learn from it. Same thing with the nuclear industry, just like the airline industry. They have an accident, they figure out what went wrong, just like 3 Mile Island. Those were manually open and closed valves that they left closed. Had a partial meltdown. Again, nobody died, but that's not how it works anymore. They have, at Idaho National Laboratories, what they've been working on is walk-away technology. What they explained to us was if everybody in the control room passed out or died for some reason, the power plant would take itself over and shut itself down.
Dan, I've given you a little extra time
That's fine.
because you did travel over there, but you need to wrap it up.
And I will. So my last point then is that invitation they've given you to go out there, please take it. It's an amazing facility with amazing people. Most of those people grew up in Idaho Falls, just farm kids. It's not like the federal agencies you visit in DC, I can assure you that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, and we appreciate you going and visiting that, so you did get your eyes opened up. That's great. Next, here you go.
Hello, Chairman and members of the board or committee. My name is Will Almas, A-L-M-A-S, and I'm a resident of Lander, Wyoming. I started my career years ago, started with the DEQ, went to work for the uranium mining industry, went to work for the rare earth processing industry, and wound up in oil, the oil industry in the very end. But, so I'm familiar with some aspects of the nuclear fuel cycle and some of the risks associated with it. I'd like to address, first of all, the comments concerning Hanford and other DOE sites and the very high price of cleanup, as well as Susquehanna and similar UMTRA sites. Those sites and how they were managed were created in a totally different environment than today. They're terrible. The legacy is real. And in my comments in no way are meant to minimize the tragedy of how it was handled, but we learned a lot from unfortunately from the tragedy that ensued because of uncontrolled handling of those materials. Hanford was established in the, back in the 50s and the 60s. It was go, go, go. A lot of it was defense. And they were just running waste out on the prairie, in ditches on the prairie. And so you cannot compare that to a manufacturing facility in Wyoming in modern days, in my opinion. Now, segueing into risk. Okay, there's been a lot of discussion about risk today. What it really is risk that we're used to and risk that is unknown. When we talk about risk, how many people are killed in the coal mining industry? How many people are killed out in the oil patch in a year? These are risks that we're used to. We're used to those risks. So it's sort of like a frog in water. We hot water. We're not comfortable with risks that we don't understand and that are new. And I think that's part of what's going on here is that you just don't know how to evaluate that risk. From my standpoint, the dry casts, very safe. I've walked through, or not through, they won't let you in there, they're fences, but I've walked around several of those facilities. And as Paul Murray said, they're boring. They're just big, huge pipes just sitting there. And I have, in my opinion, they're safe for at least 80 to 100 years. Past that, that gets conjecture. The design of the reactors are currently these SMRs are currently in research and development. So it is hard to provide unqualified support for the handling and storage of spent nuclear fuel without knowing what the design and operation procedures are going to be. And that's, part of what's being struggled with here. So I can't wholeheartedly endorse the project because we don't know some of those things. I feel that it's safe. Everything I can see, I believe, but we don't have that information because the test is not completed. So I would hope that there is that Radiant or any other manufacturer with similar ideas would enter into a third-party engagement, community engagement. It's not too late to do that. That could be done, and it can be fit for purpose. DOE has money available for that to happen. I hope it does, because we can see that there's a split in the community of Bar None. That may help. That may heal some of that when or maybe not, but at least you get the facts out there. Last point, I'm probably running out of time.
You're about there.
Okay, I am concerned about the current push to cut government programs that may affect the ability of NRC and DOE to perform in a timely review of the project and in the proper way. And so what I would really encourage you in this body, individually or collectively, to contact our Wyoming federal delegation and tell them that we want a robust and good, hearty NRC and DOE when it comes to spent waste and these reactor designs. The best friend of the nuclear industry here would be a strong regulator. Everybody points back to the NRC. If there isn't anybody home, then it's not a good thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lemus. Thank you. And now we're going to go right here.
Mr. Chairman, senators and representatives, thank you sincerely for your dedication to hearing all the voices of Wyoming. My name is Wayne Hiley. I'm a Natrona County resident for 30 years. You can almost see my house out the window behind you. I made my livelihood in the uranium mining industry in this state. I'm knowledgeable and trained in radiation safety. I grew up in the shadow of a nuclear power plant in the state of Wisconsin, which provided good jobs to members of my family and to the community. That facility today is a welcome part of my hometown, and they would miss it if it was shut down. But I love Wyoming. Not everything I'm hearing today, but the state I love. I love Wyoming because Wyoming is welcoming. I love Wyoming because it gives folks a chance to prove themselves. And we don't shut the door on strangers and newcomers. We're welcoming. Now, I've made it my business to learn all I can about Radiant, their proposals, the safety behind their ideas, the handling and storage of nuclear fuels and wastes. I believe that Radiant can and will be an excellent corporate neighbor. Over the years that I've been here, members of this committee have asked me many times, how can we add value to our uranium mining industry? Now the answer is staring us right in the face. So now that that ball is rolling and the world is watching, what will Wyoming do? Will we shut the door on economic development now and for the foreseeable future by saying no? Will we squander the hundreds of millions of dollars that this committee and the state have invested in attracting businesses to Wyoming? Or will we listen to informed, knowledgeable, and sensible individuals, or those who can't be bothered with the facts? I ask you to do what's right for this state. Extend a welcome mat, keep the light on, don't throw away this shot. Support the bill, but make it the best bill it can possibly be. Open the door. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. Over here next.
Can you hear me? Did I do that right? Okay. Chair, members, my name is Kayla Wollison. I'm a Bar-None, oh, can you hear me? Oh, okay. I'm a Bar-None mother. I'm a servant, faithful servant in our community. And I'm tired. I've been to a lot of these meetings. I've been trying to get educated on a lot of this, and I'm really tired. I commend you guys for what you do. This is a long day. I'm gonna have to work Saturday to make up for this. I want to address one thing though quickly. The 25 million, there was a great question that was asked on how that exactly directly goes to Radiant. At one of the recent county commissioner meetings, Justin Farley was asked by one of the commissioners about a building that was in the letter that was proposed. Part of that 25 million will go to Radiant directly for their administrative offices. And when asked about a recapture, the response was 4 years at 1 million per year. And when asked if there was anything further, they hadn't thought about it. So just to clarify that, you can go back on the recordings, I'm sure. Next, to address the Zillow comment, there's a lot of for sale by private owner in our community, so you might just want to take a lap around Bar-None to see the actual signs that are for sale. Also, my husband and I, among many citizens, had been knocking on doors once we found out about this. Mind you, it took us a couple months to even find out about the proposed Radiant facility. And when we started knocking on our neighbors' doors, they didn't know. So something just to consider in the bill, 30 days, is that enough for public comment? Just because it's hard to get to the average Joe. We work in Wyoming a lot. We're proud of it. My husband, he's in Texas right now working on an oil rig. So might consider a longer time frame there. Also, when not talking to my neighbors, one concern we all share, and for some reason I keep hearing from our own town council and other officials, this assumption that we don't want manufacturing of nuclear, or anybody that's questioning or opposed to it. I haven't heard that from anyone. I think the biggest thing I'm hearing is the storage being so close to our homes, one, and we don't have answers, and two, we don't have answers on the transportation. So I just urge this committee to, before we start moving forward with draft bills, until the testing's complete, how would we know how to draft a bill? We don't know what to write. So I would just ask that we slow down the process, continue having discussions. I think that in time, maybe there is a place for this, but as of today, we need answers. That's all I'm asking. So I'll continue to be tired and I'll probably continue to complain to you all. But
Because transportation's been brought up again. What is it specifically about transportation that you would like your questions answered about?
I think the testing needs to be completed, right? So that's the first.
But you said transportation, so let's answer my question about transportation. What is it about transportation? So the test in Idaho that they've been selected to do is separate and apart from transportation. So just on the transportation piece, What
Right.
questions do you have outstanding specifically as it relates to transportation that you would like answered?
I don't think we have enough time, and we've actually submitted those to Radiant specifically. But what I will say is there hasn't been a clear, in my mind, and maybe I'm not interpreting what's being said correctly, but I don't understand how it's going to be safe besides we're going to trust federal agencies to do that. Now, by trade, full disclosure, I'm a bank auditor. So, and I've worked in banking a long time. So my trust for federal agencies and being proactive is this big. So federal agencies tend to, in my industry, be very reactive. I worked for Wells Fargo for 10 years before that whole breach of people getting accounts opened in their name even got exposed. So my trust in the federal government and saying trust the process, sorry, I can't, as a citizen and as somebody with some experience, I can't do it.
Can you give me your name again? I'm kind of bad on these names.
Kayla, K-A-Y-L-A. Willison.
Wilson.
Willison.
Morrison. Okay, Kayla, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You set a record, Kayla. Next, this one.
Hi, my name is Laura Redmond. I am a bar none mother as well. I was born in Evanston because my dad was with the rigs and my crib was a drawer in a trailer until I was 3. I traveled all over the state with that industry. I come from a long line of oil, gas, and miners. I have lived in Bar None for 14 years, and before that I grew up in Cody. So the reason why we moved to Bar None wasn't because we had to, it's because we chose to. My kids run wild all over the town. They wake up in the morning at sunrise and they leave and I see them at sunset. And that's awesome. It's not often that you can say that your kids are living the life that you lived, because growing up in Cody, I did the same thing. I ran all over town. Everyone knew my parents, and if I was doing something wrong, they called my parents. It's the same where I live now. With what Radiant is proposing to do on the edge of our town, that quality of life for my grandchildren wouldn't be the same. As far as transportation goes, I have that concern as well, and I did ask them about this. So on the edge of Bar None, where they would like to build, there is an exit, and they like that because it's very easy for transportation. We didn't have that exit up until a few years ago, and we had a fire in Bar None, and it was really hard to evacuate with just one way out of town. So that upped the urgency to build another exit. When I asked them about the traffic, where they're going to tie that exit up, they said their goal was originally to fulfill the contracts they already had, was 50 a year, which amounts to 1 a week. But if you do the math and you go down a few years when those reactors have to be refueled, then it becomes several a day, meaning the residents of Bar None wouldn't be able to evacuate with that exit if there was a fire. And so that is a concern with transportation and being so close, but it doesn't just affect Bar None, because no matter which direction they go on the interstate, they would be tying up Natrona County. And one of the DOE said earlier, the reason why they use rail over sometimes transportation over an interstate is that's 5 miles an hour. So from the edge of Bar None to the edge of Evansville would take them around 2.5 to 3 hours to pass through, according to what he said, if that's how they were transporting it. So it's just something to think about. In Wyoming, I've heard often that Wyoming is 20 years behind everyone else. I would beg to differ on that. I would say we're 20 years ahead because we've been able to maintain our lifestyle of values of tough people. Most people don't move to Wyoming because they have to. They move here because they want to, and they stay here because they want to, or they're born here and they stay here because they want to. And I know lots of people who were born here and thought the grass was greener on the other side, and they moved away and they came back because our state is so unique, and we are the equality state. And yes, we should be welcoming, but we don't have to be the first. This is new technology that is unproven outside of a controlled environment that actually hasn't even been proven yet because testing is yet to commence. And I would just urge you to think that slowing down might not be a bad idea. We don't have to be the first. We can let other people make the mistakes, and we can capitalize on that. And when you do make the decision to allow something like this into our state, it would be with less of a chance because those mistakes would already have been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Laura. Next is this guy right here. Yes.
If I can,
Senator Nethercott.
I just want to point out, it's just some of the testimony, because it's hard not to know when to intervene to maybe correct conceptions, because this is supposed to be informational as well. So the DOE presentation on the transportation was contemplating the gigawatt-size nuclear reactor transportation of large nuclear materials. The small nuclear reactor transportation would be in a much smaller cask. So I think Radiant talked about that. You're talking about large scale that the DOE showed pictures of and what that looks like, which is the 5 miles an hour because it's 1,600 tons versus what the small scale cask would be. So I just want to put that in everyone's minds too, that the scale and scope of this, which the concerns are still present, but significantly different.
Hello, my name's Casey Toll. I'm a resident of Barnum, and I apologize for being unprepared. I just realized this meeting was going on about 3 o'clock, and so I live streamed it. And as I work a couple blocks away, so I figured I'd come be the voice of we the people. But so I've learned a lot just being here. As of the last hour and a half, I've been sitting here listening to people's concerns, and to be honest, I have my concerns. I know there's nuclear is not safe, but I know the technology's evolved and it's definitely better than it ever has been in the past. My concerns are anything man-made is prone to fail at some point, whether it's the cask, the reactor, regardless, there is a fail point possible. And being right in my backyard, I feel like there's safety factors into everything, into seat belts, into inflatable, whatever, life jackets, but putting the thing less than a mile away from my house when something does happen, that puts our whole community at risk. I understand the oil and gas industry, there's risk, but that's generally the people that signed up for that. I know when I go to work and weld every day, I might get a pipe dropped on me or a burn, or I might be breathing something that gives me lung cancer or whatever that might be. As my child plays in the grass out front, she has no voice in the water that's saturated with radioactive water. I'm sorry, like I said, I'm unprepared and uneducated, but I just came here to tell you that I don't want it in my backyard, regardless of how safe they say it is. I think nuclear is great. I'm not opposed to the thing as a project. We got so much barren land. Why are we not putting it 100 miles away from anything? Doesn't have to be right next to the interstate. I know there's transportation issues, but that should be the concerns of the people transporting the stuff, not the people that are just living their lives nearby it, where they're taking financial gain, and I know it's all about Wyoming bringing in some money, but at the risk of the citizens, where does a dollar become worth more than the community? And I understand there's risks to weigh that you have. It's safe, and we're going to pass this untested product that we don't even know anything about yet. And if we just postpone it, get some answers, know what the product is, know more, my neighbors, nobody wants it. I mean, you heard from the mayor being under fire. People are not happy with him. He's all for it. Most of the community is against it. Maybe there should be a longer time to enlighten us of how it's so proven and good, or maybe they'll do some testing and find out that it's not what they think it is, or, but just pushing it through and giving it the green light, to me, seems like the wrong answer. We need to evaluate this. 4 months, 5 months goes by so quick, and especially that's December and January. That's like, nobody's thinking about work, that's my time. But yeah, I just wanted to say, at this point, I'm very opposed to it. If we can prove and get some results, something that's more than just unanswered questions, then I'd feel better about it. But just came to say what I
Okay,
thought.
Casey.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Good job. Good job, Casey. Next is over here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Clem. I am from Gillette, and we would take it. I'm also privileged to be a Campbell County Commissioner. Previous to that, I was a legislator sitting in your seats. I want to speak, first of all, on and for the bill. I actually do think it's good. I think it accomplishes two things. One, I think it gives the people another opportunity to speak. When you have the industrial siting process and you invite more public input, I think that's a good thing. And considering the subject, I don't think you can go wrong there. And so I like the bill for that reason. I also just like the bill for the standpoint that we are controlling the waste that does come into the state. We're not talking about legacy state or legacy waste. We're not talking about waste that comes from Hanford or from even other commercial plants. We're talking about a very specific subset, and I think that's good. I think the bill targets that. I would offer just a couple of points of feedback. I was looking this over. It's page 2. And it's lines 19 through 23. You have the definition of an installation. And I was looking at that, and to me, the language is a little bit wonky. If you look at line 19, so it says installations mean a facility, and then it says for. And if you go down to line 21, and you have that first word waste, I think that whole section, for the storage of spent nuclear fuel and high-level radioactive waste, I think if you actually removed that and then moved it at the very end, I think it reads better. But that's just me. The other thing I would say is I think that the bill accomplishes what it is designed to do, which is to control the waste that does come to the state. However, if there is concern that it is not clear enough, I think one of the things that you could do, for instance, on page 8, at the very end, you could include another provision that says something to the effect of, the installation shall not store any nuclear waste that is not associated with the refueling or refurbishing of advanced nuclear reactors at the Wyoming manufacturer location. In other words, you're just making it very clear that you're not taking other commercial waste from anywhere else, or DOE waste, or anything like that, that it's narrow and specific. With that, let me make a few more remarks here. First of all, we're not talking about facilities. And this was mentioned before, that are making weapons-grade plutonium. We're not talking about Hanford or anything like that. Comparing a military tank with a car, for instance, arguing that because tanks are dangerous, so cars too are dangerous, and they're not safe, and they shouldn't be allowed. That's really kind of an absurd and illogical comparison. They both may be vehicles, but they are not the same. A government-owned facility like Rocky Flats in Colorado or Hanford in Washington making weapons-grade plutonium for the military is not the same as a private manufacturer making microreactors for domestic energy production. Second, how nuclear materials are handled has not remained static over 80 years. Just like we have changed rules and regulations so that coal ash and dangerous emissions are no longer emitted from coal-generated power plants, so too have the rules and regulations changed with respect to safety and mitigating the risks of nuclear materials. Third, there are risks and dangers in every industry and activity for that matter. An oil refinery like that in Newcastle has lots of risks and produces chemicals and industrial waste dangerous to people and the environment. So why do we allow such dangerous things? And right in the middle of their town, no less. Because the benefits of the refinery produces, the benefits that the refinery produces outweighs the social and environmental costs. But isn't it dangerous? Couldn't someone try to blow up the refinery or, intentionally or unintentionally blow up and pepper the area with dangerous chemicals? Yes, that could happen. Dangers and risks can be mitigated and controlled through specially engineered equipment, technology, surveillance, and best practices, lots of other things. Nothing is 100% safe unless you engage in total risk aversion. Doing nothing to stay safe. We tried that during COVID. You remember that? When everybody was afraid out of their minds and we have to stay inside, 15 days to flatten the curve, right? So we can stay safe. But doing nothing produces nothing, and it has its own social costs. We're learning that. Hundreds of thousands of people die each year driving cars, not to mention the pollution that is caused by emissions. Does that mean we should outlaw cars to keep people and the environment safe? Of course not. The benefits far outweigh the costs. But because we do care about people and the environment, we mitigate the risks, balancing the marginal benefits with the marginal costs to achieve those benefits. Zero tolerance to risk aversion is the kind of mentality seen during COVID. And we know how that turned out. Not only that, it's also seen in extreme environmentalists who just want to keep everything locked up in the ground. Now, I get that the nuclear industry is scary. To a lot of people, it's unknown to us. But I don't think it's something that we have to be afraid out of our minds about. Let me just finish with this. Mr. Chairman, government doesn't create jobs. You all know that. Government doesn't bring in business. Now you heard, we can try to, advocate for ourselves and hey, cold call people as you heard and come to our state. We have something to offer. We can create a good business climate in a market market so that those businesses could come. But it is the businesses themselves that choose where to go. And they have 49 other states to choose from, 9 of which are like us with no corporate or individual income tax. These businesses are knocking on our door right now. They're checking us out. And other businesses are watching what happens. If Wyoming says we want economic development and diversification, but we, the government, are going to pick and choose who we want to come here, shutting the door on one of the very few significant industries that are knocking on our door, then what kind of message does that send to other businesses? If you were starting or expanding a business, how would you feel about investing your money, your time, your energy in a place with an emotion-driven government that may pull the rug out from under you or try to take over and control you with rules and regulations? That kind of uncertainty communicates to businesses or the business world that they're better off taking their business to another state who would welcome that. Like it or not, your decisions send a message. You are communicating something. Do you want to communicate that Wyoming is open for business, that we are stable, predictable, that we won't give a knee-jerk reaction to when people are nervous or scared? Or do you want to communicate that Wyoming is temperamental, unstable, unpredictable, and ebbing and flowing with the tides of politics and emotionalism? And I think that really cuts to the core of what this is all about. So I tend to be polarizing, man. I probably turn a bunch of you off, which is what I said there, but I hope you really take that in. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Scott, people that know you would believe that you ran a little over time.
Probably.
Yeah. Good job, Scott.
Thank you for your indulgence.
Oh, question?
I just have a couple questions since Scott's from my district. So you talked about specialized waste and how this is different from commercial. Do you know, can you tell us what specialized waste this particular bill would handle in regards to Radiant?
Oh, we're talking about these advanced micro and modular reactors that that essentially, as was mentioned, they are shipped out and they're shipped back in, and the waste is, the refueling and all that happens back here at the site. And that's what's particular about this.
Okay, and the reason I ask that is typically commercial deals with 2.5 to 5% waste. As far as the isotope, this is 19.72, which I think you're right, it is different, it's special. You mentioned casks and how casks have changed over time, and I'm glad you did. The NRC confirmed that as well. But in your opinion, why have the casks changed over time?
For the same.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
where I really do appreciate this interplay and understand the trick of only asking questions that one knows the answers to, Commissioner Klim, who's very knowledgeable and a learned individual on a lot of fronts, I think these questions may be more appropriate to the DOE, who creates and monitors the casks, rather than Commissioner Klim's opinion on the quality of the casks. So I would appreciate that we get accurate information regarding casks.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I thought the good senator was also questioning witnesses on everything from transportation to whatever they testified for. So I think it's right, it's appropriate. And if Representative Clem, I'm going to try that, County Commissioner Clem had objection to this, I certainly would withdraw my questions and do those privately.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for all that. I'm not an expert. I'll let the experts answer that. What I will comment is this, why has the technology changed? For the same reason that technology has changed when it comes to, producing coal-generated power. You don't have coal ash flying from the air anymore. We actually use lime to, keep out dangerous emissions that go into the sky. That didn't used to be that way. Why do we do that now? Well, because we've learned, and we've learned that some things don't work, and some things have actually, we've learned later on, are more dangerous than we thought. So technology is always evolving as we advance and grow and realize the dangers and try to mitigate those risks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving us an answer. Scott, good to see you again. And I think I'm back over here with
Okay, push. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Co-Chair, Committee. My name is Justin Farley. I am the head of Advanced Casper. Kayla had mentioned my name earlier. I hope to set a land speed record on how long I talk here. But a couple points of clarity that the Economic Development Joint Powers Board is the applicant on the $25 million that has been thrown around. Another point of clarity is that Radiant didn't go look for that $25 million or ask for it. That was offered by the Business Council. I completely understand the confusion in that Advanced Casper is, part of their responsibility is to administer that Joint Powers Board, which is made up of 2 county commissioners, 2 city councilmen, council people from the city of Casper, and then a board chair at large. Any of those dollars that, if in fact come in from the Business Council, all have to be spent on public-owned structure, whether it's infrastructure or it can be a building. I believe Lander and Maven, they built out a structure there that's owned by the city or something like that. But the point is that anything that is, those public dollars go toward, the public has to own it. Coincidentally, I grew up in Pendleton, Oregon, which is about 45 miles away as the crow flies from Hanford. Our family was part of that downwind study that was referenced earlier. And to compare what's being proposed with Radiant to Hanford is not just apples and oranges, but maybe apples and orangutans, which I may look like. But I believe that is I believe those are the points that I want to make. I hope I spoke quickly enough.
Thank you, you did. Next, I think, is here. Excuse me, it's here.
I was going to say.
Bruce, you're next.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Bruce Lawson. I'm a 69-year-old native of Casper, Wyoming, and I'm here today to tell you that I oppose this proposed legislation. I agree entirely with Representative Alamand in his comments today. I think allowing nuclear waste storage in Wyoming is detrimental to our state, and it will result in our state being overwhelmed with nuclear waste coming in from all over the country. It's a Pandora's box. It's a slippery slope, and I am opposed to the legislation that's before us today. I do want to say that, it just feels like, I'd say, before I go on, I know I'm not supposed to ask the chairman any questions, but I will say, I do want to ask a question of you, Chairman Anderson, if I may.
We'll see what it is.
Well, what it is if you decide to rule me out of order today, is your gavel still intact? Is it still in one piece? Okay.
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Thank
It's
you.
still ready for you.
Thank you.
Bruce.
Thank you. But I kind of feel like we're, a lot of you, with the exception of Representative Weber and Senator Nethercott, are probably old enough to remember the movie Groundhog Day. And in that movie, the theme of that movie was that, the actor got trapped in a time loop where the same thing kept repeating itself. Well, that's where we are today with this legislation. We're in a time loop because in my lifetime, I know of many instances where this same topic has come before the legislature and been discussed and voted on, and overwhelmingly, the citizens of Wyoming have rejected any nuclear waste storage in Wyoming. That's a fact. And that's where we are today. And that's why we're discussing this again. But why are we discussing it again? I think that, one of the primary focuses here today is, as we're talking about Radiant Energy and their proposal to build micro nuclear reactors and fuel and refuel the reactors in Wyoming, store that spent highly deadly radioactive material in Wyoming. We don't want it here. The citizens don't want that deadly nuclear waste in Wyoming. That's been made clear time and time again in the discussions with this topic in the legislature. But the thing that I find why we're spending so much time talking about Radiant Energy is the research I've done on that company is this new micro nuclear reactor is totally untested. It's unproven.
Something happened to your microphone.
Why are we even discussing that at this point in time? It is unproven technology. In fact, Radiant Technology is a startup company which was formed in 2019.
Wait a minute, Bruce, your microphone is off.
My microphone, did you turn me off?
No. Do use that other one.
Are you censoring me?
Yeah.
We go back a little ways. Anderson and I go back a little ways. So anyhow, Radiant's a startup company formed in 2019. Their technology is unproven. Supposedly, they're testing this new micro mini reactor at INL, and they want us to believe that it's safe and it's secure, and we should welcome them to Wyoming. I'm sorry, Mr. Heilig, but I think we should slam the door on it right now. I disagree with Casey Coates. I think this is the time where we end this consideration for this legislation and we don't forward it on. But it's an unproven technology. Why are we even discussing it? Why don't we wait until Radiant has proven technology from the INL lab in Idaho, and then we move forward with considering this legislation? This is not what is good for Wyoming. I want to close with one thing. I never, ever, ever thought I would ever agree with the Wyoming Freedom Caucus. But you know what? Those guys are right. Bill Alamand is right. They're opposed to this, and you know what? They've got the votes to.
Thank you, another one quit. Yeah, yeah.
They got the votes to kill it. Tell me about that. Tell me about the votes they have to kill it.
Yeah.
Senator Nethercott, I have a difficult time hearing you today. I don't know why. I just got $6,000 hearing aids and I can't hear Senator Nethercott.
Oh, there you go, there you go.
Okay.
You said that you were really proud that the Freedom Caucus has the votes to kill it. So why don't you share that information you have with the public, since you know the predetermined outcome of the vote?
I just suspect that they have the votes in a House.
Was that done in a public meeting transparently, or how did that occur?
That's just my belief.
I see.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bruce. Next is right here. And does that one work?
I think so.
Yeah, it does.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Anna Kaufman with Wyoming Outdoor Council. I'm joined by my colleague, John Burrows. He's going to jump in and answer any questions you might have that I struggle with. He's worked on this issue longer than I have, and I will also try to be brief. We wanted to say that we really appreciate all of the committee's thoughtful work on this. It's a really complicated topic, and we also appreciate the opportunity to give some input and work on improving this bill. We do think that it's better than anything we've seen so far. We do have some suggestions to continue that improvement. I'll try and address just the bill, since you've heard a lot of community concerns already, and I think that they've done an excellent job addressing those. As the bill is written, to my understanding, there are some extra hoops to jump through and extra opportunities for public engagement that industries like wind and solar go through that a nuclear manufacturing facility would not be subject to. And so we think, with the amount of community concern, being that it seems like one of the major sticking points here is public trust, education, ability to get some certainty, that increasing the opportunities for public input at any point isn't going to hurt that public trust, that certainty, the opportunity for folks to feel heard. And get some more information from folks that may not be just industry, but some objective experts, the way that we've had here at these meetings, because I think that those presentations have been incredibly useful and incredibly educational. So I will just wrap this up by saying we are committed to continuing in this conversation. We're going to keep being at the table at every opportunity for public input. We're going to keep talking about how we can improve legislation if the committee chooses to move it forward. And I will stand for any questions. Thank you so much for your work today.
Good job. Don't see any questions. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. George, you're next.
George Dunlap. I live in Gillette, Campbell County. Boy, you guys must have a long day here. I came here because I was asked to by a couple elected officials in Gillette. I guess a couple questions I just have is, number one, you know, when they talked about this, when they put one of these nuclear sites down or whatever, how far away do you have to be away if you want to mine coal, drill for oil, or do a blast? I mean, is it 10 miles? Is it 50 miles? Is it 100 miles? I mean, this is very important because in Campbell County, we blast. And I'll tell you, one time we had a blast so strong, I believe it was China thought we had set off a nuclear bomb. And so that is going to affect this stuff. And so in Campbell County, you know, we want to be careful if you would take nuclear waste that is from somewhere else and store it in Campbell County, I can tell you from experience that our ground moves. Jimmy can probably tell you that, or excuse me, Senator Anderson can tell you that, our ground moves. You know, you'll have, in Gillette, Wyoming, there's two kinds of concretes, that has a crack and that is going to crack. It moves, it cracks, it messes up stuff. And so for Campbell County, it would be bad for us to have a storage facility that could have a nuclear reaction. I just got a thing that's funny from Ed Collins, just sent me a thing, my friend, that on on the news, it said, let me see if I can get there. On here it said, radioactive bees nest found in North Carolina near nuclear site. So apparently they got out, the bees got in some way. But, you know, the thing is, we want to be careful that we don't hurt oil, gas, and coal. The other thing that we want to look at is there's a lot of my friends that are in oil business, and I say, why don't they drill more in Wyoming? They say, because up in North Dakota, they have less regulations. You guys need to look at that and decide what regulations there is. Now, you're shaking your head, but.
That's not true.
Okay, well, that's what they say. The people in the business, that's what they say.
It's not true.
Okay, you probably know. I'm just telling you, they say there's more oil in the Powder Basin than there is in the Bakken. Now, you're probably going to say that's not true too.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you what it is. Another thing is, you know, you talked about these huge, heavy trucks going on I-80. We find out who is destroying I-80. Let's get them to pay to help fix it here. So, but there's a lot of unexpected consequences happen in everything. When it was about 30, 35 years ago, I went to listen to a speaker. And this speaker was Donald Trump, and what he said was, there's always a deal. And what you want to do is you want to figure out the deal to be good for you, and once it gets to where it's not, walk away, because there's always another deal. And so as we talk about this deal, I think, as I've listened today, what I've heard is, number one, all of you have a lot of questions. I don't think you can probably vote. You won't vote today. You'll probably wait till your next meeting because you have too many questions. But here's the question that I think you need to answer, and that is, what happens to the nuclear waste? What happens to the waste if you send it out of state? Do they bring it back? You could write it in the bill. They can't bring it back. If they take it to Utah, you could write it in the bill. Utah's got to deal with it. So that's what I think people are concerned about, is the nuclear waste, and we definitely don't want the cracks in Gillette. So thank you.
Thank you, George. And you actually came in under time. That's amazing. That's amazing. Next one up here, or next one up then? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Rita Barronwall, Chief Nuclear Officer at Radiant. If I could just address the comment on how far away do you have to be from, I'm talking only about the Radiant reactor. We have what's called, all plants have what's called an emergency planning zone, and ours is calculated to be at the site boundary. So we have a very small footprint. And so if somebody wants to have a neighborhood or another facility next to ours, they can do that. That's the analysis. We heard about earlier in the day a 10-mile radius. That is for gigawatt plants. It's 2 miles for small modular reactors, and it's going to be even tighter for reactors that are the size of Radiance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Bob Jordan, Campbell County Commissioner. And thank you, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here to visit. I'd like to thank Department of Energy today because they did fill in some of the information we've been watching for 4 years now, about 4 years. So before the Radiant and the BWXT showed up, I was not a county commissioner. We got word that they were going to do some storage here in the West. We began to do deep dives, begin looking at information, exactly what was going on, how it was happening, who was involved. And as we begin to dig, we dug back 25, 30 years, and we begin to notice a change in the conversation from the DOE to their departments and how they're going to do the storage, how they're going to move. We know there's heavy cleanups coming. We know they got to move it. They need interim storage. They were talking about maybe 10 sites, maybe 20 sites. Internal conversations hard to track when it's, if you're not sitting in the meetings. We know that they want to move it. They got to clean their sites up. They got to put it someplace. My position is, I understand what Mr. Alleman was saying, but If it gets to Wyoming in a riot, it's not leaving for interim storage sites. So there's actually two things going on here. There is the pre-2025 and the legacy waste issue, which most people saying, well, I don't care about it, doesn't bother me. Well, they should read, but I don't think they got 4 years to do it. Then there's a post-2025 that's going to be coming on here and see how it moves forward. That's legislation could be working on. So the DOE is going to have to get some things done. They got to clean some stuff up. They got to move it around. 3 major sites. They got to put it in the storage. They got to move it somewhere. They will not leave it on site. We all know they have legal issues. They've been fined. They got costs are going up. They want to get it consolidated, one single path, one location, one usage if they can, or multiples of 10. And I don't want to see Wyoming become one of those spots because we actually stumbled in a report of 2015. They actually have an independent board that DOE puts together with PhDs. Their job is to answer to the US Congress. They actually have a map in there and some other stuff in the European disposals. That map actually does show in the west some geological areas that's actually favorable to store this waste. And unfortunately, Powder River Basin happens to be one of them. That's a little unnerving to me. And a year and a half later, I'm a county commissioner, and we stumbled into Radon and BWXT, was totally unaware they were coming to town. But this is the information that we were moving around because we're just curious what was going on. And as we begin to deep dive, it was really surprising exactly what's going on in DOD, the DOE, NRC, and if you want to read what the General Accounting Office has, they seem to verify what all three departments are saying. This is a hobby, and I think that we need to really take it seriously about what this legacy waste looks like. They can contain it, they can put it above ground, they claim different waste, different situations. But if once it gets that legacy spot, or that spot that's going to be interim, it'll probably stay there until it becomes deep repository. And it's 30, 40 years down the road, so as we move forward, different administrations, different policies, the funding, who knows how this is going to look like for us. So this is an issue, and it's and for people to foo-foo it or just ignore it, they don't even get to have a conversation with me after that. Because we've been doing this a long time, we've been watching, so we're very concerned about, and it's not necessarily in the DOE, this is almost a national crisis because through the bureaucracy over 40 years, we now are at that place where we have to re-permit units to keep them online, and also as long as it's permitted, they will, or licensed, then they will be able to keep their waste on site. We know about a couple of sites have been taken off. They're actually paying them to keep their waste, but they want it disposed of. Now, if you multiply it by 92 other generators, that's a cost. You've got 90,000 tons sitting on site. What most people don't realize, when you take a reactor out of operation, you have to also store that. There's about 140-something nuclear reactors. They're stored above ground. So these are all issues that's just curiosity. We'll keep just researching it, reading it, and curiosity, but no legacy waste for the rest of the country. That's my position. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Good.
You have questions?
Senator Nescott.
This bill does not contemplate legacy waste?
I understand that.
All right, I just want to make sure that's clear and
I understand that
make sure
because I
there's a
didn't
lot
have a
of.
chance to talk about this
I
before.
really want to focus on the issues, right, because there's plenty to talk about. And just I want to stay focused on those.
Understand. Appreciate
right.
that. Okay. And we do know that, I appreciate where this bill is going, but the people are dividing this thing and these issues, trying to put them together, divide it. We got this issue, and you got your bill you're working on here. Thank you.
All right, thank
Hope I
you.
didn't use my whole 5 minutes.
Yeah. Next.
Mr. Chairman, committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Jamie Locke, and I'm from Casper here. And I just wanted to address, the question came up on the concerns with transportation. And so I just real quickly wanted to bring up a couple of issues that I'm aware of. It's the first being the impact it's going to have on our roads and bridges and the cost involved. That's one of them. More importantly, I think, is the issue, it's my understanding that these reactors will be built or manufactured or assembled, whatever, here, transported to a site and encased in concrete, at which point they will become hot. And then it's my understanding when that's spent, it's going to return to Wyoming. It will return on those tractor trailers hot. And so I think the concern and the question has come up to Radiant, and that, to my knowledge, it hasn't been answered. How is that going to be shielded as it travels across the country? And so that, I just wanted to clarify that. So I feel like there's a lot of unanswered questions that folks are concerned with, that we'd like to kind of have a better idea. Also, I don't think that Radiant plant, I don't know. I'm wondering, I know the DOE uses armed guards when they transport, and it's unclear how that's going to work with Radiant. So those were my concerns.
Okay, okay, Cindy, I hope we can get you some answers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, here comes some answers right now.
Rita Baron-Wald, CNO at Radiant. Quick point of just clarification. So the reactor itself, like I said, it's a megawatt in a box. It already has transport shielding built inside that box. So even though the speaker was correct, it's going to be hot, that's inside that shielding already. And so when it's shipped, the
Wait a minute.
the external part won't be hot.
Okay, now a question.
This falls back to my question earlier today. So this has already survived, we know that this can survive the impact test, it can be set on fire, we can do all that. It has survived that, this is proven, this is not words, not lip service, it has survived that.
It will not get licensed unless we can demonstrate that it meets all of those requirements.
But that will come after, right? We're looking years down the road, probably.
No. Before the NRC will issue a license, that is one of the requirements for them to license this technology.
So we're going to do that before they fire it up in Idaho then?
It will, no, it's going to be, so if I could, can I explain what's going to happen in Idaho?
Please do.
So what's going to happen is we will ship the reactor to Idaho, ship the fuel separately to Idaho. It will be fueled at Idaho and then put into the dome for testing. That's where it's going to be fueled exactly at Idaho has yet to be agreed upon, but actually I left that discussion meeting to come here yesterday to attend this very important meeting. So they may have already decided it, I'm just not aware. But that's for the test at Idaho National Laboratory. Once that test is complete, it will remain at the INL facility and be cooled and then defueled. So what we're talking about Idaho is it's called our Kaleidos Demonstration Unit, KDU for short. That is the precursor to our Kaleidos reactor that we're actually all hoping to build in the factory here in Wyoming.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the answer. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Willix, Converse County Commissioner. I really want to thank the Department of Energy for this morning. We've had the opportunity to meet with them 3 or 4 times and try to learn more about this, and I think it's been pointed out, there's some conflicting interpretations of the 2 different things we've been talking about today. The bill before you has nothing to do with the large cask storage that Paul talked about this morning. That's a different topic for another day. It's important, but I don't know if everybody heard all the nuances from the Department of Energy this morning about the long-term storage versus what we're talking about with compact nuclear. There have been some great questions today, and I want to add, best way to answer them is to continue to move this bill forward, because there are too many questions to stop it today, in my opinion. And I am probably the most experienced person in the room outside of Director Parfit on the industrial siting process. I've probably sat through 8 or 9 of them as a commissioner. That process is almost the perfect venue to have this conversation about local input, local guidance, and appropriate rules and regulations that need to happen. This bill contemplates the DAQ creating rules and regulations on top of the industrial siting process that we already have. Having sat through that, the department and the council take seriously that evaluation of siting those projects, and by putting this into it, even if it's below the dollar threshold, really offers that opportunity for the public input, that local flavor of a big project. And so I think that is a good part of the bill that brings that conversation in. I did a little math, and my math's not perfect, but 240 days that was referenced about some of the questions that want to be answered is like 5 days before the session starts. So you will have that report from the DOE before session starts. So you will have that information. To kill the bill now means you won't be able to use that information to make the bill better. A couple people said, like, how do we make it better? You make it better by taking new information and relevant information and improving on it. And I believe this committee's name, and it's been referred, is Minerals, Business, and Economic Development. The discussion around the life cycle of uranium and the discussion about compact nuclear checks all three boxes, in my opinion, done right. And that's what this conversation is about. So I encourage you to move the bill forward to make it better. We're an energy state. Let's capitalize on our energy, do it right, do it with local control and input, but continue to move the bill forward. I'm an all of the above guy. I come from a county that has all of the above, one of the largest deposits of uranium in the United States. I want to see that developed and improved. This is one way, not the only way to do it. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd sit for any questions, and I didn't mean to be the last guy, but I might be.
No, you're not.
Okay.
No, you're not.
Thank you.
No,
Mr. Chairman,
It's
Mr.
a step
Chairman.
up. We got a question from Representative Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really just wanted to go back to the 240 days since the last speaker raised it, because there's a real misconception, I think, with perhaps not intentionally by Representative Knapp, but about this 240-day report. There is literally nothing in these 3 executive orders that depends on the outcome or delivery of that report. Everything is put on expedite. The expediting of the reporting has more to do with getting through bureaucratic mire to get to the things that need to get done more quickly, and there's really a prioritizing by the administration. But there's nothing in the way that's written that suggests anything in these 3 executive orders waits to see what that report says, waits to see for it to come in. It's not conditional like that. It is not written that way. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Wilkes. And Mr. Detail.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and I don't know what the record is, but I'm going to be brief so we can get out of here for lunch. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. A lot has already been said. This has been a great discussion over the last couple of days, the last couple of meetings. Travis Detail with the Wyoming Mining Association, by the way. We represent the state's uranium producers, of which I just got a new member yesterday. There's a lot of interest in uranium right now because there's a lot of interest in nuclear. And I want to reiterate the point that I said yesterday to this committee. When we talk about building out our nuclear capabilities in the United States, whether it be the small modular reactors or the micro reactors, we are not in competition with our coal resources. This committee knows I represent our coal industry. As I mentioned yesterday, as my friend Mr. Obermuller this morning stole some of my thunder, we do not produce enough power to power our country going forward. We just don't. We need an all of the above. This is not about one industry taking a bigger slice of the pie, because the pie is going to grow. And depending on what report you look at, it's going to grow anywhere from our energy demands, 35% to 50% increase in demand by the year 2040. We don't have a lot of time. We hear pumping the brakes. Perhaps on this issue, you can pump the brakes a little bit. And Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we're supportive of moving the bill forward, because one of the things that we need to do from our uranium producer standpoint is we can mine the uranium, and we mine it safely. We don't mine it like we used to do. We've made some mistakes in the past. We've learned from those mistakes. We mine our uranium in Wyoming right now with an in situ process. We do it better than anywhere in the world. It's safe. It's environmentally respectful and friendly. We do a great job of it. And Mr. Hiley, who was up here earlier, I was hoping he would stick around a little bit to back me up on that. But we do it right. But part of the mining process and in this fuel cycle process is, number one, we have to have customers. Right now, we're seeing the interest of customers to where we can sell our uranium, our Wyoming uranium, into that fuel cycle. And the other part of it is, if you support Wyoming uranium, you have to take a look at the end cycle of the fuel process. So we've had a lot of good conversations today about what to do with spent fuel. I found it very interesting when the DOE's up here today, and he says it's boring. We're doing this stuff safe. We've been doing it safe in this country for decades, and we've learned from it. It's going to get safer. Yes, there's a timeline, because it's been a political ping pong ball, just like everything else in energy policy for the last 40 years. But we're going to get better. We have an opportunity in this state right now in the country, where we finally have an administration that has shifted the policy to an all-that-works strategy, coal, oil, coal, gas, and nuclear, so that we can provide for the tremendous demand of our energy needs in this country that we're behind the 8 ball on. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stop. I hope everyone from the community has had enough time, and I know you've got folks online, so that's the position of the industry. We would like to see this bill go forward, continue to work on it, and again, if you support your industry, we got to do this stuff to give our uranium a place to go. And I'll end with that, Mr. Chairman. Happy to dance around your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gite. Thank you. You've got him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Heiner, Joey Correnti, Rural Wyoming Matters. Heard a lot of facts today, a lot of feelings, a lot of fear, and I honestly can't tell the difference between any of them anymore. We're going on 7 p.m. So really the only question I have related to the bill, since I've heard it talked about, I think twice, a couple of suggestions about what's in this bill. Is this presented legislation Wyoming's answer to the micro-reactor production? Without Radiant, without any of the bar none complaints, is this the policy we want to work on going forward? I think that's the question in front of us right now. As far as all of the other peripheral things I've heard all day, 2 days, 2 separate meetings now, it may be a little early to ask the committee to contemplate interim topics for 2026, but I think what we're hearing is Wyoming needs a Wyoming-based, robust, and comprehensive nuclear series of postures. I think it should be legislative because of the things we've heard about public comment, about being able to access the resources, about being able to see the testimony in perpetuity. So everything from power generation, the spent fuel, the fuel coming in that's going to replace the stuff that's going to be spent fuel, specifically the security and transportation. And yes, I can elaborate on my concerns about transportation, but this committee is still going to be intact after the next session. I'm not going to guess how this bill is going to go today and what's going to happen during the session. But there is the experience on this committee right now from what happened over the last 4 days of this committee to make those considerations to building a component piece, robust nuclear posture for Wyoming to bring forward in the future. 2027, it's going to happen. It's going to be a different legislature. Every bill we work on, every bill you work on can be changed in the future. That's the beauty of our system of government. It can be addressed for specific things. But right now, the question on this bill is this Wyoming's starting point for dealing with the actual production of this kind of product? Not where is it going to be, not is this the company that should be doing it? So with that, that is my ask. We start thinking about what we're going to be talking about this time next year, that we do it in a Wyoming way for Wyoming's interests. And I don't have anything else unless I'm going to be asked to explain my position on transportation concerns.
All right, thank you, Joey. Any questions? Thank you. That's wise advice to get a holistic view of what we're going to do. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator.
Just because. So just as a point of clarity for the public, it's important to note Wyoming's kind of visionary position on all things, this one included, but coming out of Fremont County, a representative there and a senator there as well. Representative Larson continues to work on this. Back in 2020, we passed the first legislation for small new modular reactor permitting. And so we were really foreseeing the potential opportunity for this type of technology. So it's been a topic of the Minerals Committee kind of off and on with levels of interest throughout that time. And of course, with the Trump administration coming in, accelerating that effort substantially. So just to provide some of that history, so this is not the first. It's a continuation.
All right, thank you, Senator. I almost thought we were done with this. We were about ready to go online, Mr. Sweeney.
How many are online?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pat Sweeney from Casper. I wasn't going to testify, but memories. Number one, I'm in favor of the bill. And I was part of the group that did work on the modular nuclear. And so you're correct. And it was our majority floor leader, David Miller, from Fremont County, who was, I considered, an expert back then. And also, I don't know what year Senator Anderson, actually we had, I think the NRC was here in Casper. There was a hearing on storage back when, and I can't remember if that was 2019, 2020 maybe, but I think it was before COVID, long before. But I would encourage you to, either move forward or do something on this because it is important. And to the concerns of it's not ready, we haven't answered all the questions. So my limited knowledge of drilling and definitely Representative Campbell is much more knowledgeable, but if you're drilling and seeking permits for on a federal piece, my understanding is you're looking at 10 years of working towards that. So I only bring that up because what is before you is kind of time sensitive because of the strict requirements of the the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. As I see it and what the information I've gathered from going to town halls and trying to educate myself. But they need some certainty trying to move things forward. It all may go bust, honestly, at their test. But there's a reason President Trump is trying to move some of these things forward and trying to move a little quicker than the federal government normally does, not for safety concerns, but trying to move an industry forward because of the demand for electricity, which you all know and have heard about. So I would encourage, and this isn't any, as Senator Nethercott pointed out correctly, we've been working at this for a long time, number of years. And definitely Representative Larson has really been a key figure on all of this and understanding it. But I encourage you to keep an open mind and let's try to do something positive for the state.
Thank you, Pat. You even came in under time. That's amazing. That's amazing, Sweeney. Good job. Good job. Good job. Do we have anybody else in the room to talk to us? One more back there in the room? Oh, yeah, of course.
Listen to this guy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Didn't want to get ahead of everybody. Comments will be kind of short and probably one, I encourage you to bring the bill forward. And I see all you guys looking down. I hope you pay a little attention to what's been presented as facts. One of my deal, I am talking to the committee. I'm not visiting to the public. I've got grave concerns as far as what's going on in the way your committee's approaching things. Is I can tell you, part of your members, I've talked to them directly, and we need to deal with facts, folks. When we're legislators, deal with facts. We've had some people give some really good testimony to facts, and we've got some members of the committee that know better and continue to spread misinformation. And that is a problem, a big problem. I'm not going to go a whole lot past that. We heard testimony earlier that likely the Freedom Caucus is going to kill this. If you guys want to go ahead and do it, that's great. I've watched the votes out of this committee. This is minerals and economic development. Killing any chance to go forward is anti-economic development. I'm going to tell you that. That's what bills do, is we have a chance to amend them, work them, change them. When you kill it, you've killed every chance. And this bill isn't just about Radiant, and what's happening with nuclear is not just about Radiant. It's about a potential economic change for the state of Wyoming. And it doesn't mean that we're bringing in waste from the rest of the world. It doesn't even mean we're storing lots of waste. But it means what your attitude and what your ability is to potentially bring it. I'm going to tell you, one of the ones, and I'm looking right at him, continues to say.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for decorum, please.
Okay.
Yes, sir. What would you like for decorum? I'm talking to a committee, not to individuals, Mr. Chairman. And like I said, I continue to see on social media and things that are absolutely not true from members of the legislature. I don't like that. That's our job, is to get the facts out and to be able to react on it. And to see entire pieces shut down is wrong. I'll basically stop there, but I will tell you what's happening right now is we're at a turning point going forward in Wyoming. Do we want to continue to do legacy industries that we've had? We support them all. And do we want to look at continue to do things that leg up to them? We've heard testimony. How do we tie into it? How do we have jobs that are things like guys like I do, that are high-paying jobs that work? My question to you is, all of you and what you're doing and saying, if we were going forward and trying to permit coal mines and power plants, would we be for it? Would we be for the oil and gas industry? Because I'm going to tell you, they all have grave risks. They all have environmental damage. They all have environmental hazards. Yet we chose to go forward and do them. And for a handful of you to sit and kill any ability to go forward, which has already happened once, is absolutely a travesty, and it's on your hands. I haven't seen anything yet that comes out of this committee that is for the economic future of Wyoming. It's making it out. We don't like wind. We don't like solar. We don't like data centers. We don't like nuclear. We don't like carbon capture. What are we going to do for our kids and our future of Wyoming? You folks all need to look inward and think about that, because there's risks in everything we do. And you want to put us into a standstill, because we probably can stay 51st in population and our kids can all continue to leave the state if we won't look at taking some risks for the economic future of Wyoming. Thank you.
Thanks, Ogden. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else from the audience, from the room, that like to speak? Anyone else from the room like to speak? No? We still have two on Zoom, do we? One? Oh, only one? Okay. Okay, let's hear from the Zoom. Let's hear from the Zoom crowd.
Mr. Chairman, we have Mark Coep.
Mr. Chairman, panel, this has been a long day. In fact, I've listened to both sessions yesterday and today, and I have some topics. I'm going to go, I think Mr. Correnti, a previous speaker, got it right. This is actually a conversation about the bill that's in front of you. And so I'm going to go.
Can you give us your name, please?
My name is, I apologize. My name is Mark Koep. I'm in Crook County, Wyoming. That's K-O-E-P. So I'm looking at my notes here on the left. Specific about the bill, there's 5 things that I want to bring up to your attention as you go through this. The first thing is that this bill preempts local and public oversight. The bill expressly exempts high-level waste and spent fuel installations from local siting laws, stripping county and municipal authorities of any meaningful role in review or permitting. By making the facilities exempt from the jurisdiction of the Industrial Development Information and Siting Act, except where it's non-duplicative of NRC rules, it shuts out public hearings and community input on projects that pose significant environmental and health impacts. As you've seen today by all the speakers that are here, the public's interested in this. In fact, our local county, we did a survey, 80% of the people in our county are opposed, 20% are for. It kind of seems like those numbers line up with the folks that are speaking at the event today. Number two, this bill relies almost exclusively on federal NRC licensing. Why is that a problem? Because you're removing the people of Wyoming from the process. You're handing this over to the federal government. Right now, personally, I love the federal government. We got a great president in there. I love it. What happens in 4 or 8 years when we have a different administration in there? Are we going to turn over everything around nuclear to that federal group? That's a question for you to answer in this bill. Currently, this puts it into the NRC and removes it from Wyoming. Number three, and probably most important, when you look at nuclear energy, the biggest problem with nuclear energy is not in the production of the nuclear energy. It's actually in the cleanup afterwards. How do you store this stuff? And you hear a lot of conversation about this. We heard from the DOE today, it's going to be at least 30 to 40 years before we even have a waste disposal site potentially. That was a fact that was presented. So that material will be stored on site in Bar None for 30 or 40 years. Currently, they're proposing to store it above ground. Okay, is that building going to be sufficient or not? We don't know. I don't have that information out there. So inadequate financial and liability safeguards. This bill does not cover that. It does not really feed into how we're going to pay for this. What we know from other areas, including Idaho National Labs, where this is going to be tested. Idaho National Labs is a Superfund site. They have spent, as of right now, they've spent $12.6 billion cleaning up Idaho National Labs from the testing done in the 50s and 60s. That's the federal government. That's taxpayers paying for that. Personally, I grew up near a nuclear site. It sounds like there's a lot of people who have spoken about that. Santa Susana Field Laboratory in Southern California was the site of the largest nuclear disaster in the U.S. history. Personally, I developed cancer 5 years ago, a stage 3 cancer that I've overcome, and so far I'm still beating the odds here. But growing up, multiple kids, at least 15 of my classmates' mothers died while we were in elementary and junior high school of cancer. So was it related to the radiation? If you read the stats, no, it was just random, but the locals all know where it came from. Number 4 on the bill. This authorizes potentially indefinite on-site storage. It doesn't have a date for moving that stuff off. We're going to wait for a long-term storage facility. Do you really want to do that now? Is this the right moment to do that? I agree with the previous commenter. If you want to go down this road, you need to get holistic. This needs to be a full bill that covers the processing in this new industry that you would like to bring in. Personally against it, but that's something for y'all to decide. Number 5, this actually has an uncertain net economic benefit with high environmental costs, meaning there's a lot of money in this right now, but what does that money look like if we have a Superfund site that costs $12 billion to clean up 20 or 30 years from now? So going back to the bill, those are 5 things in the bill that I identified from the language of the bill that needs to be taken care of. In the questions of the, I don't know if it's the sponsor, but the Representative Larson, I apologize if I got that wrong. There was a question that was given to him about specifically where the jurisdiction lies. And so I simply popped it into a question here. And the verbatim text specifically removes local control over the process. It exempts it from the jurisdiction of the Industrial Development Information and Siting Act and removes that completely from the process. Does that mean public comment goes away? We don't know. I've never publicly commented at the NRC level. I don't know what that public commenting looks like, but I imagine we'd have to fly to Washington, D.C., sit in a meeting there, and maybe provide written comment. This bill, as it's written right now, is taking this out of your hands. It's putting it at a national level. Is that what you want? So I'll stop there. You've heard a lot of commentary and really good commentary, I think, across the board. This is an important topic. I don't think this is something you can rush into. And I liked a previous comment where they pointed out that we shouldn't make it about the company. So let's not talk about Radiant. I think that's important here. This isn't about Radiant. This is more importantly about Wyoming and if and how we're going to allow nuclear projects in the state of Wyoming. And I think you all should take that time to review that. With that, I appreciate your time and I'll end my commentary.
Mark, I gave you a little extra time because
Thank you,
you're
sir.
the only speaker, but you overdid your time by about double. But thank you for your comments and thank you for calling in to us. Thank you. Okay, we've heard from the room and we've heard from Zoom. Oh, yeah, yes.
I just want to check. I had a person to at least give their comments. It was Dr. Gordon Edwards, who is a nuclear expert. I just wanted to see if he's still online. He's been waiting all day.
He was online, but it looks like, oh,
I asked him to link back in if he got lost there.
no, he's not on right now.
Do you want to call him?
Sure.
Does anybody know anyone else on the list that needs to call in?
Heather, should he just link back in on that same Zoom? Okay. Hello, doctor. Thanks for waiting. If you press the link that she originally gave you, she'll log you back. She'll let you back in the room.
Mr. Chairman, there is one person that did raise their hand again. She was off and then she came back on and raised her hand.
There is one?
Nicole Wagon.
Oh, okay. Let's go ahead with her then. Nicole Wagon? Nicole, are you on there? Nicole, are you on there?
Yep.
Oh. I can quit talking to myself?
You haven't yet.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, I apologize. I keep on getting kicked out. But I just wanted to testify for listening to everybody, and I'm hoping that everybody takes their time and steps back and patient with this bill. And I really respect the statement about we the people and the oath. That really resonated with me. For the fact that I was raised half I was in the Air Force, and being a full-blooded Northern Arapaho tribal member. With that being said, witnessing the disasters of Chernobyl, the history behind it, the cause, the effects is absolutely detrimental to humanity. With that being said, as being a native tribal member, I'm against this due to the fact of what we stand for with our culture, to protect our land, the air, the water, and the fish and the game. I have a lot of respect for my comrades that are Eastern Shoshone and Northern Arapaho that spoke as well. And my hope is that we learn from the history. My heart goes out to the lady that was talking about her family, to the she named gosh, I'm trying to think of the name that she said for us to look on up.
Nicole, which tribe are you with? You named two of them, but which tribe are you with?
I'm with Northern Arapaho tribe.
Northern Arapaho, okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
sir. And then with that being said, again, learn from the history across the board and the equality state of Wyoming. And I personally will stand up and speak on behalf of the next generations to come. So, with that being said, I'm absolutely against it. And I hope that people step back, take their time with the testing and to continue forward, because especially with the air and what it does to our people. My heart goes out in respect to Miss Ray Friday, given personal testimony of what she's went through. And that's only one, right? But at the same time, I don't believe many that live in that area of what has happened understands the full picture of the pollution of uranium and etc. This, that, to whatever. So again, not to invite it to Wyoming. I strongly feel our people have been through enough. And again, it affects our medicines. It affects the
About 4 minutes now.
fish and game.
So can you wrap it up?
And again, I know all we got to do is a call out to action amongst our tribal people. So with that being said, thank you for your time. And we'll be monitoring this bill. So thank you very
Okay,
much, sir.
thank you, Nicole. Thank you for your input. We appreciate it. Okay, did you get him called in?
Mr. Chairman, I did. It says the webinar has expired, so he's trying to just totally relog back in.
Gee whiz.
I do have him on the phone if you want to have him testify by phone too. Nothing.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, yes.
I appreciate this opportunity to hear from this expert. Perhaps the expert can prepare written comments that the committee can consider in light of his expertise. He's not necessarily a local member of the public that's traveled far to be here today, whose opinion I value greatly, those members who've testified. So perhaps this expert could provide written comments.
Can you do that, please?
I would say so. He's in Canada, so
Yeah, that'd
I
be
think
good.
driving here today was not in the picture.
Okay, we've heard from the room and we've heard from Zoom. Committee, I'm going to table this bill. I think it needs some more work. I think we got 5 months to work it to see if we really can change some minds in Wyoming to work this bill. So I'm going to table Bill 26 LSO 0073 draft .6. Next order of business is TRISO, Nuclear Fuel Market and Opportunities for Wyoming. And BWXT is here, Advanced Technologies. Well, that pissed a few of them off.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, pleasure to be here this evening. My name is Joshua Parker. I am the Senior Director of Advanced Nuclear Fuels at BWXT. And here today just to kind of give a information session of how BWXT has been working with the state of Wyoming and give a little overview and some background about our history as a company and what we've been doing. Next slide, please.
Everybody's going to be pissed one way or the other now.
BWXT is a company that has a long history. We're about 165 years old. We were founded shortly after the American Civil War as a boiler manufacturer. So you may know us as by our previous name of Babcock and Wilcox.
You know that name.
Yes. We've had a long history with both fossil business and energy production, as well as with the U.S. Navy in supplying large amounts of boilers for their fleets. Both the Great White Fleet that Teddy Roosevelt steamed around the world back in the first part of the 1900s, as well as the majority of the fleet that was in Tokyo Bay at the surrender Japan in World War II were powered by Babcock and Wilcox boilers. Shortly after World War II, Admiral Rickover came to Babcock and Wilcox and said, "I'd like to start a nuclear navy. Y'all make really good boilers. We would like to have you in it." We actually said, "No, thank you," the first time. He came again. We also said, "No, thank you." The third time, he closed the door on the boardroom, and Babcock and Wilcox was in the nuclear business. So shortly after World War II, we got into that. We were in the production of the first U.S. submarine, the USS Nautilus. And to date, we have manufactured over 415 nuclear reactors for the U.S. fleet, as well as some research reactors as well through the United States. We've continued that tradition, and we're manufacturing new reactors for the Department of Defense, as well as looking at commercial reactors for both here terrestrially as well as space reactors. We won't talk about space reactors. If you want to take that offline, we can. It's a lot of fun, but we'll focus on our terrestrial offerings here. Next slide. I'll start off by talking about our microreactor project. It is known as Project Pele. It's under the U.S. Department of Defense Strategic Capabilities Office. It is a 1 to 5 megawatt high temperature gas reactor that does use TRISO fuel. That reactor just began construction this past 2 weeks ago. There was a press release that we began the core cartridge construction. That reactor will be delivered to Idaho National Lab for testing out there in the future. As part of that program, we have procured a lot of items through that, and so stood up a lot of nuclear supply chain, which I'll talk about a little later as we go through this. But that reactor program actually started in 2020, just to give you a timeline of how fast we've been moving on that. So, next slide. What we've been looking at for Wyoming is specifically a larger variant of a high temperature gas reactor that uses TRISO fuel. And this is known as the BWXT Advanced Nuclear Reactor, or the Banner reactor for short. It's a 15 megawatt reactor with 50 megawatts thermal. We mentioned earlier today that Mr. Marcio Paez Beretta, when he was at the Wyoming Energy Authority, reached out to us and invited us to come out to the state and have some discussions about possibilities of advanced nuclear within the state. As part of that discussion, we met with the Trona industry and found out they have a large need for heat and power. And those relationships have continued to build as part of this, specifically with Tata Chemical being public about our opportunities with the Banner reactor to power their facility and provide heat for their industrial processes on that facility out there. It's flexible off-grid power, it's incremental, it's a micro reactor, but it would look somewhat like a fixed installation. It's not a mobile micro like Project Pele. It would look like a standard reactor, just at a very smaller level. Next.
So this is all behind the meter.
It could be. That's an ongoing discussion that we're having with Tata, with the industry, of how do we grid tie, how do we work behind the meter. A large portion of energy generation at the Trona facilities are behind the meter, but they do stay grid tied as well. So that is a dynamic that we're still working through.
Okay.
Next slide. Our friends at Radiant have already stole a little bit of my show and tell thunder. I did bring some TRISO, not uranium bearing, simulated particles here, as well as a compact that we use where we take these particles and put them in a graphitic matrix and then press them into a right cylindrical compact. This is the size for the Project Pele reactor, and I'll give it to Mr. Kidd here to hand to the committee. Sure. TRISO fuel has the ability to withstand high temperatures, and just to go through TRISO, it's formed with a kernel of uranium. It's about half the size of a poppy seed, is the center of that kernel. And that's the uranium-bearing compound. It's made up of uranium oxide and uranium carbide. Then we go and layer a buffer layer of carbon on top of it. And it's a spongy carbon layer. It's about 40% dense, so it's got a lot of space in it. When nuclear fuel fissions, you get everything in the periodic table as statistically probable. So there are gases in there, so the gases have to have places to go. So that spongy carbon layer is a place for the gas to go. It also, as the particle heats and cools, it's kind of your buffer that takes the swelling and the contraction of the center kernel. Then you have 3 layers on the outside, and that's where the tri comes from. You have an inner pyrolytic carbon layer, a silicon carbide layer, and an outer pyrolytic carbon layer on that TRISO. And what that does is on any bad day in that reactor, when you're in a scenario that you're not supposed to be in, it retains all the fission products. That's the beauty of these reactors. But what we've traded for that is you have these big reactors that you see, the big concrete domes, you've seen the Simpsons, those types of things. What you do is you trade that big civil cost with that containment structure for the cost of TRISO, which is a highly engineered fuel product, so that all of that containment is boiled down to the size of a poppy seed. That compact that you hold in your hand at high assay, low enriched uranium, which is about 20% enriched, is roughly equivalent to your energy usage over your lifetime if you were to pack it down. So just to kind of talk about how energy dense uranium is out there as a possibility. And we put about 10,000 particles inside of one of those compacts as we do that. BWXT has the manufacturing capability today to make TRISO. We have a low rate production facility in our facility in Lynchburg, Virginia. It's an NRC Category 1 licensed facility, so that's where we do our naval core assembly, and we make 2 to 3 reactors a year. That enables us to possess and maintain any enrichment of uranium at any quantity as we do that. That facility, the TRISO facility, sits inside of that. It's a little bit shoehorned in. It's been built and operated over 20-plus years in Lynchburg, Virginia here. So as we look at the advanced reactor market, some of the things we're looking about is how do we expand our capability to service the reactors that are going to TRISO? How do we expand our reactor manufacturing and capabilities in fuel? So if you look to the slide on the right, I'll just point out those are actually the Project Pele compacts and boats that are coming out of the furnaces there that will be shipped to Idaho National Lab. And that fueling has been completed. We're waiting on the shipment to take place here over the summer. So, next slide. So BWXT in Wyoming, I mentioned that we came back in 2022 for some introductory meetings. We actually, as somebody has already mentioned today, we got a grant under the Wyoming Energy Authority of a 50-50 cost share to look at the deployment of the Banner reactor specifically targeted for the Trona Patch. As part of that agreement, we also looked at the supply chain and the capability of Wyoming manufacturers to support advanced nuclear. I'll leave that here for a minute because I have a second slide about that. We're a Virginia company. We know that taking money from Wyoming, we wanted to reinvest in Wyoming. And the other thing is we put massive amounts of boots on the ground up here. It's not something that we have done from 1,000 miles away. So as of the end of September a year ago, I think we had 153 person days on site, either in the Trona Patch, looking at manufacturing, all across the state. We've done 8 supply chain days in the state. In April 2024, we actually did one here in Casper. Our first was actually in Gillette, Wyoming. Those have served 2 purposes. They've served us to do kind of a nuclear 101 for the industry, as well as have the industry talk to us about what we need from nuclear procurements, both for advanced reactors as well as for our other businesses that BWXT has. We have 4 million square feet of manufacturing today and over 8,000 approved suppliers. We're constantly looking to strengthen our nuclear supply chain, both for our national security purposes as well as for our commercial purposes. So looking at that from Wyoming has been key, and it's grown our capability here, and we've begun to have approved suppliers inside of Wyoming on our list now. We've also begun to look at, we've had this wonderful reactor project going on with the Wyoming Energy Authority. We also got asked by the Wyoming Energy Authority, because they knew about our constraints with TRISO fuel and production, and they knew that we would need to stand up a greenfield or expand our production. The Wyoming Energy Authority asked us to take a look at Wyoming as an option for that. So we entered into a cooperation agreement. No money has changed hands with the Wyoming Energy Authority, just to say, we're interested in looking at this opportunity. And so that was signed last year. As part of that agreement, there are things that we need to know about the state. Manufacturing workforce, water availability, things like that that you need for a facility to actually do this and manufacture nuclear fuel. So that study is still ongoing. We're continuing to look at that. We're a publicly traded company. To make an investment decision such as this takes a lot of time and consideration. Also, nuclear fuel sits in the middle of the value chain for a nuclear. So I have to have high enriched uranium or high assay low enriched uranium to start making nuclear fuel. And I have to have reactors on the backside to actually take it. So a lot of people are asking me, why don't I build a facility today? And it's a little bit of chicken and egg stacked up all the way. So we need the material to actually feed a factory, and we need end users to actually take the fuel. So it's one of those things that BWXT takes its investments very seriously as we walk through this to look at that potential opportunity here. Next slide. We've been very active in the state, and I mentioned the supply chain. We've ended up signing research agreements with the University of Wyoming, specifically around the potential of rare earths to use in nuclear reactors. Historically, they've been too expensive, not plentiful enough. The capabilities and the interest here in Wyoming to produce rare earths as a possibility for some reactor applications are very interesting. So we have an ongoing study with them. We have several manufacturers that have moved onto our approved supplier list up there, and you'll see some specifically like L&H, led by Mr. Mike Wandler, who's testified earlier, is on that list. And I will say this, the capabilities inside of Wyoming for manufacturing are very high. And speaking as a company who pivoted out of fossil boilers into nuclear, that is a transition that can be done and is purely possible here in the state, and there's a lot of capability. We didn't just put boots on the ground, we actually procured parts inside of Wyoming. So a couple of companies up there, HiViz, you may know, manufactures sights for firearms. Guess what? They're also experts at graphite machining. And guess what our reactors use? Massive amounts of graphite as a moderator that needs precision machining. So if we didn't put boots on the ground, if I just looked at some NIAX code, I would have never picked HiViz to potentially be a nuclear supplier. But instead, they came to one of our supplier days and they said, well, we machine graphite for what we do with our sites. And we saw it and we said, oh, that's really good. We actually procured, there's a block up there being machined on the upper left. That's 80 pounds. It's a little bit hard to bring it in here, but it's a graphite block for a moderator inside of a nuclear reactor. We actually had both them and Turntech here in Casper manufacture the blocks for us. We now have 8 of those. We use them for our QA/QC program for training engineers. We also went through and did quality assessments with them. Granite Peak is up there. Their logo's a little small, but they're actually designing a fuel testing skid that we will actually implement into our testing loop in Lynchburg, Virginia as well. There's a couple of little samples next to that Buffalo nickel, and this is an amazing story, and it goes back to HiViz and the ability of Wyoming manufacturers to be nimble. We were actually doing a visit to HiViz on a Monday, and on the way up from Denver to Laramie, I get a call. And MIT says somebody missed their shipment delivery and said, we have a radiation space in our reactor. Do you have anything you want to test? And we said, we would love to test some graphite. And they said, can you get it to us next Monday? 7 days. So we walked into HiViz and they were ready to show us the big block. And we're like, yeah, we know y'all can do that. We've kind of seen some pictures already. We're like, here's some drawings, we need some specimens. Can you actually manufacture these machine to high tolerance, get them through the quality assurance check, and get them to MIT in 7 days? Guess what the answer was? Yes, they succeeded. Those arrived on time. They actually are in irradiation at MIT's reactor from components that are made here in Wyoming. So very impressive here as well. We continue to look at the market demand.
One,
Question here.
Sure.
just one small comment. Could you inform the audience where that MIT reactor is actually at?
Sure,
Where it's located?
the MIT reactor is in Cambridge, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston.
Right downtown.
Pretty much right downtown. It's a 10 megawatt reactor that sits in a pool. So,
Right across the river from downtown.
right across the river.
Downtown Cambridge.
Yeah.
And the last thing we've been doing, it goes back to our Banner reactor and looking to aggregate demand for reactors. If you build one reactor, the economies don't work. You actually have to build multiples. We see that in our own business, manufacturing 2 to 3 reactors a year for the U.S. government. We see that in our business for Canada. We make steam generators for the large nuclear reactors. We're just completing a refurbishment of the Darlington plant where we're making 24 steam generators. And we're getting ready to make a massive amount of steam generators for the Pickering refurbishment as well. So we see the decline in cost as you manufacture more than one. And that's key to this market. If we build one, we end up with a very expensive reactor. If we build 10, 12, 20 of these, you're in the ballpark of driving your costs down and actually achieving a end product here as we move through. I know that was quick. I was trying to be respectful of your time, and I will now answer any questions that you have.
Questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here late at night, for sitting through all of this to get to this point. Anyone that's been to INL has heard about Pele.
Yes.
It's something that they're very enthusiastic and optimistic about. And apparently you're fueling it this summer. How long will the testing go, and will that include decommissioning at the end?
So yes, the length of testing is a little bit unknown. The core life, the reactor can last 3 years at full power. Of course, the U.S. military is going to want to go up and down and maneuver it through everything. And the cool thing about a nuclear reactor is you put 3 years at full power in there, but if you operate it at half power, you get 6 years of life out of it. So I'm not sure how long the U.S. military intends to test. But that length of time, if they just turned it on and ran it 3 years full out, that would be the lifetime of it, so.
But they will decommission it as well.
They will decommission it at that point, yes.
Other questions? Yes.
Thank you for coming today, and we've spent a lot of time together, I know, but one question I've been curious about is when the Idaho National Labs test, whether it's for fuel or whether it's for a device,
Yes.
Who bears the cost of that? Is it the Defense Department, or do you bear the cost of that, or how does that work?
So for Project Pele, the reactor is owned by the Strategic Capabilities Office, so they're actually paying Idaho National Lab to do the testing for them on their behalf. The reactor is actually authorized by the Department of Energy through them. So that's not borne on us to do the test. We do have other programs that, such as when we do go to Idaho National Lab and ask them to test fuel forms or materials, we sometimes bear that cost. Sometimes there are grants from the DOE that offset that. So that can go either way with some testing at the Department of Energy. So.
Other questions? Other questions? No other questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you very much. So that's a wrap for the day. It's 3:30 already. Yeah, we're right on time, right on time. Do we have some instructions for you, or do you already have your instructions, or?
Do you have instructions for us?
You have instructions for us?
So, Mr. Chairman, I can run through the actions of the last 2 days, and then I'll have at least one announcement.
Okay.
The committee voted to sponsor 2 bills, 26 LSO 74, protection of nuclear reactors, and 26 LSO 153, the oil and gas bonding pool investment and earnings. The committee failed to sponsor 3 bills by vote, 26 LSO 71, the Wyoming Business Ready Community Amendments, 26 LSO 72, low carbon energy standards repeal, and 26 LSO 70, carbon dioxide regional compact. The committee tabled 26 LSO 73, advanced nuclear reactor manufacturers fuel storage. And then, Mr. Chairman, the committee requested 2 bills to be drafted. A bill to amend 2025 Senate File 17 to provide a $5 per ton credit for carbon dioxide used in enhanced oil recovery, regardless of the status of 45Q tax credit. And then a bill draft for a 5-year severance tax exemption based on 2003 House Bill 54. And Mr. Chairman, I think, that may need some more direction. In terms of the announcement, if travel plans have changed given the hour of concluding the meeting, if you would just please come see us to update your paperwork, we'd appreciate that.
What, did you say something about SF 17?
So, Mr. Chairman, that was one of the committee passed 2 motions for LSO to draft 2 additional bills for the committee. And I think, the question is, what does that mean going forward? But one of the bills was to amend Senate File 17, that the carbon dioxide stimulus program, to provide a $5 per ton credit for carbon dioxide captured and used in enhanced oil recovery.
And then what about, was it House Bill 54?
This was 2003 House Bill 54 to draft a bill modeled after that legislation, which provided a 5-year severance tax credit for enhanced oil recovery.
Okay, thank you. And Chairman Heiner and I will talk about what we're going to do with those 2 bills. Okay? Anything else to come for the good of the committee at precisely 3:30? Only 4 hours off.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh, yes.
are the co-chairs going to consider this 3rd meeting or requesting the 3rd meeting? Because I did want to renew that request and talk about the importance of the timing of what we've heard today and how that meeting can become very effective to responding to those questions, especially if we give it a time in October and November where we have people that can come and respond to some of these transportation questions and relate to some of the safety questions still unanswered. No matter what ultimately happens in terms of this bill, this issue is important for Wyoming. We should consider, in my view, to work the issue. And so I would also give the companies, particularly Radiant in this case, time for some community engagement between now and October, November, to put us in a place to maybe have some even better discussions. So I just want to at least renew that request and see.
Thank you, Representative Holly. Yes, we will look at that. The 2 chairmen will discuss what we're going to do, but it's too dark tonight, and I broke the hammer, so we won't continue tonight.
Well, that's great. Thank you, though. I just am not giving up on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and we are adjourned.
Right off the way.
Yeah.
Still daylight.
Yeah.